Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to give me a minute just with some technology here. Yeah, this isn't showing yet, but happy Friday and welcome to another amazing virtual summit with Empowered Talks. Today's theme is uh, Gold Junkies. I almost forgot the name of my own thing. So it's January, and it's January of a very powerful year. Hi, Lori.
Hi.
And we're just joined here by Lori. So um, January's this is a very powerful, energetic year. And January 25th, tomorrow, we have a crazy, awesome planetary alignment. And so this is the perfect time for us to be doing this because we're here to help empower you. The speakers here and the sponsors have all paid to be here. So we're all here to help empower you, and we're giving it to you for free. So please enjoy this. And I am not going to waste any more time with this because I'll be talking a little more later on. I am going to introduce you to Lori McNeil. If you don't already know her, she is absolutely an amazing media expert, and I'm sure she'll tell you a little bit more about herself. Please listen up, get a journal, get a paper, get pen, and start writing because she is full of amazing information. Always. She never disappoints. This is always the way it is. So get ready, sit down and get ready. Go, Lori.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for having me. What an amazing opportunity to kick off a new year by talking about goals. So I am so excited and so honored to be a part of this event and to be the opening keynote for this event. I always enjoy being on your stages, Marianne. So thank you so much for having me again. I wanted to really focus on not only goals, but goals as they pertained to media marketing and branding. So if you've heard me speak at all ever, this is something that I live, eat, breathe, and sleep. But I thought, what a great way to start the year by talking about what it means to actually set the goals and set the intention in these foundational areas for your business. So, like Marianne said, hopefully you have a pen and paper and you're ready to take notes because I'm going to be dropping as many nuggets as I can over the next 30 minutes or so. So if you don't know me, my name is Lori McNeil. I'm an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. And yes, I do travel the globe. I have people ask me that all the time. Yes, I actually just got back from the Dominican, from Puerto Rico, and from I think San Juan. I don't know. I've been all over the place, but I do it on a regular basis, and I have clients and companies that I help all over the world. I love what I do, and if you don't know part of my story, I'll just tell you really quick that I have been in media specifically since I was 11 years old. So I did my first live radio remote when I was 11. I found myself in a very controversial political situation where I had a microphone shoved in my face for the first time, and I was asked a whole bunch of questions. Never been in that position before at 11 years old. And what I realized at that point was the power of media, because I found myself in a situation that I knew absolutely nothing about, being a young girl trying to operate a business on a public sidewalk. But what I realized was that there were people that came from hundreds of miles away that had heard me on the radio that wanted to know what was going on and wanted to support a young entrepreneur and wanted to stand behind what was right. And that's when this light bulb in my mind went off with, how can I do this more intentionally? How can I build relationships with the media? If this kind of happened by accident and the results were absolutely amazing and my business skyrocketed that year because of that interview, then how can I actually learn more about this and do this more intentionally? And so from that point forward, when I was 11 years old, I actually learned the power of media and how to build those relationships, how to be a better communicator, better person on stage being interviewed, all of those different aspects in order to use media more strategically. Now, it may sound a little bit funny at 11 years old, but I'm telling you, it was a life-changing opportunity for me. And it was from that point forward that I stepped into a whole new world one step at a time, literally, and learned as much as I could about the power of media, branding, and marketing. Now, the understanding of those three things came in that order. So I started off by learning about media and then added kind of some marketing, some more traditional old school ways of marketing. Of course, this is quite a while ago before social media, and started navigating those two things. The branding was added later between, and so in that order, I learned the foundational power of what I call now the trifecta of those three things and building the foundation for any business, and how absolutely vital it is for any business owner and any entrepreneur to understand how those three areas work and then how they fit together. And one of the most vital things for people to understand is that the marketing gets them in the door and the branding keeps them coming back. And some of you may have heard me talk about that before. That's a question that I get asked a lot. So if you are not familiar with that, I want you to write that down. Your marketing and your branding are very different things. The media is very different. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But the marketing gets them in the door. The branding keeps them coming back. That right there should be a major game changer for you in understanding how to move forward in your goals and in your strategies in this coming year. So your messaging needs to stay very focused in all of your marketing in three, you've heard me say this before, 3 to 5 main messaging points. Now, the question I get asked a lot is, Lori, why 3 to 5? Usually when you stay focused on that odd number of 3 to 5, as you gain more clarity in who it is, who you serve, the problem that you solve, they will settle into your core 3. So that process will automatically happen the more that you go down this road of stepping into the greatness of who it is that you're supposed to serve and what it is that you do. So start with the 3 to 5. You will end up with 3, the stronger that you get in this process. That means that all of your messaging, whether it's social media, whether it's a newsletter, whether it's a static post, a video, something you're saying from stage, everything that you do should be those 3 main messaging points. Those 3 main messaging points should clearly communicate who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve. There should never be any question about who you are and what you do. So that means that the person that you are on stage should be the person that they find on social media. The person that you are on LinkedIn should be the same person that they find on Facebook. Those need to maintain the continuity of those main messages all the time. Now, the other kind of more or less argument that I tend to have with people because they don't understand how social media works is they'll say, well, my social media is personal. That's my personal page. That's my personal. Yes, there's a strategy that you use if you want a personal page and a professional page, but you should not be 2 different people. You should not be at rock concerts, let's just say, as an example, on your personal page, and then be a completely different person on the link that you provide for them for a speaking opportunity or for a media opportunity. It's okay to have something going on in your life other than your business, but you should not seem like you're 2 completely different people. So I want you to keep that in mind, because that's very important. And I see this mistake being made every single day because people think in their minds that they have the right to be whoever they want to be on their personal page. Well, technically, yeah, you do. But then if that messaging is confusing for people, I want you to write this down. A confused mind never buys. So if your messaging is too confusing and they're not quite sure if they can trust you, then that is not going to lead to the relationships and the sales and the impact that you want it to, because a confused mind never buys. So your messaging has to be crystal clear on who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, so that they can trust you. You want them to like, know, and trust you. You have to maintain that continuity across all of your messaging at all times. So in your marketing messages, if that is crystal clear, they will then take that next step and want to learn more about you. If you have the visual identifying markers with some very clear branding, then that is actually what keeps them to be one of the things that keeps them to be loyal fans, that keeps them coming back, because you've reached that emotional connection with them. A lot of people make the mistake of creating their logo first. You know, we hear, oh, there's all these free tools out there, and there are, and they're great. And Canva is one of them that I know a lot of you probably use or are familiar with. There's nothing wrong with that, but do not be so quick to go to Canva and create something with some really cool colors and graphics, thinking that you've got to launch your program or you've got to launch your business. There's so much more that goes into creating that logo than what people realize. Your logo is not your brand. Your logo is a visual identifier that allows people to get to know you and like you and trust you more through the emotional connection that the visual identifiers and colors bring out in them. So if you want to make that more emotional connection, even though they haven't met you, okay, you do it from stage in a different way, but I'm talking about through graphics and through colors, then you have to understand what those graphics and colors represent. You can't possibly create a logo if you don't understand very clearly who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, your messaging points, and your target audience. The emotion that you're trying to represent, not only in yourself with what I call the branding essence, but also the emotion that you're trying to get them to connect with in order to basically like, know, and trust you. So there's a whole process that you go through. An actual true deep dive branding process takes about 4 to 6 months for most entrepreneurs and companies. So you should have a light bulb going off right now. If you're quick to jump to Canva and you're trying to create that logo and it's maybe taken you an hour, 2 hours, maybe a couple of days, you're probably not doing that deeper dive that you need to do in order to really have those visual identifying markers represent you and the impact and the mission that you're after in the fullest way that you can. So I want you guys to understand that when you back up and you understand the foundational work that has to go into place to creating some of this stuff, then you understand more fully that when you back up, you actually catapult yourself, because not a lot of people are actually putting in the work that they need to put in order to get to where they want to go. I want you to think of it as the tortoise and the hare. We all know who wins that story. Don't allow yourself to get distracted by shiny objects, by the hurry, hurry, hurry culture of doing it so fast that you're not actually doing it the correct way that you should be doing it. So when you think about your goals for 2025, I want you to think about what those goals are, but what you actually need to be doing to put in the work to get you to where you want to go, and not just going so fast and faking it till you're making it, like sweeping stuff under the rug, hoping that nobody will notice and that you'll have time to backfill and catch up. That does not work. That is not a strategy, and will more than likely get you into a lot of trouble when you do that. It's better to take the time from the very beginning and completely plan out your strategy for everything that you want to do so that you are not scrambling later. This is a mistake that I see a lot of people making. So in January of this new year, I wanted to not only offer you some caution as you move through this, but offer you the encouragement that it is possible and that you can do it. You just have to be able to be patient with yourself and understand that it is a process when you're implementing the right strategies, and that because a lot of people aren't doing this, it's going to seem like there's people winning all around you. But a lot of people are actually operating in complete fraudulent ways. And we've all had all kinds of horror stories that we've heard in this space and along our journey. Don't be one of those people. Even if that's not your intent, even if that's not in your heart, you have to be strong and steadfast in what you are doing and understand that you're doing it the right way for the longer growth, for the longer term impact of whatever it is that you're trying to do. So once you understand how the marketing and branding works and how those two things fit together, again, the marketing brings them in, the branding keeps them coming back. Then you kind of add in, so to speak, the media pieces and start to understand how those pieces fit together. Because again, you can't really be in media if you don't understand who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, and can communicate clearly what your process is, what your mission is, what your purpose is. So you have to be crystal clear on understanding how the first two fit together before you can even add the third. Once you add the third, then the trifecta of those three things are what build you a beautiful foundation if you continue on with the strategies and the principles needed in order for those to continue to stay your foundation for your entire business, for your entire purpose and mission. So, because you have to be crystal clear on that in order to communicate it effectively. So when you're focused on your three main talking points, your three main things that you live and breathe every single day, then you're in a better position to answer questions. Now, the fear that a lot of people have with media, especially if it's live television or a podcast, is they say, well, what if I get asked a question that I don't know the answer to? When you are so crystal clear on what it is that you are doing, the question actually doesn't matter. So I want you guys to think about that. The question actually doesn't matter, because you should be able to tweak and spin every single question to your benefit in order to leave that stage. And yes, media is a stage, with the mission that you were there to accomplish, when you're focused on your three main messaging points. So if you have a CTA, if you have a book, if you have those three messaging points that you were there on that stage to leave the audience, the question doesn't matter. You should get asked the question of, what's the weather like on Mount Kilimanjaro this week? You should be able to be super crystal clear in what it is that you're doing, that question does not freak you out. When in most cases, when people aren't prepared, they freeze up and they think, oh my gosh, why are you asking me that? I have no idea. That has nothing to do with why I'm here on stage. So this is why it's important for you to practice as much as possible. Get on those podcasts. Contact your local, newspaper, your local radio, your local media outlets, whatever they are. Do some podcast exchange, if you're just building out and you don't have a huge budget yet, whatever that looks like. But you have options, you have opportunities. We are in an amazing digital information age. You don't have to have a huge budget to continue to build out your media branding and marketing portfolio. So a lot of people think, well, I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to, be on the small stages, so to speak. You are not in the right mindset, my friend. I want you to erase that idea and that thinking from your mind. First of all, there's people out there that need you to show up. They need you to show up and help them and help reach down and help bring them up in any way that you possibly can. You should never have the mindset that you are bigger or better than anyone else. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that all of those opportunities allow you opportunities to practice. You get it so crystal clear in your mind that you get better and better and better all the time. So never underestimate the power of any opportunity ever. So that's the other thing I want you to think about, is that you should be building your portfolio. The other reason for that is that if you want the bigger fish, so to speak, of those stages, of those media outlets, you have to be able to have proof of concept. You have to be able to show them that you care so much about your mission that you are out there doing it right now. You're not just waiting for, the bigger stages and the bigger opportunities, but that you have put in the work. And that when you offer those links for proof of concept, for proof of who you are and what you stand for, that you have a variety of different opportunities to send them so that they can get to know you, like you, and trust you, that you are going to be ready for their platform, that you are going to be ready for their stage. This is a huge mistake that I hear from entrepreneurs every single day, is they think that the smaller stages opportunities are a waste of time. That is absolutely not true. So if you are in alignment with that stage and that opportunity, that's what matters. I get really frustrated when I see on social media that people say, if you want to speak on my stage, you have to have an email list of 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. It's ridiculous. I personally have a problem with that. I do not like it when people make those posts and they're only after the big fish. So that should be a major red flag for you. There are opportunities all around you at any level, any size, stage, it doesn't matter what it is. Never underestimate the power of showing up and the power of being on that stage, regardless. There are people waiting for you, and it's always an opportunity for you to get better and to reach the people that you're meant to reach. So never, ever think that there is a stage that is too big or too small. And I say too big because just remember that you are meant to be in every single room that is in alignment. Never be afraid to be on those big stages. Never be afraid to be in those big rooms, because you are just as qualified and just as meant to be in those big stages as anyone else. So as you move forward in this new year, I want you guys to think about where your mindset is and what needs to be shifted in order for you to go after those big goals that you really, really want, that are deep and desire within you. Napoleon Hill talks about the deep desire of Think and Grow Rich. Those deep desires that are within you, that are burning within you, those thoughts that you can't get in your mind of the things that you want to accomplish in your life, in your world, in the impact that you want to have, they are in you for a reason. That's not just some random idea that you've had and you're kind of wondering, like, am I crazy? Is this going to work? The answer is no, you're not crazy. And yes, it's going to work. So if you have the right strategies and you move forward with very careful, consistent action and the persistence that Napoleon Hill also talks about, the consistent persistency, and you pay attention to what you are doing, you will get there. You need to absolutely eliminate all the competition around you, all the shiny objects around you, and stay laser focused on what it is that you are doing. And you will be that tortoise that wins the race. So you guys, that's what I have for you this morning. Thank you so much. Hopefully you got some nuggets out of that. Hopefully you got some aha moments out of that and that you took some notes. If you even got a couple of things out of what I shared with you this morning, use those to catapult you into this next year that allows you to make the shifts that you need to make in order to make the impact that you were created to make. Remember that you are your brand. You are meant to be in every room. You are created with purpose. And I love doing what I do every single day, which is helping entrepreneurs and business owners just like you get from wherever you are to where you want to be. And more importantly, where you were created to be. Marianne, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, always like she comes in like a hurricane and just drops all these amazing nuggets all over us. As always, I have like pages of notes and I was trying to write while I was listening and looking, making sure the Facebook is working. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't keep up with you. I need my own secretary for you. You know what? It's funny that you mentioned the 5,000 because I saw that post or somebody had posted, and it's not just one person. I know some people do it like this, like
Yeah.
they want your email list and they'll let you come and speak on their summit for free, but they want your email list. And I'm like, wow, 5,000, like hardly anyone has 5,000. People. And if they do, I don't know that, like they've worked so hard for, I don't know. Anyway, I agree. I agree with everything you said. How's that? First of
Yeah.
all, Lori's not feeling well, and neither is her son, and she still came on. So I just want to say an extra special thank you to you for that. This is why I love Lori, because integrity is the name of the game, right? Integrity is one of my favorite things. If you say you're going to be there, be there. The end. It's all amazing. Anyways, thank you so much. I hope you both all feel much better. And I will see you shortly, hopefully soon,
Yeah.
for the next one, February 14th.
Yes.
Join us? Yes, because it's going to be Love Heals because it's Valentine's Day.
Yes. And actually, I will be at an event in Vegas. So I will be joining you live from a hotel room in Vegas.
Awesome. I love it when she's all like traveling and calls me from all over the place. And then we've got tech issues for like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's all good. It is so amazing. Anyways, thank you. And I'm going with you to Vegas this year.
Yes. Oh,
I
yes.
don't-
A different event. Yep.
Am I allowed to say when? No, right?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. So mind your own business, everybody. No, we'll let you know in time. Don't worry. If in case you want to join us, anything you want to tell us about any kind of project? I know you have your group. Do you want to tell us briefly about your group?
Sure. Business Builders is an amazing group. I bring absolute rock star, amazing people from all over the world to the stage once a month to pour golden nuggets into this private executive global membership group. And Marianne is a part of that. And she can attest to the fact that amazing people are a part of the network and amazing speakers are brought forth regularly. There's weekly trainings, there's networking, there's just all kinds of really cool things. And right now, at the beginning of the year for only a short time. I have it set for a lifetime membership for the $47 a month. It will be going up to $97. It's already gone up a couple of times and it will continue to go up. So it's a very amazing opportunity for you guys to get live coaching, training, networking, amazing opportunities for only $47. So jump in on that at the beginning of this year, because like I said, it will be going up to $97 very shortly. So if you want to be a part of that, I'm going to drop the link right here under this video when I am off stage here, and jump into that and get started. Our next special live guest will be February 3rd. So that is coming up. So now is the perfect opportunity for you to jump in, take advantage of what's going on in the platform, get to know everybody, view some of the trainings I already have in there. And they are all topics. So I am a business strategist, which means I teach all kinds of topics, not just branding, media, and marketing. So when you're a part of that group, you get all kinds of different business growth opportunities, business strategies, grants, course development, financial advice and strategies. Like there's a whole bunch of different stuff, not just branding, media, and marketing. So I wanted to mention that to you because I've been in business for a long time and I teach a lot of different really cool things in that membership, and give you also opportunities to share what you're doing with the global membership as well during those monthly calls. So there's a whole bunch of cool stuff that happens. Don't miss out on an opportunity to jump into this at the beginning of the year for only $47. So I'm going to drop that link. And of course, if you have any questions, you can reach out to me or Marianne, because she's a part of that group as well. But I would love to have anyone interested join that. The timing is absolutely perfect at the beginning of the year.
Yes. She's going to drop it into the chat. Eventually, you won't be able to see it and catch up with it. So please connect with me and I will connect you to Lori, or I will just give you the link and you'll join. And she is equally equal. It's just, okay. When she has the Zoom, first of all, it's 2 hours. It's once a month. It's a 2-hour Zoom with always an amazing speaker. Same thing, pen, paper, and just get ready. If you have something else, and if you have your own secretary and your own assistant, you might want to use them because it's like fire hose information. And then the rest of the time she has recorded material that you can watch over and over again and as many times as you want. And you can watch this also because this also gets posted in the group. So connect with me if you can't find the link and we will get you in there. It is totally worth it. Totally worth it. And anything you want to mention? Because you've got like a string of things. I know.
I know I do have a string of things.
Trips, books, I don't know.
Yeah, so I do have a book in collaboration with the LA Tribune. If you are interested in that, that is an amazing opportunity. And there's red carpet events. There's all kinds of PR and media events. For those of you who are interested, I'm only accepting a total of 10 people. I think I've got maybe 3 slots left. And that is a whole range of amazing opportunities that is in collaboration with the LA Tribune, and through me, all of the partners, because I'm calling everyone, all those 10 people partners, you will be critically acclaimed by their editorial board as a bestseller through the LA Tribune, which is a super unique credential that not a lot of people have. So if you are interested in that, please reach out to me and let me know. We're going to be closing the doors on that very shortly. And Marianne is a part of that as well. She's super excited. That's so I will tell you that that's why she's excited to be in Vegas, because we're going to be having a red carpet event with the LA Tribune, and it's a formal event and it is absolutely awesome. So if you are interested in that, reach out to me ASAP and I will give you more information about that as well. And then just in the last couple minutes we have, just so that you're aware, if you do not know, I am closing the doors on my world tour for 2025. So if you are interested in speaking on any of my M3 World Tour stages, we have some amazing opportunities in 2025. And if you follow me on social media at all, you know that I was all over the world last year hosting events, and I'm getting ready to do it again this year. So we have Maldives, Chicago, London, Dallas, whole bunch of opportunities. If you are interested in being a part of that very special opportunity of speaking as part of the M3 World Tour, that also includes a lot of exposure, a lot of media, a lot of PR, very unique package that opportunity that I designed. That is super cool and super different than what anyone else out there is doing. So I don't want to take up any more stage time now, but if you are interested in speaking, and I only accept 5 speakers per location, and I only have a select few spots left for the year, and then that's it. So if you are interested in that at all, reach out to me and I can give you more information about how you can jump on that world tour stage, because that is an incredible, incredible opportunity as well. Of course, I only do really cool stuff, right, Marianne?
I don't know anything about anything, but I'm in everything she just said. I'm in it all. So
So,
that's it.
Mar-
Some of it's not to be announced yet.
Yeah. So Marianne jumped on board this year in a big way, and she is a part of several opportunities this year. And I'm so excited to be working with her, and I'm so excited for her because it's just going to be a whole bunch of stuff happening throughout the entire year. And so there are a lot of different opportunities. If you don't follow me on social media, follow me, because I'm always posting amazing opportunities to help you guys level up and have greater sales and greater impact. And again, to get you from wherever you are to where you want to be. So please reach out to me. Let's have a conversation about how I can help you meet your goals. Marianne, thank you so much.
This was almost not quite as long as her speech, right? Because she does 600,000 things. And I also know Lori from a long time ago. So thank you, Lori, again, so much for coming here. You're probably going to lose her contact in the chat. If you can grab it, that's great. If not, just connect with me. I will connect you with her on Facebook, no problem, in a chat, and then you can discuss further where you want to go with her and me.
Yes, absolutely. Join us. We're going to be having a lot of fun.
Yeah, because we are. Because Lori and I have known each other for what, like maybe I don't 6 years now, maybe. I don't
At
even know.
least.
6.
Yeah, at least.
I don't. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, it's all good. Thank you so much. I don't want to keep you anymore because I know you got to take your son to the doctor. And thank you again for taking the time to come and pour all over us. Me too. Notes. You should see my notes, but I have to get back to my schedule here so I could see who's speaking next. Thank you so much, Lori.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the event. Have a great day, everyone. Love you all.
Thank you. So now we have a little wee bit of time. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a lot of chat. So we have about 20 minutes before Sifu Raphael joins us. We have Amanda with us. She'll be joining us on, oh, look how pretty she looks. Amanda and I both have the same coach, Robert J. Moore, and we are now colleagues because we're working together, because Amanda does my uploading for my books and my editing and God knows what else she doesn't do. Like she just, we even had like a Christmas celebration / meeting over at my place. We are both Canadians. And we love you Americans because we do a ton of business with you guys and we wish you lived closer. And yeah, so it's great. And Amanda and I are going to be joint venturing on who knows how many things. We're going to do a book together. We're not going to tell you what the name of the book is just yet because we haven't, well, she's already ahead of me because I'm the slowpoke in writing. So we're going to put a book out together, and she's also coming into all of my books. Where's my book? I thought I had, I do have it here. So Amanda's in this book with me, and it's called Self-Empowerment Reset, Our Rocky Road to Inner Peace. I had a bit of a rocky road trying to publish this, not because of anything we did wrong, but never mind why. And I don't think we should discuss it, but it's out. And not only is it out, it's an international bestseller. And there's 17 of us in here, and Robert J. Moore wrote the foreword, I think appropriate for his lifestyle and him being our coach, and Amanda and I being there together. The next book that we're going to be in together, I believe, is yours, because that's going to be out in about 2 weeks, right, Amanda? Which one's that?
Yeah, that one is Love, Lust, and Limerence, and that one Marianne did the foreword for, and that one is kind of about relationships and all that fun stuff, all that love stuff.
Perfect for February, right? We can talk about
Yes.
it. You can maybe you'll have a copy already in your hands, and we can talk about it and maybe help launch it out a little bit in February. And then the next one after that will be mine, which is, so I may as well announce it here too. So I'm going to do something a little bit different. I haven't done this way. Every March 8th for International Women's Day, I have a summit. So this year I've decided to have a book and a summit with the same name. And so all the authors can be in the summit. Now, if they can't make it that day, because there's an awful lot going on March 8th, it's one of the busiest summit days I've ever seen. There's in-person events. Like I would have been in Dallas, Texas at a personal event if I wasn't doing my own, but I am. And I'm also speaking at a few, so I have to sort of end and then go on to the other people's. And that's going to be called, or that is, well, it's called already, Business Goddesses. And it's just for women only. Not that we don't love you men, we do, but this is for International Women's Day. Maybe later I'll do one just for men. I don't know what I'll call it. If you have any ideas, by all means, share with me. And so Amanda will be in that one, and she'll be at the summit. So the summit and the book together, so all the authors will be able to have about a 15-minute speaker spot on the summit, and they can talk about their business and everything they do. So Amanda loves books. Loves books.
A little too much sometimes.
He loves books. She'll be calling me, oh, you know what I just discovered? And I'm like, huh? I didn't even know that. And I've been doing this for like 5 years. So it's
so
funny.
fun.
We both have the same coach and we both have publishing companies, and now we're working together. So for all you people who think you can't JV with someone who does the same thing you do, we're both coaches. We both do APO Go, right? Which
Yeah, that one too.
Look at one of our favorite products. We both do APL Go. We might do some other stuff together. We don't know. We both are coaches. We both do books. We both do, I don't know, what else do we do that's together? That's the same.
We do Lori's group together too, the Business Builders.
That's right.
And
We're
then
both in Lori's group.
we do a lot of business together, really.
We talk like a lot. So when a day goes by and I don't, we at least say hi to each other, because we both do have sometimes crazy schedules. I don't have any kids. I have 6 and now added a little tiny business. Well, not tiny. So I have 7 businesses. She has 3 kids. So I don't have kids. I have a dog. He keeps me busy. She's got 3 kids and a dog. She's got 2 little kids. So she's got a lot on her plate because she's trying to always fit work in between the kids coming home from school and so on and so forth. I have all the crazy businesses. We both have insane schedules. So sometimes it's, hi, I love you. Okay, you have a good day. Yep. Bye. Tuesday's one of my busiest days, hers as well. Wednesday, same kind of thing usually. And then the other ones tend to be a little lighter. So I say optimistically, which isn't even true most of the time. Anyways, I don't want to talk all the time. What else do we have in store? What else is new? What are we doing?
We have your books, and yeah, lots of books coming. So that's really exciting.
I forgot about my other book. Thank you for that. See what I mean? So I have Entrepreneur Secrets. So that's for everyone, men and women. If you're interested in that one, please connect with me. If you are a female and you want to do both, we'll come up with a plan and maybe a different price. The more business you do with me, the more of a discount you get with me. That's kind of how my life rolls. Those are the only 2 I know of now. And then you and I are doing one together. Oh, and I'm going to do one this year. Oh my gosh, I'm going to write a book about myself this year. And of course, you know, we're going to work on it together. And then I'm going to have a wonderful girl who is my social media girl and has a lovely English accent that I absolutely adore. She's going to do the Audible for me. So I do have one book that's Audible right now. And it was my first book in Self-Empowerment Reset. So now this one that I just showed you, this one is number 6. So Entrepreneur Secrets and Business Goddesses will be 7, and then Entrepreneur Secrets will be 8. I think mine will just be on its own. I'm not going to put that as part of my thing. And then we have 4 more and I'm done with that series because that was kind of downloaded to me and said, okay, you have to do 12. And I'm like, kind of like God speaking to me going, you know what, you need to do 12 books called Self-Empowerment Reset. And I'm like, I don't want to do 12 books. I'm like, yeah, you're going to do 12 books. I don't want to do 12 books. No, that's too much work. I don't have time for all that. You know, that's a lot of work. No, you're doing 12. Okay, fine. I'll do 12. So 6 more to go. 6 more to go. Yes. So I'm excited about that. And yeah, and then who knows what we'll think of, right?
I've got a lot of feedback, a lot of good feedback about the Self-Empowerment Reset book. A lot of people really are enjoying it, and they found that even though we have, you know, all the authors in it, the stories were so different, but they were really, really, you know, captivated by a lot of the authors' like adversity. So that was a good one. That's a good one for people who, you know, really want to do some inner work. I love that one. It was so fun.
Excellent. Excellent. Good to hear. Yeah, we sold that one real fast. That one became
Mhm.
a national bestseller in like,
Less than a week.
I don't want to say minutes, but we were like super close. And all of a sudden, I just said, I go, hey guys, you know, go for it. And in 4 hours, we became international bestsellers. And we were already a bestseller in Canada. And I'm like, what's going on? What happened so fast? Like, I don't think this, yeah, all of a sudden, we sold a bunch.
Took off. Yeah.
There's numbers involved, but I don't know what they are. And I don't think we need to. It's that important. Oh, look who's watching. Hi, Robert J. Moore. Hi, Raymond. How you doing? Hey, Jeanette. Hey, Ivy. Hey, Lori. Hey, Lori. So, so that's what we have planned for next year. And that's only just like probably until what? We'll probably have all this done by June. I don't know what we're going to do after.
We have lots of stuff coming because I don't sleep much. So now I'm always creating. I'm like, oh, me and Marianne, we could do this book, this book. So we're going to be just doing a lot of books.
My initial plan for this year was because I have 6 more books to do in this, and last year was a little bit slow. So really, I only released 1 book in that Self-Empowerment Reset series. And this was book number 6, this one. But this didn't come out until the new year because of the little bit of a kerfuffle that we had. And we finally did get it out in January, which is great. So my goal for this year was to get the rest of the 6 all out this year. So I don't know if I'm going to say that's going to happen. So there, we'll go goddesses, business goddesses for March 8th for International Women's Day. I hope to have at least 1 copy while I'm doing the summit. So I guess
that would be amazing.
You know, she's going to kill me because I'm probably going to hand this manuscript to her like 2 minutes before. Hey, can you have this done in like, and then she'll go, yes. Yeah. Okay, it's you. I love you. Okay, I love you too.
We get it done though. Somehow we always, no matter what, we always get it done. So that's like the most awesome part of it.
That's true. It somehow always gets done. I'm, you know, sometimes there's glitches like, gosh, if your cover doesn't fit, if the color doesn't work, then you got to do it over again, then this and that. And then sometimes Amazon won't accept it, then Ingram, like, then you got to do it all over. And it's like, oh, so sometimes it's hard to guesstimate exactly when your book's going to be done, but it's so much fun.
I know, but it's fun trying. Like I enjoy the race because I work well under pressure, like some people. And I'm like, okay, there's pressure. We gotta go. We gotta go. So that's what I love about it.
Yeah, it's true. Because she somehow just gets it and she goes, okay, I'll get it. And then she's like texting me at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, I wake up at, let's say, whatever, 5 or something. Did she wake up at 4? What's the matter with her? And then it'll be like 3 o'clock. And I'm like, listen, Batwoman. What's happening here? Why are you up at that time? And then she's like, oh no, I'm just going through the manuscript. And I'm like, are you serious? At 3 o'clock in the morning? Okay. That's what you get for taking all those supplements for Maybe I'll go.
I know. Sometimes I have so much energy and I'm like wide awake at 3 a.m. I'm like, okay, time to write a book, time to like bake a loaf of bread. Like people are like, what? Like I couldn't even get up at 3 a.m. I'm like, I do it every day. I like it.
Yeah. So Robert says hi to both of us and everyone, and we love you, and we're gonna miss you today. He's very sick. He's saying hello on the phone, I'm sure. You better not be working. He's in his bed, so he's got to get better. There's so much, everyone's so sick these days. It's not easy. And I'm glad he's in bed, that's for sure. Because I don't want him working because he's one of those that also plows. And what happened before? Sorry, yeah. And yeah, it's I'm glad he's taking care of himself, because sometimes as entrepreneurs we don't do that. Right, Amanda?
Yes. Yes.
We're not the first to take care of our own selves. So yeah, it's good. It's good. He taught us well. So now
Yes, he did.
we're collabing together like there's no tomorrow. I love
That's
that.
right.
I love collabing with
I do too. It's so much fun. And like you get, I don't know, I just find when you collaborate with other people, it's more new ideas. You get to know them more and you just create awesome things. And that's what I love about entrepreneurship and especially publishing. I love doing the collaborations. You
What's
learn
your
a lot
favorite
about
thing
people.
about putting out a book? What's your favorite thing?
My favorite thing is when I get that paperback copy in my hand and I hold it in my hand because it's real, because I've created it in my head, and then I get that physical copy and I'm like, oh my gosh, I made this, like I love that part of it. And then seeing how exciting people are, like just after they've read your story and stuff like that always is a part of it too for me. Like, and then, yeah, just meeting the people and it being a real experience because it's
And
not just something in your head,
and
it's
it's such
real.
an accomplishment, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's absolutely, if you've never written a book or a chapter, you really should. Because I'll tell you something, if you first of all, if you're terrified, come to one of us. We both are coaches in the industry. Whoever you gravitate to, that's who you should go to. So there's no issues with writing. It's not that big of a deal. It's not the big scary elephant in the room. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult to write a chapter, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 words. Sometimes people ask you to do 2,500. I don't. So, and it's my favorite thing is when I'm doing a collab book, like a anthology. Just for those of you who don't know what an anthology book is, it's a collaboration. I don't know, what's the other ones, all kinds of different terms, but the correct term is anthology, and that just means a bunch of people writing one book. My favorite thing about that is that the people who have never written, oh my gosh, when they become authors, so I usually do like a Facebook group just to keep everyone afloat, like, okay, the book's getting edited, the book's getting uploaded. It should be up in a few days, this, that, and the other. This is how we're going to do this, blah, 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 right? But when I get to tell the person who's new, because there's always a couple of people in each one of my books that are first timers, and I get to call them and say, congratulations, you're officially a published author. Oh my gosh. They're like, no way, no way. Sometimes people scream, sometimes, like there's different people, different reactions. But most of the time it's like, oh my God, I just got goosebumps. I just that, yeah. And then I come in and I'll be like, okay, well, not only are you officially a published author, you're now officially a best-selling published author. And then they're like, no, because these are great things, because now you get to say, let's say, Marianne Padjan, best-selling author. You get to put that on your next whatever bio or book. So whenever I have someone publishing their book for the first time, I usually suggest to them that they come into one of mine, because mine go international bestseller, and then you have the international, yeah. And then the third time when I call them, it's, hi, you're officially an international best-selling author, right? And then you get to use that title on your book. So if you're going to be writing a book, you get to say, Marianne Padjan, international best-selling author. For me, it's award-winning international best-selling author. And then, of course, I add in my books, I add in Reverend Doctor. So drives Amanda nuts because there's so many things to write. But it's all
No,
good. No,
you deserve those things.
I worked hard for them.
Yes, you did.
But that's my favorite thing about doing books. And then because I don't do so I only really have one book that's mine and mine alone, and that's on meditation. And I think I should do another one on meditation, and I am going to do this one on my self. I have a name for it already. I'm not going to share right now, but I am, yeah, I'm super excited. I'm excited about doing my own book. So yeah, if you need a book, here we are. Come with us. We're going to be doing classes. We're going to do some stuff together. We'll be doing retreats. I want to say hi to Sifu Raphael. He joined us, and I'm probably way over time. Sifu, is it 10? Oh, it's 10, bang on. Oh my God. This man is so on time. He's my colleague. Sifu, while we're talking about books, Sifu and I are going to be doing a, what are we doing? A podcast. Sifu knows
something.
is it Sparks Books or Spark? I'm gonna let him tell. I'm not the organized one. He clearly is. So I'm gonna stop talking, and Amanda and I will be later to talk more about APL Go and some other stuff. Thank you, Amanda, for co-hosting with me for the last little bit. And with this, I present to you Sifu Raphael. I'll let Sifu tell you about everything he does and about his 10,000 square foot dojo in New York. Go, Sifu. Now that I'm embarrassed.
Thank you, Marianne. Dr. Reverend Marianne, thank you so much. Well, I want to say good morning or good afternoon or good evening to everyone, wherever you are in the world. And thank you, Dr. Reverend Marianne, for allowing me to be here with you and your audience as well, to share this moment with you, to talk about goals, right? Today is Goal Junkie. What does that mean? Wow. So I do want to talk about that topic, which truly and deeply affects so many of us. Goals. There are goals, and then there are goals that lead to other goals. So allow me to ask you some questions for you to ponder. The real question is, what kind of goals are you chasing? Are they propelling you forward, or are they keeping you stuck? Are you so focused in achieving one goal after another that you've lost sight of the bigger picture? The vision of your life, that's the bigger picture. Let's start with the powerful thought from Proverbs 29:18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Think about that for a moment. That is so powerful. I have to say it again. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Without vision, we wander aimlessly. Vision is what gives life direction, meaning, and purpose. But here's where it gets truly tricky. Sometimes in our pursuit of goals, we lose the vision. We forget the why behind what we're going or what we're going after. We get caught up in achieving for the sake of achieving. And in the process, we miss out on the greatness we're truly capable of. I want you to consider these words. Less is more. Yes, less is more. Now let's talk about being a goal junkie. That term might hit a nerve for some of us. And I got to tell you, that's okay. It's meant to make you pause and reflect. Have you ever met someone who sets so many goals that they're constantly chasing the next thing without ever fully appreciating the moment that they're in? Maybe that person is you. Dr. Marianne is achieving so many goals, writing books, having people in their books. Heck, I was even in one of the books, right, that she just had published. And yes, she did reach out to me and tell me that I'm an author, a published author, international bestseller, the whole deal. What exciting time to be in her goals, to be part of her goals. So I've been there where we set so many goals. When I was younger, I pursued a great number, I mean, a great number of goals. And I found that to be hard, a hard way to keep my goals from getting away from me. It seems as if I was going after a new goal every week. As someone who thrives on personal growth, I can admit that I've been a knowledge junkie, really a truly knowledge junkie most of my life. My daily goal is simple, really simple. Learn something I didn't know yesterday. Whether it's a new perspective on a topic, an insight about a person, or a revelation about myself. I'm constantly looking at me. What is different today from yesterday? Even about me. So I'm constantly seeking growth. But here's the thing. It's easy, so easy to get wrapped up in learning, achieving, and dreaming that you forget to just be or do. There's something special that happens when you decide to do, to take the action on that dream, or calm the desire to learn. Stop learning right now and know you've learned enough to accomplish that goal. Learning, like I said, is so important. But action speaks louder than dreams or wishes. I had always dreamt of owning a gym. Dr. Marianne just said that I own a large facility. I went into negotiations to purchase a gym from a very famous bodybuilder, Lou Ferrigno, also known as the Hulk, the old days the Hulk. I was in negotiations with him to buy one of his gyms. He had two at the time. Unfortunately, it did not go through. Maybe it was fortunate that it did not go through. You see, I did not allow that hiccup to stop me from that goal. I just changed the goal to reflect what truly was in my heart, to help people in a way that would improve their lives and impact their outcome on a deeper level. I opened up a martial arts and fitness center in New York, a place where children and adults can benefit from what we offered. Let me tell you, not everyone wants to put on a uniform or learn martial arts. It's not for everybody. But most everyone wants to be healthy. They want to be able to walk up a flight of steps and still have their breath with them. So that's why I started Max Martial Arts and Fitness. It's a place where the entire family can train. We offer fitness classes, we have tons of gym equipment, and we offer one-on-one training. Let's step back a little bit and think about the word junkie, because today we're talking about goal junkies. But junkie, let's think about that word. The goal is junkie, right? But what's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word junkie? For most people, it's someone with a compulsive habit, an obsession, a dependency, or even an addiction. often we associate with a negative behavior. Here's a thought. What happens when we're addicted to something that seems positive, like a goal? When does the pursuit of goals stop being productive and start becoming a distraction from your true potential? That's where we can have the negativity. This reminds me of a question I love to ask every black belt I ever meet. This is so true for me. Here's the question I ask every black belt I come across. Do you still train? Do you train? I train every day. I train this morning. I train every single day, even when I'm on vacation. You see, earning a black belt, it's a tremendous accomplishment, for sure. It truly is. But here's the thing. When we earn a black belt, it's the beginning, not an end. A black belt doesn't mean you've mastered martial arts. It means you've mastered the fundamentals enough to be at a higher level. The day you earn your black belt, you don't know the black belt moves. You only know brown belt moves. And just in case you didn't know, a brown belt is the belt before you become a black belt. In life, as in martial arts, the journey doesn't end when you reach a milestone. If anything, that milestone should spark your curiosity to keep growing. The question is, are you continuing the journey, or are you stopping at the goal and calling it done? I can remember my goal was to, when I was a kid, I wanted to learn to drive. It was on my mind night and day. I could not wait to get behind the wheel and practice maneuvering the car. Then the goal was parallel parking. Oh my gosh, parallel. How do you parallel park? Once I got there, and then eventually to pass the driving test. Just because I received a piece of paper saying that I could drive did not make me the best driver on the road. No way. That took time. That took practice. Some goals must be kept up in order to become proficient at them. What's one goal that quickly satisfies so many people? That's a question. Think about it. I'm going to tell you. A food goal. A food goal. If you have not eaten in a while, your stomach may let you know by growling. You may even get a headache. Once these feelings hit you of hunger, your goal is to feed that hunger, to find food, to replenish. There's so many micro goals that we can pursue at any given time in our day. They allow us to fill an urge or a need. So many goals. Listen, if you have to go to the bathroom and you're nowhere near a bathroom, that becomes your major goal at the moment. So I want to touch on the power of curiosity. I mentioned earlier that I am a true knowledge junkie, and I wear that badge with pride. I got to tell you, with pride. It doesn't take much to learn something new. Just a few minutes a day can open your mind to new ideas, perspectives, and possibilities. For example, you can read about a new topic you already have no idea on, or something that you're really even good at. Maybe you're an expert, but there's always something new to learn, to discover. So get to know someone on a deeper level. The best way, I got to tell you, the best way is through conversation. And ask them inquisitive questions. Not just any questions, how's your day? But more on questions that makes them think before they answer. Even if you think you know that person well, by asking certain questions, there's always more to learn when you ask the right questions. If you're inquisitive, if you're a people person, these are the things that we need to do. I know Dr. Marianne, or do I know Dr. Marianne? I don't know. Maybe I don't know her, but I got to keep asking her questions. What makes her tick? What makes her function a certain way? So question, 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 make them interesting. So when we take the time to truly connect with people, when we set aside our assumptions and we become curious, we create something extraordinary. To me, it's almost supernatural. The moment of connection, of shared understanding, is where we find the energy and the inspiration to grow. Now, let's bring this back to our goals. Take a moment to reflect on these questions. Don't rush to answer them. I would even, you have pen and paper, write them down. Our goals, we got to make them ours. Let me ask you, here's your first question. Do your goals define who you are? Take your time. Let me have you write that again. Do your goals define who you are? Are your goals holding you back from living the life you were meant to live because you're pursuing goals that don't really align? Are your goals truly yours, or are they influenced by what others expect of you? That's a dangerous thing. I have a client who wanted to please his family so much, he became a lawyer, just like his dad, like his uncles. Can I tell you, he became someone else, someone he didn't even like. He went through all the schooling, he did all the hard work, he passed the bar exam. After being a lawyer for a few months, he quit. It wasn't for him. It wasn't his goal. What he wound up doing is he decided to pursue his own personal goal of working in the computer field. Today, he is extremely successful in his field. And he's a very happy person who loves the life he created once he stopped following other people's goals for him. Are you following your own goals? Or are you following someone else's? Let me ask you another question. Do you have family goals? And if so, is everyone in the family involved? Your spouse or your partner? If you have children, are your children involved? Do you make decisions together? Do you have a meeting maybe once a week to say, let's keep aligning with our goals? What are we doing or not doing that aligns with what we have set forth? And have a running, almost like a corporate meeting where you have the minutes of what we want to accomplish. How are we going to do it? Who's involved? So does everybody have a role to play in the goal for family? Do you openly discuss the family goals? Literally, do your 4-year-old, your 10-year-old, are they included? Obviously, in certain areas, they shouldn't be. What house, what street, even what neighborhood does your whole family want to live in? The cars you drive, the events you attend, the movies you watch. All of these things should be part of family goals. How about your professional plans? Who is part of your vision for your career or business? Do you even discuss with them? Discuss the goals with, when I say them, I mean your family on your business goals. You may, you have your family here and your business is here, and they may be separated. But remember, everything that affects your business is going to affect your family life. So, do you discuss your business with your partner, your spouse, or even your children? Do your children even know what you do for a living? How will your plans affect your overall existence? Overall. So it's easy to get caught up in setting goals without really thinking about the answers to these questions. But here's the truth. Your goals should serve your vision, not the other way around. If your goals are disconnected from your values, your relationships, or your greater purpose, I got to tell you, they're just to-do lists. Do you even have a to-do list? And that's not the life you were meant to live, is it? So let's go deeper as to why we're even here now. So many people are going to come through today, and we're going to listen to great speakers on goals and how they affect our lives. Not just to talk about goals, but to connect with one another. I believe that connections should also be a goal. So connection is one of the most powerful forces in the world. I am so fortunate. I have so many different shows that I do. And one that I'm going to be doing with Dr. Marianne, Dr. Reverend Marianne, right? And that's called the Sparks Book Show. And that's where we're going to bring authors and they're going to talk about their books and so forth. And we're getting people super excited about coming on this show. So your connections,
Sure.
whether they're local, in the community, wherever you go, that should be a goal. Because as humans, we need connection. We need it. So connection is, well, I'm going to say it again, one of the most powerful forces in the world. It's through connection that we learn, grow, and find the energy to keep going. It's through connection that we celebrate not just our achievements, but our shared humanity. This time that we have together is an opportunity to reflect on our vision, to support one another in our journeys, and to remind ourselves that we don't have to go it alone. You're not in it by yourself. If you think you are, you might as well go into a cave and just live there by yourself. That doesn't really help anybody.
And just stay there.
And just stay there. That's it, Dr. Marianne. So just stay there, because guess what? The world is going to revolve without you if you go into a cave. So we need the connections. We need to celebrate each other. When we lift each other up, we all rise. Let me ask you, can you list your goals from short term small goals to mid-sized goals to long-term goals. I mean, huge. This is where the dreaming can come in. But it's not just about dreaming. Let me ask you, and when you set those goals, no matter if they're 3 weeks from now, for tomorrow, for later today, I have goals for today. I have goals I need to take care of. I've set them maybe earlier, and I have to fulfill them today. So I've taken action on how to do that. And who is going to be part of those goals? I'm not going to have a goal by myself. I'm not going to celebrate my goal by myself. That's boring. Right? It's not fun. So when we plan on goals, we have to forecast into the future, my friends, into the future. That's great and dandy. As I've been saying in so many different ways, every goal, in order for it to be successful, needs to be planned and action steps need to be put in place. I'm beyond thrilled that Dr. Reverend Marianne asked me to be here with you today to share my ideas and my concepts on being a goal junkie. So I'll leave you with this final thought.
Tell me
Goals are important, aren't they?
Yeah.
Dr. Marianne, listen, you had the goal of having so many speakers be here. You had to set things up. You had to speak with people. Everything was planned, right? So goals, they're very important, but they're not the end game. The real prize is the person you become along the way. When you focus on your vision, stay curious and prioritize. Prioritize your connections. You'll discover that the journey itself is where the magic happens, my friends. That's the magic. It's the journey, it's the people along the way. Thank you for being here, for being open, and for sharing this moment with me. Let's go forward with clarity, purpose, and a renewed commitment to living the life of vision and greatness. Dr. Marianne, what can I tell you? I am just so happy that you asked me to be here with you today.
I love it when you come on to my summits. It's amazing. I love doing this. This is my favorite thing probably that I do right now. I don't know when I'm going to get sick of it. I don't think I ever will because I
I don't think
absolutely
you will.
love doing it. It's just like we get to give you these kind of speakers. Like this man is so diverse. Oh my God. Can you tell us how many podcasts do you have?
6, and with you it'll be 7.
7 podcasts. And for me, it's I've had a podcast for about 5 years now. I'm doing a real estate one and then this one. So for me, it's 3. I think that I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna able to 7. And a 10,000 square foot dojo, and he does courses and I don't even know, all kinds.
Yeah, I have full gym equipment. People can get a full workout, whether they're doing legs, chest, arms, whatever. So
Can
we
you please
also
tell us
do
where you are so people who live
Sure.
near you can come and sign up?
Farmingdale, New York.
Mhm.
And the thing is that I don't only just have that, I also have a communication center where we actually run courses on communication.
Mhm.
And if your goal is to make more money,
Mhm.
if your
Always,
goal is to have a better life, then
always.
communication needs to be part of that. And if you think you communicate well, what if you could do better? What if you can communicate at a higher level so you leave less money at the table? Wouldn't that be a game changer?
Always.
Absolutely.
I think we
Absolutely.
can always do better, all of us. So
Absolutely.
Sifu and I know each other from the Connected Leaders Academy, which is Jose's the founder and CEO of that. He will be on with us a little bit later. He'll be on at noon,
Nice.
speaking to you also. And we met in Maryland at his live event in person. We know each other from all the calls, and then we bonded a little more when we both took the bank code, which is perfect for communication because
Oh, yeah.
it really does help you understand why that person is doing what they're doing. And it's not because they purposely want to irritate you. It's because you're this personality and he or she is this personality, and this is what they do. It might irritate you, but this is what they do because that's who they are, not because they're trying to irritate you on purpose. You,
Well,
however,
if they irritate you, it's just because you don't understand where they're coming from. And when bank allows you to start to understand where their values are. And I think once we can do that, communication really opens up.
yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's understanding each other. It's almost like being psychic, so to speak, but you know, in a very grounded manner. There's 4 personality types. We are all 4, but we have 1 or 2 dominant. Then we have the third one. For me, one of the most fascinating things is because I've done different personality assessments, as I'm sure we all have. But the fascinating thing about the third personality is that's what you do, and that's who you are when you stress out. And I'm a K, and I could never understand Ks. Hang on. Sorry, I just have this thing beeping and it's annoying when it's recorded. So Ks ask a lot of questions. I don't. So I'm like, why do you have to ask that many questions? when I go stress and I'm like, I'm not sure I want to do something, which is very rare because I make decisions pretty quick. And I know if I want to do something or if I don't. I might ask a question or two, but sometimes not even that. But when I'm stressed, I'm like, I find myself asking questions. I'm like, why am I asking so many questions? Like I'm annoying myself at this point. What are you talking
Do you
about?
know why I ask so many questions? Usually, my fiance will say, you just answered my question with a question.
There you go.
She goes, why do you do that? I said, because I want clarity.
Right.
That's why. That's why I ask so many questions.
And clarity is good. Sometimes for myself, I find I don't want to call it necessarily procrastination, but I think on some psychological, neurological, sciencey kind of way, that's what we're doing when we're asking a severe amount of questions. I'm trying to procrastinate a little bit to see if I can gather some time before I feel in like that clarity, because most things I'm either like Jose says, a hell no or a hell yes. And if it's a hell yes, I'm in right away. But if it's a hell no, then it's a no. But then there's the odd time that this in between thing I'm like, oh, I don't know.
You're thinking about the hell maybe?
The hell maybe, but I don't know. I'm too busy to think about it right now. So let me go, and it's funny because the other day I was talking to Jose about a project that we're also going to be doing together now. And I'm like, okay, tell me a little more about this. I'm just not in the mood for this right now. Like I wasn't going to take on one more thing and and he goes, this, and then there's a, and there'll be a clarity call on this. And I'm like, okay, fine. And last night I had 2 clarity calls, but last night we had a really good one. And I thought, oh, that's the one that spoke to me. So you will be hearing more about that later on today at around 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'm not exactly sure when we're going to get to it, depending on how far behind or ahead we get in the schedule. The schedule's already been shaken up a bit. So
I know I've taken more than the time allotted. So
not you, it was other people. But anyway, so it's all good. So and now I really like it. Now I'm in, like now I'm full-heartedly in and I'm super excited. So sometimes you have to give yourself a minute, I guess. I'm really big on giving myself a minute. I should probably do that more often. Sifu, thank you so much. I'm super excited about being partnered with you. Please let us know, either Sifu will be kind enough to put on my Facebook page in the comments, he will put his contact info. But if you can't get a hold of him for whatever reason, connect with me and I will connect you to him. And if you live in Farmingdale, go to his dojo and go work out with him. He's awesome.
Thank
He's
you
a
so
good
much.
hugger and a great dancer. And that's
There you
all I
go.
want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. And listen, there's great speakers coming on. Follow them. And that's my camera telling you you need to follow.
He
All right.
just likes technology. That's what a K does.
That's it.
That's a personality assessment in bank code, but we'll get to that later. Thank you again so much, Sifu. Have a fantastic day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, let me see. Gallery. Okay, so we have, oh, there's my girl back again. So our 10:30, what time is it? My 10:30 speaker. We had a little misunderstanding about the time. She can't make it right now, so she will be with us at 1:30. So that is Rhonda Swan. She is in a different time zone. She's typically out in Bali. I believe she's out in LA somewhere now, and so there's just a little bit of a confusion thing going on. So we'll have her on at 1:30, but for now, it'll be myself and Amanda. You get myself and Amanda. And yes, I could certainly do all kinds of speaking on my own, but why should I? Look at this beautiful girl. She just compliments me. And so anyway, so I just wanted to come out since, you know, this is Gold Junkies. I love the way that Sifu compared the word junkie, and that's why I put junkie. Yeah, just because it's cute, right? And you should use cute little names like that, right? And every January of my life since I was 19 years old, and I am 62 now, I'm going to be 63 in a couple of weeks. And don't forget to say happy birthday to me because I love celebrating my birthday. I love it. I don't care. I'm not ashamed of it. I love it all the time. So, you know, feel free to wish me a happy birthday anytime. But since I was 19 years old, actually probably since I was 15, but more rigidly since I was 19 years old, I've written down 100 goals every New Year's. So, you know, right around the last week of December, first week of November, I write down about 100 goals, not about, it's always been 100. And then last year I wrote 111, and the year before that it was 121. So this year it's 100. And I have about a 92 to 95% fulfillment. So sometimes the goal is like one year, I distinctly remember this because people are like, well, what kind of things do you write down? You know, sometimes it's new businesses. Like every year for the last maybe 5 or 6 years, I've been doing like 3 new things. So either a new podcast, either a new, I don't know, whatever. This year there's a lot of news, so I don't even want to get into it because some of it hasn't been deciphered yet. But I really wanted a Vitamix. So Vitamix here in Canada cost, at that time, it was about $850, maybe $850. It's an expensive blender, but it's a good quality blender. And I wanted one, and I just never got around to buying one. I always had, you know, I had different ones. I don't want to mention their names, and they were good, but they weren't Vitamix. And I wanted a Vitamix. So I put Vitamix on my list, and I got it. And I got it like within 2 months. Like I think I found it somewhere on sale. I think I got it for like, I don't know, 500 and something, which is really good for Vitamix, and I still have it. You know, and then I'm like a car, you know, so it's like, oh, a condo. So anywhere from a condo to a trip to a Vitamix. Sometimes a purse, sometimes a coat, sometimes a, I don't know, a trip, obviously. Oh my gosh, I have so many trips. I've wanted to go to the Maldives for a very, very long time, and it's on my trip list this year, and I'm supposed to be going in October, and that's all I'm going to say. And so let's hear from you, Amanda, a little bit about your version of goals and how you handle that.
Well, I always have a lot of goals as well, kind of like you. And sometimes I like to kind of revisit my goals and be like, okay, which ones did I do? Which ones that I didn't do? And then I typically look at the ones that I didn't do, and I'm like, why didn't I do this goal? And sometimes I find, okay, I didn't have time. Maybe it didn't align with me. Maybe it was just like an in the moment thing. that I always kind of look at that. But I think over the year, what I've realized with goals is that as long as you have some, like you will get somewhere. But if you don't have goals, it's kind of like trying to get somewhere without a map. So I always think goals are something that people need to really think about. And I mean, I've been fortunate enough to have a good life coach like Robert and have support systems as well, like you and other people around. And it's all about being around people who are motivated, who do have goals, and you can have this support around you to make sure that you are getting to where you want to be. So that's one thing I've learned is that like your support system when it comes to goals, that makes a big difference too.
Absolutely. Support system. I think everything, everything boils down in my world, everything boils down to self-love as a foundation. That's why I like to speak on self-love, mostly also because I didn't have any growing up. I don't think I had any self-love.
Yeah.
Like, if you had to go on a percentage, maybe 10%, maybe, which is horrifying, and I don't want to say I'm at 100%. But I kind of feel like I am, you know what I mean? It's 100% that always just keeps getting better and better. I don't think it's, 80% and then no, I think I'm already in a really great space. Even if I wake up with maybe not the best day, it's never that bad. It's just not the best day. And maybe I've got something going through my head going, I'm not really sure if I want to do this. I don't know if this is really for me. I don't know and it's not, I don't know if I'm any good at this. It's just, I don't know if I want to do this, right? Because I think if you want to do it, you're going to be good at it. If you don't want to do it, you're probably not going to be that great at it. And if you're forcing yourself to do it and you really don't want to do it, you're probably going to suck at it. So don't force yourself to do things you don't want to. That's why I can't imagine, like, it's been such a long time since I've been an employee that I can't really imagine. I can't really imagine what people go through, like if you're, some people work at the same job for like 40, 50 years. I have friends that do that. And, a lot of them love their job. Like they just think it's amazing. A lot of them are like, but what are you going to do? You're supposed to go do it. And I'm like, what are you working for? Like once she kind of was with her job, and kind of, rose to the ranks. And then she retired finally, which was the best part because she got a good retirement. Us entrepreneurs, we kind of have to create our own retirement. That's why, investing is my favorite word. And my two favorite investments are real estate and now gold. Because gold is like old money. It's like the oldest currency ever, and it's better than money. It's a better investment. If you had $2,500, I don't know, 100 years ago, it's a lot different than if you had $2,500 worth of gold. That gold is at least, I can't even, I don't know, like it's got to be at least 100 times more. Like it's crazy. I went to a presentation, and we're going to have this presentation later, where you could buy a car. Actually, $2,500 actually came from that. $2,500 was a Mustang in, I don't know, whatever year that they were talking about, which I can't remember. I want to say maybe in the 60s. Hopefully Mustangs were around to the 60s and I'm not messing this up too much. And the same amount in gold. The same amount in gold today would be able to buy you 2 Mustangs, but that money would not, because it was like $2,500. And even if it went 100 times, that's not enough, right? I actually just looked at a Mustang recently, but anyways, that's besides the point. And I did actually drive a Mustang when I was a
But I
kid.
feel like gold too, like it's the actual physical, it's a physical thing that you have and has value, whereas we're exchanging cash notes and it's not really real. It's a paper note, right? But gold never devalues because it's an actual physical thing.
That's right.
So that's what I like about it too. Like it's a good investment to get into. I can see why it's your favorite.
It really is, that and real estate, because real estate goes up like, phew, right? And I don't, I'm not like for Canadians, RSP, I'm not a big I'm not, nothing against RSP. I am not talking, if that's what you gravitate to. I worked in a bank for a short time and they gave me some, they give you some if they match what you have. So I have some very tiny, small amount because I only worked there for a bit. I'm glad I did. It was nice to have that. And I know that there's some really great investments you can do with money as well. I don't understand. I'm not a Bitcoin girl. It's not my thing. I'm not against it, but just not my thing. And I don't get the whole craze over Bitcoin, like, oh, hey, it's not money. Well, we have credit cards. That's not money either. That's plastic. So what's the difference? Anyways, and I don't want to sound old because I know there's a bunch of kids out there, young people who love Bitcoin. So go for it. May the force be with you. Like, it's okay. Do what you need to do. For me, gold and real estate. Real estate grows fast. You want to become, honestly, most successful, super duper hardcore millionaires, and in a lot of cases, billionaires, have become that with real estate because there's so many different ways of getting involved in real estate. You can always start super small and go, bigger, and that is a guaranteed thing. And if you're looking for guarantees, which is funny because my personality type doesn't really care too much about guarantees, but I like them when it comes to money. Yeah, gold and real estate. That's the way I go. So yeah, that's always in my goals. Gold and goals. What do you like, Amanda? What's your fave?
I actually do, for me, over the last couple of years, a lot of my goals have been more focused around like my self-development and my publishing and career. I've had a lot of career goals and mostly self-development, but I find with goals, as you go through life and you're experiencing life, and that's always changing, your goals often change with your experiences of life because maybe something you were focused on 5 years ago, it may not even be relevant today. So I feel like a lot of my goals have been more towards self-development and career. And I find while you're in coaching as well, this coaching is mostly founded on setting goals and transforming your routines and habits. So even the people that I work with and experience every day, their goals, I find as they start achieving them, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so that's really awesome to watch. And it's one thing with goals is I feel like if your goals aren't scaring you a little bit, they're probably not big enough. So
That's true. That's true. That's said a lot, and it's actually very, very true. And yeah, and I've got all kinds. I want a house in Arizona. I want a house here. House, and then I want to buy. No, I don't want to buy Vitamix because I already have one. But then I want. I don't know. Then I want a trip here. I want a trip here, and then I want a week off. I want to do this. I want to make sure that I give myself some space. Last year was one of my hardest working years, and it didn't yield me any more because I worked harder. So this year I'm making sure I take care of myself, which is one of my goals all the time, because I as well as many other entrepreneurs will get carried away with my schedule, and I'll just, because I love my work, I love everything I do, I hesitate to call it work. But sometimes you have to just stay quiet. It doesn't matter how much I like it. It doesn't matter how much I love the party. I don't want to stay there for 3 days. Well, maybe, but probably not at this age. When I was younger, yeah, 3-day party, that'd be awesome. But it's got to come to an end and something else has to start. Like there's got to be that balancing out mechanism too. So, oh yes, very good.
I feel like though change often scares people a little bit, and then, with goals comes change. So I find people get intimidated by the change, but they forget that, goals require continual change and just accepting that, as part of the journey too. That's the other
Yeah.
thing with goals.
And change is scary. Like it's always scary.
Yes, yes, it is.
It
But it's
doesn't.
not all bad.
No, no. That's when you naturally grow. Yes, it can be confusing or feel different. So here's a message from Robert J. Moore. Hey, Robert. Thanks for writing in. I'm just going to read what you said. If you're feeling out of your element, that's when you're naturally growing. Yes, it can be confusing or feel different and sometimes scary. It is what it is, and that's what is needed to grow, right? And you shouldn't stop growing, because I think when you stop growing, you kind of, I don't know, life kind of stops, right? Doesn't it? Like, I don't know. I think,
Plateau.
yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't get it. Like, some of my friends are like, oh, I can't wait to retire. And I'm like, to do what? To do what? What are you going to do? Like what? Play golf all day long? Like, again, you might love it, but do you really want, okay, you're going to play golf for maybe the first 6 months every day. That's what you like doing. But that there comes a time where it's like, okay, well, now we have to go do this. So then people ask me, okay, I'm going to be 63 in a couple of weeks, February 13th. So 63 is so close to 65, and everyone's like, oh, are you going to retire? Are you going to retire? And I'm like, no, I don't think I will ever retire. And when they ask me, when do you think you'll retire? I go, probably the day I die. Like, I don't understand retirement. I might not do 7 businesses as we move on. I might do 8. Who knows? I might do 9. I might do 10. But I might do 4, or I might do 2. But I don't see myself doing 2. That's just too little. I don't get that. I don't have kids. I don't have grandkids. So for me, I have time. I have a dog and I'll have, dogs again or more or whatever. But yeah, no, it's just, I don't know,
You're just a go-getter though. You love what you do, and when you love what you do, it's like retirement isn't even there, It's not a thought.
Like I sell these beautiful supplements, which we'll get to later and talk about them more, because I want to make you feel better, because I want to see you feel better. I want to show you that you can feel better in a much easier way, just like I do. That's where the doctor of metaphysics comes in, right? Like I always want to make people feel better, and that's my reward. Honestly, if we didn't have money on earth, and if we didn't need it, I would do everything I do for free, because I love doing it. Now, I love doing what I do. I need to get paid because I have a mortgage, I have bills like everyone else. But honestly, I can't see, why would I want to stop doing that? Why would I want to stop making people feel better? Like, that's just not going to happen, And same thing with real estate. Oh my gosh. Same thing with books, first-time home buyers and first-time authors, same excitement. Okay, one is like $1 million or $500,000 if you're lucky. The other one is maybe, a little less, couple of whatever, 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's funny, right? But I don't know. I don't want to do it.
Well, if you love something, you're going to want to do it. You're not like, you just don't want to stop doing it. And that's what I think goals should be centered around, or doing things that you love, that
Yeah.
you don't want to, that you only want to see grow and progress.
Okay, hang on. Can you talk for a bit while I give Robert the link, because he wants to come on. He's in the office.
Awesome.
So let's get him here. Let's give him an opportunity to come on.
He knows about goals. He's always got big ones.
Giant goals.
Yes.
Okay,
He is the king of goals.
Give me a minute, Robert. You know how slow I am with technology. Okay. Well, Amanda, you can keep talking, honey.
Okay, awesome.
Change.
Yeah, so a lot of what I know about goals actually comes from, working with people who have big goals. So I always say to people, if you want to achieve big things, then you should align yourself with people who are doing similar things and want to do big things as well, because the mindset and the conversations are a lot different. And it's part of the reason why I love meeting new people and always networking and collaborating, because sometimes you can make bigger goals together, reach bigger goals together. And I think it's really important. And oh, I see he came in.
Hey, Robert. Oh, maybe
Oh, I see he came
from a
in.
minute to settle in.
Oh, do I look like shit?
Settle in. And now I lost you. You know me, I'm so slow with technology. Thanks for joining. Oh, you look pretty good for a sick person.
I got this, it's really funny because I got this water bottle here, like it's called water spray. I just spray my hair.
Very good.
I like my hair messy like I always have, you know what I mean?
It's good hydration for the face. Tell us about goals.
Goals, where do you want to begin? I actually, right now, I'm working on some massively big things behind the scenes. I've been doing it for about a year. I haven't told a soul, but this here is going to help both of you girls out in the future, because basically it's a database. It's a huge database you could bounce off of and bring 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000 people to your niche. Right. So, I mean, my website right now, I've only had it out for a year and I'm getting almost 200 people visiting a month, because I haven't really advertised it yet though. You know, I just started advertising it now. So I've only been in this business for a year. The coaching one I'm doing now, ever since I sold the Magnetic Entrepreneur, which we could bring that back up to a high level with this database. So, I mean, like, I got some big things planned for the both of you. I just don't tell people the stuff I do. They always see me winning. I just won one of the best businesses in Canada. You know what I mean? And it's only been out for a year, but it's not the business that's keeping it going. It's the reputation of me, right? That's the difference. A lot of people say, oh, the business is not doing anything. Well, who's working behind the scenes? What are you doing behind the scenes? Are you participating in with the crowd? Are you actually going to events to get to know people, to market yourself? Are you advertising stuff to help yourself? I mean, you don't have to pay money to advertise. Keep in mind, I mean, I've also been trained by two of the top people in the world. You know what I mean? Well, actually, I studied 52 of the top achievers in the world and been on stage with probably 18 of them, because most of them are deceased. But, you know, Armin Morin I worked with for years. He's a top strategist in the world. And he's taught me things that blows my mind that I'm putting out there. So, I mean, if he can make it from $1.53 to 200 million a year, or you know, like, come on, I think I can do the same, right? And I've been doing it. I'm no complaints, but it's time consuming. I made a choice in my last business, and it really took me down, but it's not going to hold me down. And that's the thing. That's the thing I want to talk to you about. You know, when you talk about goals, especially with these ladies that talk about the goals and that, they know I know big goals. I had a big goal with that company. That big goal, the problem is with that big goal is other people weren't in line with it. And it was a franchise. So I can't override the franchise of the company. They were the ones holding me back. I brought it up to almost $60,000 a month, that business. Literally. And I could have probably tripled that within a year. But unfortunately, the last owner that owned it didn't pay their bills. And they owed a couple $100,000 easily on back taxes. And guess who got stuck with it? Because you know, that's one thing you got to do, is make sure when you go through a lawyer, is make sure all the stuff beforehand is paid off. But the CRA, you got to make sure there's a clause in there, because the CRA doesn't give a crap who owns it. They're being paid no matter what. They don't care if you just took the business over and that lawyer letter is there. They don't care. That's the problem. You want to make sure there's no back taxes on before you buy it, because otherwise you're owning that debt. And I did that. And I owned it. I didn't like it.
Sometimes it happens, right? This is what we do. A lot of what we do is trial and error. And yeah, it does depend on other people. I had a business for 6 months. Gosh, this was like maybe 20 years ago. And I had that one for 6 months and I shut it down and I lost, at that time, it was like 80,000, which is now maybe in today's money, maybe about 100 and close to 150 maybe, or at least 120 or 130, something like that. It is what it is. I mean, wasn't a pleasant thing, but I learned a lot.
If you don't have the failing forward, you won't make it. I'm sorry, but you're going to have the downfalls. What are you in China now? A little little Ireland tea?
No, it's my coffee. I'm a coffee addict. For
You almost
sure.
like you gotta go like this to hold the cup.
But yeah, no, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you win and sometimes you learn, but there's no real actual losing. Yeah, you might lose some money. So what?
You know what? It doesn't matter about the
We
money.
do.
If you're doing it for the money, you're gonna stay broke. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've taught all my students this: do it for the passion. If you work on your passion, put your passion out there, it will start moving the right way. I didn't make $1 million looking around, working on, where can I get money from? Where can I get money from? No, I worked on who can I help? What solutions do I have for these people? I kept doing surveys after surveys after surveys, asking what kind of problems are you having? Like right now, I'm starting to move again and get things going. And you know what? I'm going to be asking what kind of stuff is holding you back from making your business bigger. I have solutions to the problem that are huge. People don't realize that they can get bigger. There might be a little fraction of something in their business that's holding their foundation unglued. You know what I mean? And the structure of it needs to be prepared better. Maybe, who knows? And that's what I focus on. I focus on the passion, I focus on the structure, and I focus on the strategies that go out there. I mean, I got some formulas that are huge, and I know they work well. I mean, Marianne's come a long ways. Amanda's come a long ways in the year she bought the business. I mean, she's done exceptionally well. She keeps disappearing on us, but I mean, she's done well. She'll come on here and start shaking her head again.
No, she's just, you know what? She's supposed to be on at noon and then we had to change some stuff and Rhonda Swan will be on later. She'll be joining us at 1:30. You know her.
Talking to her the other day.
I've got Jason that's just finishing up a meeting and he'll be joining us.
I don't even know what time I was supposed to be on.
It's okay. This worked out nice. At least you had a chance to say hey. I think what you should do is there's Jason now, so he's going to be speaking now.
I just want to say,
If you could please put your contact info or whatever link you want into the chat on my Facebook page, because that's where people can grab it there.
all right, yeah, I can do that.
Perfect. Jason.
Hi.
That's Robert J. Moore. He's my coach, and thank you so much. He came to visit us, not feeling well. Jason Cisneros, one of my favorite people. So earlier, when Lori was talking about her event, and she does a 2-hour Zoom once a month, and she has speakers. My next 2 speakers are both from there. So Jason is first, and after him, it's Brian. I see Brian's already in here. Jason Cisneros. First of all, I love saying your name, Jason. Is Cisneros Greek? I keep asking you.
It's Spanish.
Spanish. Cisneros.
From
Cisneros.
Spain. From Spain. It's a Cisneros.
Cisneros. You're half Italian. So I mean, not only is he a phenomenal speaker, coach, etc., Jason. Now I'm going to be careful how I say this because last time it was a riot. The reason I love Jason, one of the reasons I love Jason so much is because he is heavily involved with eliminating sex trafficking for kids, right?
That's way better than last time.
I know. Last time I was like, oh, he's involved with sex trafficking. And
Yeah.
I just want to clear it up. No, I'm not. I'm like, that's not what I meant. Eliminating it.
Yeah.
Hugely involved in that. So with that, I am going to give you Jason Cisneros. We had too much fun over that. I love him. He's starting to be a regular on here now.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. Where do you want me to go today? What do you?
Goal junkies is our theme. So talk about goals. I know this is one of your favorite subjects.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you think about the word goals, I started to have an aversion to it many years ago, and here's why. Like, if we're being honest with each other, like all of us have set goals. All of us have said, you know what, I want to take my game to the next level. I want to go from, I want to lose 10 pounds. I want to make an extra $100,000. I want to blah, blah, blah. And so I started to, and I went through the same exact scenario where, I was just setting goals and I would not hit them very often. It was kind of crazy, actually. And then I started to think of it in different terms. And the term that I started to use was the term outcome. What was my outcome? And it's just a subtle shift in language, but the idea of an outcome is something that sat better for me. Everybody that's watching, here or on replay, you could try this experiment with yourself, just changing that. Because I think a lot of us, again, you go, oh, I'm going to set some goals. Right now, we're about partial of the way through. I'm looking at the date to see we're partial of the way through January, and they actually have a day. I think it was Friday, the second Friday after January 1st is called Quitter's Day. And it's set up because everybody sets a bunch of goals. They call them New Year's resolutions, whatever it is. And then by the time you get halfway through January, they've already quit. They've already given up on themselves. And so I think that's indicative of the word goals. Now, outcomes, and there's a strategic way to kind of think about the idea of outcomes. I started this process, and it still kind of works this way, even though we're advanced into the digital world. Whenever I start a project, or I'm going to have a consequential conversation, or I'm going to move something forward, and that's going to take my time, right? We all know that the one true equalizer is that we all have the same 24 hours in a day. And so when I look at that, I go, okay, cool. What's the outcomes? And I start with a blank sheet of paper. I happen to have switched over to Remarkable now, which is another form. But in each one of them, in each one of my folders, what you'll see is at the beginning is the first blank sheet of paper, and at the bottom right, I sit down and I just put 3 bullet points, and those 3 bullet points are, what is the outcome, right? What's the outcome? And this, I'll see if I can point to it here. This trophy right here that I'm pointing at behind me with my pen. It's actually a great story behind that trophy. We went to a business mastery with Tony Robbins. There's 5,000 to 7,000 people that go. This happened to be an advanced business mastery in London. And I'm not a big participator in, like, when you have these big events, I'm not a big participator in like getting together in groups and, sharing all this other kind of stuff. That's not really my personality. But one of my friends was there, and she said, Jason, I want you to participate in this thing with me. And I want you to be the CEO. So the whole game, here's the game setup. 5,000 to 7,000 people, you put together 10, 15, 20 people in a team. Somebody is assigned as the CEO of the company. You assign different roles, and you compete against hundreds and hundreds of other businesses, okay, for the outcome of raising money, engaging the most people. There's marketing, there's like operations. You're basically testing and utilizing all of your business skills in a condensed 5-day period of time against other people that are your peers or from around the world in multiple different kinds of businesses. And so I said, you know what? I'm gonna participate this time. I'll take on the role of the CEO, and you're competing against all these different people, and so we started out. We had our first little team meeting, and we said, okay, cool. What are we going to call ourselves? And that was somebody else in the group. I said, I don't. Before we ever even start with what we're going to call ourselves or what we're going to do, let's sit down and write out what our outcomes are. Okay. Same exact process that I'm telling you about right now. Blank sheet of paper. You don't need any technology. You just sit down, blank piece of paper, bottom right-hand corner, you just build a little box and you put in outcomes. Okay. So I had somebody on our team do that. And we went around the group and I said, okay, what's our outcome? And they're like, oh, we want to be called this and we want to raise this and we want to do that. And I'm like, no. What is our very first outcome? And we kept going back and forth. And I said, look, our first outcome is to win. Like if we're in competition, the very first outcome. Now, is that different than goal? You have to set with it in your own mind. Some things mean different things to different people, but it wasn't a goal. It was the outcome of the entire process. Was if we're going to spend our time over this 4 to 5 days competing against all these other great business owners from around the world, what's our number one outcome? The number one outcome is to win. Okay, dominoes. Right? When you're talking about setting goals or taking your life to the next level or whatever, you want to hit one domino that knocks over as many other ones as you possibly can, because that reduces the amount of effort that it's going to take for you to be able to get to your outcome. And so we put that as our number one outcome, right? We're here to win this thing. And so advance all the way through the process. We had picked a name at the very beginning of this event, and we started, you're like chanting, everybody's chanting their business names, trying to get a Tony Robbins on stage to get his attention. And we were chanting our name, and then somebody yelled out, step up. And then we got the whole place chanting step up. And Tony from stage said, hey, looks like Team Step Up is taking an early lead. And so we immediately changed our business name to Team Step Up. Tony renamed us, right? Authority in the front of the room. Everybody heard him announce it. Now we've got a brand and it's been acknowledged. So I tell you this story because a lot of us are not clear. Okay. We're not clear on exactly what our outcomes are. So I want you to, everybody that's watching this, just stop for just a second, look, reverse engineer to the beginning of the year. It's an easy process, and say, what were the goals that you set? And let's turn them into outcomes. Okay. Start your own little white piece of paper with 3 or 4 or 5 dots at the bottom, put a little box in there and say, here's my outcomes. And start there, because that gives you the flexibility, because what you're looking for is the outcome. And so many people are rigid in the machine that they build that they forget that it's taking them somewhere. They're building a car. And they're like, I'm going to make sure that this car looks exactly like this, and then it'll be perfect. That's not how business works. That's not how losing weight goes. It's not how improving your relationships goes. It's not how any of this goes. It's not a straight line. It is meant for you to have a desired destination for yourself that is so crystal clear that the approach no longer matters, right? Not that the approach doesn't matter. It's that it becomes flexible so that you can get the feedback as to whether you're getting closer to or further away. Most people in life are focused on the vehicle, not the destination, in so many ways, in so many ways. So you think about your marriage, what's the destination, right? Go all the way to the end. Like looking back on your life, what do you want that relationship to say? When you're passing, what do you want your wife to say? What do you want your kids to have said about your relationship with your wife? What do you want that relationship to have had, the impact that you want to have on close friends, close family, your religious life, the world in general? What do you want to have said about your marriage? Then you reverse engineer to where you are. And so same thing with your health, right? What is the destination? Is it to look good in a swimsuit? Is it to have massive vitality, to have clarity of thought all day, to be able to compete in a world that is becoming more about thinking than it is anything else? Why are you doing the things that you're doing with your health? Then that starts to set up how your behaviors. What do you want your business to do? And this is where we spend an amazing amount of time with our clients at Anton J, which is now, we've started a new brand, rebranded into Built to Exit, because that's it, right? We even Anton J on the consulting side, it wasn't clear to people what we do. And what we actually do is we help people that own a business be able to construct it in such a way that somebody will want to buy it at some point in time. Okay, that's either a specific time frame for a business owner, or it's making sure that it's optimized so that at any time it can be bought or sold. So we switch that. This is my outcome box in real time. Okay, 15 years of Anton J of helping people actually build their businesses to be able to be purchased or sold or set up to where the business owner got all their time back and they could go start another business, start a charity, sail the seven seas with their loved ones, whatever it was. There was an exit in mind. And that's what we did. We helped businesses get to a place where they could exit, just like I did in my own companies. And so having that conversation, it was like, well, why don't we just rename the entire company, or at least the division of it, as Built to Exit? So now our customers know exactly it's in the name of the business. If you want to exit your business, which by the way, everybody exits, whether that's through passing away, whether that's through failure, whatever it is, everybody exits their business eventually. And so it's just common sense that you should build your business for the best exit that you can possibly have, passing it on to your kids, making sure that if something happens to you right now, that burden is not put onto your family. We just went through speaking of goal junkies, right? We just went through a process with somebody where the father who was running the business, had run the business for 30 years, passed away in his office. The daughter happened to be working in that company, so she knew some stuff about it. The wife knew virtually nothing. The son was off doing other things, knew virtually nothing. And all of a sudden, the breadwinner and the owner of the company is gone. And so that creates massive, on top of the tragedy of losing a spouse, a father, a dad, a brother, those kind of things. On top of that, now there's something that is what business does, is it is constantly demanding cash, employees, taxes, insurance, all of the things. That doesn't stop when the main breadwinner is no longer there to assess it. So those things start to compile, and all of that pressure gets put on, guess who? The heirs. That gets put on the wife, that gets put on the daughter, that gets put on the son. And so there was no exit plan in place. We started our journey and I started my journey as a turnaround, fixing the most broken businesses. So in those situations, we also have the turnaround skill sets to be able to help with, and that's why they brought us in. But it reminded me in a very deep way, because I fell in love with the family. It reminded me in a very deep way that everybody exits and how matters. So your goals, if you're a goal junkie and you're great at it and you are able to achieve those goals and you're able to crush it and all that kind of stuff, stick with the word goal. If you don't, and you have, you want to shift that over, you call it outcomes, and you really give it a deeper meaning, right? You give it a deeper meaning, like this trophy again that I've got behind me. What ended up happening was we set that intent. We got really crystal clear about it. I even said jokingly when we very first started that process, I said, I have a vision of Tony Robbins bowing down to me and handing me our trophy, right? And I've got a picture on my phone of legitimately Tony Robbins. He wasn't like on his knees bowing down, but he, as he handed me the trophy, he kind of bowed his head in respect, right? So outcomes with massive clarity and intense detail, with an emotional attachment and non-negotiable commitment to achieving that outcome, that makes you different than everybody else, right? Everybody likes to get together at the end of 2024 and what are we going to do? And most businesses that I watch, they sit in a boardroom and they go, all right, what did we do? We did $10 million last year. What should we do next year? Well, let's do 11. It's called what my mentor, Keith Cunningham says. Keith Cunningham's The Rich Dad and the Rich Dad, Poor Dad books, but it's the equivalent of a rectal pull is what he says. He's a, it's just pulling something right out of your butt and going, okay, we're going to do 11. And what did we say we were going to do in 2023? What did we say we were going to do in 2024? Did those align? And did our rectal pull come together for us this last year? And the answer is usually no, because people in the business don't really care if you hit the goals or not. They don't really care. Most of the time, they're not incentivized to be able to hit these new achievements. And secondarily, the only person that they think cares is the business owner. And the only reason they think the business owner cares is because they just want to make more money. So nobody really cares except for the business owner. There's lots of different ways you can attach other people's outcomes to the outcome and the performance of the business, but that's a subject for another day. My point is that if you own a business, if you're in a marriage, if you're a father or a parent or, of any kind, if you're working with charities, then it's you, right? What we're finding out in this day and age, especially with the onslaught of AI, is that this is pushing it back to the individual. It's not necessarily the old model of giant teams. It's pushing it back to the person, to the individual, and the quality of the AI that's being produced out there is the quality of the questions that the individual is able to ask, and then solving the problem, putting workflows out there that can either be done digitally or definitely needs a human being, being able to build those teams. So I look at, and I know this isn't an AI session, but I've been very, very skeptical of the AI world. But when I finally was able to drill down enough to know and understand that AI is just a workflow, it's a flow chart in real time, and to understand that the only time you would build a workflow is, guess what? To create a specific outcome. So it ties in here, right? Your AI is meant to achieve an outcome. It's meant to achieve a goal. And if it's not, this is the flawed thinking. This is the flawed application of people's mindset and thought processes, is that if you don't refine that through thinking, then your approach needs to change. Crystal clarity. This is going to be the difference between the winners and the losers over the next, we used to say decade to 2 decades. This is going to be the difference between the winners and the losers in the next 3 years, is the ability to be able to be crystal clear on what that outcome is, the goal, right? That outcome is, and then to be able to reverse engineer to where you are and what are the steps, what's the workflow that needs to be done to be able to achieve that outcome. That's the magic. Okay, that's the magic. And I love the subject because that's all AI is right now, y'all. It's literally just who can think the clearest about the outcome of whatever that agent is, right? Agentic thinking, and agentic build out is why am I building this? Why am I building this workflow? Whether it needs to be done by a human or whether it can be done by a computer, what is that outcome? And you play with that approach until you reach that outcome, until you reach the desired outcome. So I don't know how much of that you heard, Marianne, but that's when we talk about the subject of goal junkies, this is
I love it.
what's coming up.
I love it. I love it. AI is so awesome and a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it can be, but that's the point. Like I love the subject because it ties right into it of saying, all AI is just a workflow. That's it. It's just an activated flow chart. And now you have a machine that's going to be able to follow that, or you're going to have a human, either one. And so if the approach is flawed, so will be the outcome. So if your outcome is not crystal clear, if your goal is not crystal clear, then the whatever workflow you build will not achieve it, right? So that's how I feel about that.
That's right. How old were you when you first started doing goals? Like, when you first started writing them down? Or
I was probably, the last time I can remember setting a goal was the first time I can remember setting a goal was when I was in 7th grade.
wow.
And I had a real burning desire to be a world champion wrestler. And we're not talking about what you see on television.
Right.
I'm talking about real wrestling.
Real.
And so my coach, in order to do that, my coach, a legend in wrestling, I was blessed to be able to accidentally end up in his program, but it was a guy by the name of Charlie White, and he's in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, just an amazing coach, and he started putting me in 18 and under wrestling tournaments when I was 15.
Mhm.
Right. So I'm 15 wrestling 18-year-olds. And just to be able to get my skill up. And I mean, they kicked my ass. Like it was embarrassing at some, at a lot of levels when you're wrestling so far above your skill set. But he knew that was my outcome. And that put me, in world championship matches, that put me in state finals matches, that put me in national final matches, where I was able to win a few, going undefeated in a few areas. Some of the bigger, harder wrestling tournaments where they would bring in, you had A, double A, triple A, all the way up to 5A schools. And they had this one that was called the Warrior Classic. And Warrior Classic combined all of the schools from like 3 or 4 states, the best wrestlers in one tournament. And winning that one was probably my biggest achievement. And where I thought, well, setting that goal was really cool. Now, if I was to go back and coach myself back then, it would be everything that I just said in the first segment is don't look at it like a goal, look at it like an outcome. And then be very specific, because there's lots of world championships. There's lots of national championships. There's how you're going to win, what weight you're going to win. There's all kinds of details that belong in your outcome. Whatever your outcome is, it has to be so crystal clear that you could program now, again, in real life, you could program a computer or a robot to be able to achieve it, right? And we've really missed that in being of tremendous value to our employees over time, is because we say, hey, here's a vague outcome. Go achieve it. No instructions, no feedback, no, it's just like, do it. Those days are gone. You cannot run a company like that anymore, right? And there's some vestiges, like some ghosts of business past, but those businesses will not be here in 24 to 48 months. Like they will not be here anymore. You've got to get into this mindset of being an outcome junkie instead of a goal junkie.
I will do another one called Outcome Junkies.
Yes.
Exit. It kind of goes along with the way that you do business, the way your business, exit, because your focus is on the exit, right? So
Yeah.
kind of
Well,
goes.
they used to, there's a saying in boxing that says speed kills, right? And it just means the faster your hand moves. It's different than street fighting, because accuracy is what kills in the right kind of fight. Like how now with AI and the way that we're looking at it, because I've always said speed kills in business because people are hurrying too fast. They're moving along and they're like, I got to make sales, got to make sales, got to make sales. And those sales end up actually killing the business. So there's a saying I've got that says most businesses die of indigestion rather than starvation. In other words, they take on too much business. They don't have the skill sets to be able to deliver at scale. And so they go out of business because their reputation goes down the toilet. Now with AI, you're able to, for the next 3 years, 2 to 3 years, you're able to add speed and accuracy, which those are the best fighters, right? Those are the best fighters. It's speed and accuracy combined is a lethal combination. And so but again, if I'm training a left hook and I'm not training it correctly, right? Or I'm throwing it from the wrong angle, I'm not putting my hip into it, I'm not, paying attention to where I'm exposed once I throw a left hook. All of those things take massive amounts of thinking. And those are going to be the winners. The people that are thinkers over the next 3 years, people that can sit down, eliminate distraction, eliminate pettiness, educate themselves on these machines and AI, and get really crystal clear about their own individual outcomes. Those are going to be the winners over the next 3 years. And I don't know what's going to happen to the rest of humanity. I don't know. Right? Depends on who ends up at the leadership position, whether they have a heart for humanity or if they have a heart for greed, whether the people, sort of hold together or whether they fall apart as resources start to become scarce as far as money goes. We're entering, like, it's always super in flux. The thing with AI and robotics and all the other advancements that are out there is we don't know. We don't know. When you went from no printing press to a printing press, you went from no printing, went from no manufacturers to mass manufacturers. When, you went to food scarcity to no food scarcity. When you went from all of these different transitions that we've gone through as a human race, this one's going to be different. This one's going to be different because we replace the need for human strength with the industrial age. Now we're eliminating the need for human ingenuity and our supposed advantage over all other animals and creation has been our brain. And our brain is about to take a second place. It's about to go into second place. And so nobody knows how that works out for everybody. It's,
No,
you know,
it's good
if
point.
your goal was to be an attorney, for instance, if your goal was to be an attorney, you're done. If that was your goal and you're on that path, I would find something else to do right now. If your goal was to be a bookkeeper or an accountant, I would start looking for something else to do because these things are going to be replaced. So digging in, finding out what can't be replaced, what you're good at, what you're passionate about. And I'll end with the upside of this is I believe what's going to happen is massive corporations are going to break apart and there's going to be smaller groups of small to mid-sized companies who do business with each other and support each other. And I think that small and mid-sized companies is the place to be to create your own as soon as you possibly can and to serve as many people as you can and implement your technology as you go. Again, with the outcome of building something that somebody else wants to eventually buy from you. And the 4 things that you got to focus on as far as your goals go: relationship to your customer, having a team, a management team, whether that's now agentic or human, your finances being crystal clean, and having a crystal clear, flushed out exit plan. Those 4 areas, owning your own business and being super clear about the outcomes in all those areas.
Awesome. As always, Jason, you're such a genius. I love you. Thank you so
I
much.
hope
for
so,
being-
man. You know, I
You're
I
awesome.
hope that turns out to be true.
You come on to our next one, which is in February 14th, if you're not doing something with your wife during the day. I'm sure you'll be busy at night, but I'm taking her out somewhere in the evening. It happens to be Valentine's Day, but it's called Love Heals.
Love heals. I love that. What's up, Brian?
I was just gonna say, so
Do I get to talk to other guests while they're here? I just want to say hi to them.
you can
Do it.
certainly communicate. Brian's having fun in his building.
Yeah.
because I
I'm
have
testing it. Can you guys hear it?
no. And you
Okay,
know
good.
what?
They
It
just started doing the
happened to
fire
me
alarms.
one time. It happened to me one time, right in the middle of my summit, my fire alarm, like an actual fire, not a testing, but an actual one. I actually had to leave because it was like nonstop. And my
Right.
friends, Sifu, who was on here before, and I don't know if you know Dr. Andrea Adams, they were on, and they're like, "It's okay, we'll co-host until you get back." This went on for like 45 minutes. So I come back and I'm like, "Okay, thanks, we're done now."
Well, Brian, the good thing is you're using the same setup as I
Sure,
am.
Mike.
And it
Yeah.
kills like all of the sound around us. So it's very,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah, that was the
it was
best
really good.
investment. I like everyone. I started with the Blue Yeti because everybody told me to get that, and when I upgraded to the Shure mic, such a world of difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
Are you connected into like a road on the other side of it? Like a
I'm
road?
not yet. Pardon me,
Yeah.
1 second.
So awesome.
Yeah.
Fire alarms.
So
This
what's your outcomes for the year, Marianne?
all kinds. I have houses, I have books, I usually write, since I was 19 years old, I've been writing 100 goals every somewhere between the last week of December and the first week of January, somewhere in there, I usually come up with about 100. And it could
Nice.
be, I was saying one year it was like I have, like I have a house in Arizona on there,
Mm.
and then I have like Vitamix. I wanted to
Right.
have a Vitamix. For whatever reason, I didn't already have one. So, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so this year I'm opening up a non-for-profit. Like there's big business goals. There's always, big business goals, and then some, it's always weight loss. My whole life, it's always been weight loss goals or, health goals.
Yeah.
Money, always this, that, the other, all kinds. Oh yeah, all the time.
That's good. That's
I have
good.
about a 95%, I don't know,
Achievable rate.
yeah, it's
We'll just make up a word. Achievable. I don't know if it's a word, but it should be.
achievement rate. I call it.
It is now. Hurry up, get the website.
Now it's a word.
It's in the lexicon. Take that, AI.
That's right.
Give me
So
credit for it.
perfect. Thank you so much, Jason. You're the best. You're welcome to stay, but it is now going to be time for Brian. Another
Big
one.
Brian, take
Yeah.
over the mic. Handing him
Yeah. Thank you,
Brian-
Jason.
Rocket
Brian
brother.
Balke is a facial decoding expert. How
Mhm.
cool is that? Everybody, you're welcome. What you're about to hear. Go for it.
Sure.
Thank you, Jason.
First off, to follow Jason, gosh, like 10, 15 years ago, he had a seminar here in Dallas, and I went and sat through that, and I still have the notes to this day of just all the incredible things that he taught us at that time. So it's fun to get to follow him and unnerving at the exact same time, right? So, yeah. We aren't going to talk so much about faces today, but what we are going to talk about is kind of like my journey and some advice to share with some of these things. So I did make some notes, and I will be staring up every once in a while because this one is a really important one. And, a lot of times we wait till the end of the year to set these goals, but sometimes life has other plans for you. And that's why goals don't need to be a January 1st thing, but they should be an any time you feel the urge to change your life type thing. And it could be that one moment, you get into a relationship, you end a relationship, you start a new job, you get fired from a job. That's the good news, is we don't have to depend on the calendar to determine when we want to start making a change in our life. And I think that's really important because we're at that point where some people are already kicking themselves in the butt because the ones that they were going to do January 1st, new year, new me, they've already fallen off of those goals. And it's good, it's ambitious, but it doesn't always go the way we want. And we're kind of, we're kind of short attention span. We give up a little bit too easily. But hopefully these will be some of the things today that have helped me that I hope will help y'all at the exact same time. So the first thing when I was going to look at goals, like for example, getting into speaking, the first mistake that I made was looking at these people who were so far ahead of me, it felt insurmountable. And so I looked to like the Tony Robbins, the Brad Lees, these people that I followed because they inspired me, but they felt uncatchable. And I was sitting on a podcast one time with a content creator on Instagram, who's in the real estate market, and he lost his Instagram account. And within 6 months, he'd built it up so much. So instead of looking for these people that had millions of followers or people who have millions of dollars in business, what I started looking at is who's just a few steps ahead of me that I can chase. And so, you can't go into the gym and be overweight and be like, I'm going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger the next day. Instead, find somebody who's just slightly better than you and chase them. And what I mean by that is you can surpass them, but when you have an attainable goal or something that is much easier to achieve, it's easier to take action on those things at the exact same time. So like I said, this guy got his whole account kind of destroyed. And here he was a year later. I can't remember if he was back at 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, which at the time I was hoping like I had 8,000 followers. And he talked about the consistency of posting and things. And what really all goals come down to, and I know we're kind of talking about social media right now, but consistency wins all the time. So some of the things that I look at is what can you do on a regular time? So number one, do you set your goals? Obviously, we all have different goals: health, wealth, relationships, jobs, how much money do I want to make, and my career, what do I want to charge, you name it. But once we create those goals, a lot of people put that aside and they don't really look at it that often. So I'm kind of a different animal. What I do is I actually print out, just like everybody else, I start the year off. I usually come up with a phrase. I know some people like to do a word, but I'm more of a phrase person. So like, for example, right now mine is 2025 is my time to thrive. I like things that rhyme. They get stuck in my head like song lyrics. And I have this goal sheet printed out. And where do I print it out? One is attached to my monitor, which you guys can't see, but it's right here. Why? Because then I have to see it every single time I'm at the computer. Am I checking off the things that I want to accomplish this year? And they can be a variety of things. So I have on here, start booking X amount of gigs. Am I doing my daily mirror high five? If you guys haven't listened to The High Five Habit by Mel Robbins, I highly, highly recommend you pick up that book. And just very, very high level, usually when we get up and we walk to a mirror, we start tearing ourselves apart. This is how to rewire your brain so that when you see yourself in the mirror, you walk up, you give yourself a high five, and you start building a positive relationship with the person you see in the mirror. And the cool thing is, if you ever get into that moment where you're stuck in your head, anything like that, you excuse yourself, you go to a bathroom, because what do all bathrooms have? A mirror. So you give yourself a high five and you reintegrate that feeling of feeling good and better about yourself and supporting yourself instead of sitting where you are in that moment. So can't recommend that book enough. That, I would say, of books I've recommended to people, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Everybody's familiar with it. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 4-Hour Work Week. But the one I've probably given away the most is The High Five Habit by Mel Robbins. So if you don't have that one, go and get it. And while I'm there giving myself high five, what do I have? I have that little post that I have up again. And let me see. I don't know if I can share here or not, but if I can, I'll give you an example of mine. So let me see if I can share. No, I can't share. All right. Anyway, so what do I have on my list of goals for 2025? So I have the daily high fives, workouts 3 to 5 times a week minimum. Now, some people need to get very specific. I will work out 5 times a week. I'm a 3 to 5. I travel. I give myself a little bit of grace if it's a busy week. I have focused kiddo time, daily cold plunge. Yes, I'm one of those who I got a cold plunge 45 days ago, and I've only missed 1 day so far, and that was due to travel. Daily social media posting. You don't have to be on social media, but you need to be working towards your goal every single day by doing something proactive. The challenge that we all have, and listen, I was in corporate America for 21 and a half years, 9 to 5. And as soon as I logged in, I started responding to emails, and I was in reactive mode the entire time instead of proactive mode. So trying to figure out what can I do proactively to move me closer to my goals. And then I've got reach out and help someone daily. I'm a huge believer, if you've never read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, if you're ever stuck, step away and reach out and figure out how you can help someone else. And that will re-energize you towards your own goals. There's just something built into us that we will do more for others, but in the end, we win also. But it's by doing more to help others that we elevate in life. And then how many podcasts I want to book that week. So that's just some of my goals for this year. And what I say is, I will only take action that takes me closer to my purpose, my vision, and my mission. And so I see that every time I brush my teeth in the morning for 2 minutes, get yourself a sonic toothbrush. And then every night. So not only do I see my goals every day when I'm looking here at my monitor, they're to my right, you can make it to your left, doesn't matter where it is, but they're constantly in my face because far too many people set a goal and they forget about it. And that's where we lose our goals. So that's number one. Then number two, how do you remind yourself your goals? I just explained that one. Put it on your mirror, put it on your monitor, you do it. Now we're all familiar if we want to lose weight, we want to get in better shape. What do we have? We have a scale in the bathroom. And what's that scale there for? So we can see the progress we're making. So the question is, what's your bathroom scale for whatever your goals are? So if it's not weight related, doesn't matter. But how are you tracking the progress of what you're moving towards? You know, do you have, let's say you want to walk more. Okay, do you have an Apple Watch? Do you have something that's tracking where you want to go? Let's say you want to read more books. Do you have a countdown of, if I want to read 20 books this year, do you have a checklist somewhere that you're keeping track of how many books you've read or listened to? So what's your bathroom scale? Meaning, how are you constantly measuring towards your goal on a regular basis? Now, the next one, it's a little bit, there's two different sets of opinions on this, and that is, do you share your goals or do you not? Now, I'm a bigger believer of if you share your goals, you create accountability, and sometimes we all need a kick in the butt to get going on things that we gave up on. So I'm a fan of that. Now, on the opposite side of the scale, there's some people who say, work in silent, nobody needs to know, just show up after you win. Do whatever works for you. I'm a bigger believer that occasionally I need a fan. I need somebody to give me a pep talk. And the craziest part about it is, it's not usually people in your day-to-day life. Usually it's a peer in another industry, somebody else who's an entrepreneur, whatever you're chasing. If you are going on a diet, it's somebody else who's going on a diet. There's a reason that people who suffer from alcoholism go to meetings. It's the accountability with others that help us stay on track for the goals that we want. So if you look, it's not the people always in our day-to-day life. If you have that, amazing, good for you, but not everybody does. So what are you doing to try and find accountability groups to help you stay with that? So if you don't want to announce them publicly, if you want to, put them out on social media, because then you know what? A lot of people see it. And there's a lot of people who are driven by, oh crap, I said this to the masses. Now I have to keep up with it. I went to, I think it was Go Live seminar with Eric Worre several years ago. I think a GoPro, I think was the name of it. And his whole thing was set a goal, have an accountability, and put a financial donation towards a charity that you absolutely hate. And if you don't keep your goals, you have to send that money to that charity. So find something you absolutely despise and put a money bet on it. That's the whole reason why, like with fantasy football and all these things, it's the people who want to win. It's that competitive edge, and it's not wanting to lose that people get into those different environments and how they set the accountability for it. Because if not, we're all lazy by nature to a degree, right? Like hopefully you have a nice couch somewhere that you want to relax on, but you have to keep something to keep driving you over and over and over again. My next one down is, what are you doing to improve what you're going towards? So I always say, are you listening or are you learning? And what I mean by that is, I'm in my car a lot. I don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to talk news. I don't listen to sports. That one's a lost one on me. It's a game that already happened. Why are we rehashing it? And it's somebody else's life. If I'm in the car and you see me with AirPods on, maybe 5% of the time I'm listening to music. The other 95%, I'm listening to a podcast or I'm listening to a book on Audible. Now, they're not always business books. Sometimes you need something creative for your mind. But are you listening or are you learning? Are you killing time? There's absolutely nothing wrong with taking a brain break and just listening to music. Hell, sometimes you need to just kind of dance around your house when no one's looking to reset your mood. But the rest of the time, are you listening or are you learning? I'm a bigger fan of learning books. I like podcasts. I have the subscription to YouTube, so I can listen to YouTube and I can turn off that app on my phone and be kind of fiddling around with other things, but I'm still learning. There's one right now I'm listening to, let me see if I can find it. It's the I Am a Warrior on there, and it's just positive affirmations that help me get through that cold plunge I mentioned earlier, because it's really cold at 41 degrees in the morning. But yeah, it is called, let me see here, I Am a Legendary Warrior. And it's like an hour long of just positive affirmations on things. So sometimes I'll leave it in even after the plunge as I'm doing things around the house, loading up the laundry, loading up the dishwasher. What's going in your ears matters because it influences your thoughts later on. So are you putting things in your ears that are helping you achieve your goals over time? My next one over is get in the rooms to expand your mind. A lot of times we think we have a big goal until we get into a room where people's goals make ours look this big. And I'm not saying that to diminish our own wealth. It means, are we thinking or pushing ourselves enough? Like we have a limited mindset based on what we've been exposed to over time. And I sat in rooms where I was like, oh, I want to reach this dollar amount, or I want to reach this many stages. And I sat in rooms where people were doing my yearly goal in 1 month. And some people get really upset and mad and go, oh, well, they were probably evil. They're all these things. I celebrate everyone's success because it brings more towards you. So when you're grateful and you congratulate other people, you're putting out that vibration to the world, and that attracts more of those things towards you. So I know we all, to a degree, can be envious of what people have, what people do, you name it. But really, when you celebrate success, yours or others, you attract more of that into your life at the exact same time. So get into rooms where you have to look around and go, do I belong here? That's the room you want to be in versus everyone coming to you. So we've all heard, the big fish in a little pond. That thing is true. But what you can also do is go to groups that's not in your industry or not with what your goal is. Hell, I went to a really good seminar. It was called the Silverback Summit, and it's all health and fitness coaches. And okay, not only did I feel very physically not like I should be in the room because they were all jacked, but they were all talking about what they make monthly as a coach. And I'm looking going, this is really impressive. I had no idea because my limited exposure was, oh, there's trainers in a gym. What do they probably make? And these people were crushing it. So every once in a while, take a look at your goals by getting out into other sandboxes. Go and check out other industries and see, are you setting a goal that's too small? Because that's just what you've experienced and been exposed to so far. My next tip, we all get writer's cramp, or writer's block, sorry, not writer's cramp. We all get writer's block. We all feel stuck at times. Since Jason was just on, if you listen to Tony Robbins, he says, motion creates emotion. So get out, go move, go do something. But what we can also do this day and age is, when in doubt, type it out. And what does that mean? Go get on ChatGPT and say, I'm stuck here. What are my next steps? It's funny because we can ask it so many different things. We all think it's just a research tool. It's a reflective tool at the exact same time, because it will literally, if you have anything out there, it can say, go search my name. This is one I love to do. This is kind of off the subject for a minute. What are all the reasons to hire Brian Galkey? And see what ChatGPT tells me. And then what are all the reasons not to hire Brian Galkey? So you can do it with all these things, but you can literally say, this is my goal. This is what I've done to reach that goal. I'm currently stuck. What is my next step? Because even if you can't afford a coach, you've got one at your keyboard if you're willing to ask ChatGPT, what should I do next? And speaking of AI, Jason mentioned AI. There's no hiding from it. AI is coming. Automation is coming. So for me personally, one of the questions is, in 2025, what am I working on that can't be replaced by AI and automation? Because we're so busy being users of this skill, right? Like, I'll use myself as an example. Instead of having to hire a video editor, I got Opus Clips. I can do the videos myself in a second. So why are people using AI? To figure out what can they cut out of their business, or what can they do to trim down their teams? And we're all doing it for the exact same reason. We're lazy. Knowledge used to be power because it was limited. And that's not the case anymore. Now, you have to believe that what you're getting from any of the AI is true, and we don't know it's 100% true. But copywriting, for example, you can now have AI do it for you. So what you have to look at is, whatever my goal is, whatever my job is, how can I make myself irreplaceable in 2025? Well, first part is embrace technology, use AI, team up with it, don't make it a competitor. But I really, truly believe going into this year and beyond, what can't be replaced by automation and AI is you and your people skills, your soft skills. If anybody looks back behind me, I've got Never Split the Difference here because that's a negotiation book everyone should pick up by Chris Voss. Down here, Janine Driver's You Say More Than You Think. It's a good book. You may not be able to see it. So this one here is, what does your body language say about you? Now, why is that more important than ever? Because a lot of times, just like today, we're spending more time on Zoom than we are in the room. And after we spent 2 years at home, a lot of people forgot what their body language is saying about them. Then you need to pick up books on statement analysis. When people are saying something or typing something, listen to their words, read their emails, and determine what they're looking for. What are they trying to say? Because a lot of times what they're trying to say is not what comes out of their mouth. And what you hear is not what they said. Because we start thinking our own thoughts. If you learn statement analysis, it's a form of learning to do active listening, working with the person, and making sure that you understand the communication. Because the worst thing that happens this day and age is we all get into this, well, I'm going to cover my butt, or AKA CYA, a whole different word than butt, but you get the idea. And I get that, but you need to have conversations first. The emails and texts are follow-up to document what happened, because every email you send, every text message you send is read by their emotion at the moment. And you don't know what that is. Did they just get into a fight with somebody in the office? Did their dog just, bite them? You don't know what happened. You're not in control of what people read. That's why you need to have the conversation first or send a video text. You want people to remember you because you can't be replaced if they know you. Relationships is what will keep you in business. Relationships and getting in the room, shaking a hand can't be replaced by AI. You can shake a robot's hand, but you're not going to have that warm, fuzzy feeling with it all. So you need to, now more than ever, it used to be you needed data type knowledge. Go to school, become a coder, learn these things. Now there are still careers that type of education is extremely important. Surgeons, architects, lawyers, you name it. But let's take lawyers, for example. ChatGPT can now create a majority of the documents. You just need a lawyer to alter what you already have. So the question is, whatever you do, how are you making yourself not replaceable? Soft skills, social skills will be the new currency going forward. I was in sales for 14 years. Guess what? AI can sell 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, except for they can't get in the room. But they can answer chat, they can answer emails. If you use Go High Level like I do, guess what? They have automated people doing cold calling now to your list. Don't cold call outside of your list. That's a whole other thing. So I guess it's not really cold calling. However, working to make yourself a better communicator and the ability to read other people at the exact same time will be the new skill set for the future, because everything else is at your fingertips. You want to know anything? I don't even have to go buy books anymore. You can go to any form of AI and get the answer. We're moving now to, you don't even have to type it. You can just ask it questions back and forth. So imagine all these years ago when we were super excited to get Alexa or anything else in the house, you asked it a question. Oh, here it goes. Now we have information too, vast sums of knowledge that before was kind of hidden from the public view. So you have to be you and be a better version of you all the time. So as far as a goal junkie, I'm constantly trying to learn something new nonstop. You will always find me, what do I spend the most money on? Books, seminars, classes. Expand your mind, expand your relationships, get in the rooms. And then, like I said, what's your bathroom scale? What's the thing that you're jumping on once a day, a few times a week to track your progress, to help make sure you're working towards your goals? So how was that for today?
That was amazing. And I'm listening to you and I'm going, yep. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of roughly from the time that I was 19 till now, which is almost 63 in a couple of weeks. And that's a lot of years of spending a lot of money and traveling. You know, there was a time where this virtual world didn't really exist. Now I can do double, triple, quadruple the amount of courses, right? Because I don't have to. I remember flying into Switzerland, I had to fly into Zurich. Then I had to take a train to St. Gallen. Then from St. Gallen, I had to take a bus up the little hill to get to this tiny little place, which is called Haydn, which is actually the home of the Red Cross, where it was first sort of born, I guess.
Yeah.
And this tiny little town, and I had a 14-day intense healing course.
Wow.
That the gentleman the teacher, he was a feng shui teacher, and I had taken a couple of feng shui courses, which I wish I would implement around here. Anyway, and yeah, it was like, wow. And then Hawaii and all these other places where there was all these, one time I had a 13-hour layover, and now
Exactly.
and we're there. I love it.
Yeah.
Lots of money, lots of time, but I think those are good things to spend money on.
Oh, absolutely. Books, knowledge, people. One of the things that it's going to sound counterintuitive because I'm a speaker and I want people to come to see speakers and learn. But if you're not talking to the people who are in the room, they're people who are probably at your level or a level that can help you. And you're going to get that input. You're going to be able to develop that relationship that you can't always get with speakers. Because some speakers fly in, they talk, they fly out.
Yeah.
So go and see the speakers, but talk to the people in the room while you're there. That's the whole reason you're not watching it on YouTube or you're not buying somebody's course. You went somewhere to disconnect and be in the present moment. Make sure you're talking to the people that are in there.
So true. It's true. Anyways, thank you so much for your time, Brian. I hope to see you again next month on February 14th. Love heals. We'll get back and forth with each other for the time. But this was amazing. And I think Brian will speak more on the facial decoding in February. So stay tuned.
We definitely will. Yes.
Stay tuned. This is a ton of fun. I'm actually taking one of his courses. I've been super busy this week and I kind of feel like, oh, I can't wait till I get back onto the thing. It's so much fun. I mean, we talked just about eyebrows for I don't know how many sessions, right?
Right.
Like, absolutely amazing. Anyways, thank you so much, Brian. You're awesome. Have a great day. Thank you for your time. And I believe Jose has entered the stage. Ooh, look at Julia is here. Looking good, Miss Julia. We have Jose Escobar, who is the CEO and founder of the Connected Leaders Academy. And I think he's going to be on here shortly. Okay, he's unmuted. That's good. And great picture of you, Jose. Can't wait to see you.
I'm here. Be right on.
I know. He's coming. I'm going to have him introduce himself. And right after Jose, we will have what I call APL Go Hour, which is why my beautiful Julia is here. And we're going to be talking about a lot of really great health. Until then, we're going to be listening to Mr. Jose Escobar, who is my partner in crime in a few different things.
This is true.
SCLA, bank, the gold. Do you know that I have Kathy speaking at the end?
Kathy Guzzo?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, we have her right at the end. We're going to bring her in. We're going to get some great information out to people. But
you move very quickly, Marianne.
There's no reason to wait. I don't understand the word wait.
Yeah, I like that.
Only sometimes. Anyways, with that, I give you Jose Escobar. I know he's a big goal junkie, and he will fill your hearts and heads with some wonderful information. Jose, take it away, please. Thank you.
Alrighty. So thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Marianne Padjan. Absolutely appreciate you as a human being, as a friend, as a professional, entrepreneur, all the wonderful things that you do. The impact that we're creating in the world wouldn't be possible the way it's possible right now if it wasn't for you deciding to create a stage like the one that you've done here. So Phenomenal stage. Love your virtual summits that you do, and the fact that you do it monthly, and the fact that you hand select all of your speakers and sponsors, and you just bring the best of the best on here is amazing. I'm just excited to share the stage with so many phenomenal people, and of course to be interconnected with you, locking arms to ultimately add more value to the world. Right? That's what we're here to do. We're here to impact people, change lives, and serve. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for being a part of it, and thank you for being a sponsor. Jose is also a sponsor.
My pleasure. So, and by the way, I think you know this, but I get pitched to be a sponsor for so many things. It's insane. And I don't sponsor everything. I very specifically sponsor certain things, and I'm honored to sponsor your show. So amazing. Now, let's dive into Goal Junkies. Okay, this is a topic. When I saw it, I was excited because I said, you know what, this is a topic that speaks to me. This is a topic that I live, breathe, sleep, all those wonderful things. Setting goals is absolutely critical to getting results in life and in business, right? Because life is life, business is business. They're interconnected, but they have their own pulse of their own, right? And we have to make sure that we are setting goals, not some of the time, not when we feel like it, not when it's convenient, all of the time. It is important to set goals all of the time. Tony Robbins, many of us know Tony Robbins. I have a few of his books around here somewhere. He says setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible, right? How many people can relate to that? Turning the invisible into the visible. That gap is goal setting. There are way too many people in this world today, in life and in business, that set goals but don't hit goals. Too many goal setters, not enough goal hitters. And it's the difference between good and great, right? Good is good, great is great. Jim Collins wrote a great book. That's behind me there somewhere too. Most of these books that I'm referencing are somewhere in my home library here. Now, it is, again, I cannot stress the importance of setting goals. So question number one for any of you who are watching live or catching the replay, do you have goals in place? Are you setting goals? That's number one. Many people don't have goals, and that is the first mistake. That's like not having an alarm to wake you up in the morning, right? In order for you to wake up on time for the things and the tasks and the things you got to hit and do, right? To show up to work or show up to your business or show up for your family, whatever it is you got to do. Most of us don't have that internal clock where we just wake up naturally at a certain time. We need a clock. We need an alarm, right? So step one is you got to have the alarm. If you don't have the alarm or the clock in your room, you're probably not going to wake up. Same thing here. If you don't have goals, that's like foundational to achieving your success. You got to have goals. You got to have the alarm clock. Now, step two of having the alarm clock is you got to set the alarm to go off at a certain time. Because you can have the alarm clock, you can have the clock in your room, but if you don't set it to go off at a certain time or it's not turned on, then there's no point in having that clock outside of just looking at the time, all right? So same thing here. You can have goals, but a goal that is not written down with a plan attached to it is really not a goal. It's just a pipe dream. It's a thought. It's an idea. It's something that you would like to do. It would be nice. But I think we all know the richest place in the world is a cemetery because intentions are buried there. Books that were never written were buried there. Les Brown says it best. You got to be hungry, right? And that book is behind me too. That's the reality, is that so many people have intentions to achieve things and to get things done and to set goals, but A, they don't set them. And if they do set them, there's no plan attached to it and it's not actually written down. It's just a thought. It's an idea. So intentions are not good enough. You got to have a plan. And then once you have the goals written down and you have the plan, then you got to execute. You got to pull the trigger on the goals, right? The goals are not just going to work on themselves. You have to work on it. So you have to do the work. You have to create the discipline, the consistency, the follow through. You got to be fully committed to this thing. There are too many people that make decisions and then decide the next day they change their mind. The whole philosophy of four frogs on a log, and one jumps off, one decides to jump off. How many are left? Yeah, 4 are still left, because just because you decide to do something doesn't mean you actually do it. I think we've all heard that before. I think I heard it from Brian Tracy. And that book is right next to me. You like the theme? So that is the key. The key is to not just decide to something, but to commit to it. And if you're committed, be all in. Be a person of your word. Be a person of follow through. Be a person of accountability, not only to yourself, but to the people that are holding you accountable. Do you even have anybody holding you accountable for your goals? That's another golden nugget. Do you have a coach? Do you have a mentor? If you don't, get one. I never, ever, ever hire or follow a coach or a mentor that does not have a coach or a mentor. Can I get an amen in the comments? You know how many people start to get big in their business and start to grow and then start to do big things and get influence and authority, and all of a sudden they think they've arrived. They think that they don't need to have a coach or a mentor anymore. Well, John Maxwell says it best. The day you stop learning and growing is the day you start to decline. You start to go downhill, right? The minute you stop learning is the minute you stop leading. And leaders have to be in the lab, have to be in growth mode, have to stay in the personal development phase, because this is a journey, it's not a destination. And the personal development and the mentorship and the accountability and the commitment and the discipline, all these things are interconnected, going back to your goals. But you have to have goals. I have always had goals in my life. Now, did I always hit the goals? No. Okay, I'm just going to be very transparent with you. I'm sorry if I'm bursting your bubble and you thought I was perfect. The answer is no. I did not hit my goals for a long time. But I was a notorious goal setter. How many people out there set New Year's resolutions? And then there's something called Quitter's Day. The second Friday, I think it's January 10th or something like that, or January 11th, is Quitter's Day. And people are already quitting. There was a study that was done by Strava, right? The little health and wellness app for running and walking and stuff like that. They said, 80-something% of people quit on their goals by the second Friday in January. Quitter's Day. Absolutely insane. The gyms are full January 1st, the first week, second week, third week, fourth week. And by mid-February, the gyms are back to the same people that show up. And you know what's funny is that the people who aren't showing up are throwing money in the trash can too, because they're paying for these memberships at the gyms for years and they never show up. The gyms love those people. They love the people who pay for their membership at the gym knowing they're not going to show up, and they're just collecting money on them. And they can keep recruiting more people into the gym, and they can have 30,000 members in a gym with 100 people showing up on a regular basis. Isn't that insane? That's called insanity to me. So there is a lack of commitment. There's a lack of discipline in this world. There is a lack of follow through. There's a lack of accountability. Let's change that. But where does change begin? Change begins with yourself. Change doesn't begin with your coach or your mentor or your spouse or your children or your friends or your business or your circumstances or your financials. No, change begins with you. In order for you to lead others, you have to lead yourself first. Real leadership begins with you. And that is very, very important, because you cannot give what you do not have. right? So, and you shouldn't desire to attract people that you are not. I want to have high level clients. I want to get committed clients. I want to get clients that have money. Is that you? Do you exude those qualities and those things that you're after in terms of who you're looking to attract? If the answer is no, well, you better start doing some spring cleaning. That's an inside job. Before the external shows up in life in a very lucrative and exciting ways, you got to do the inside work. The external doesn't show up until the internal happens first. So many people are waiting to get more money, to get more things, to have more happiness, to have more joy, all these things. No, that's an inside job, right? Success begins with mindset. It begins with how you think. And how you think directly impacts what you say. And what you say directly is linked to how you show up and what you do. And what you do over time becomes habits, turns into habits, right? Good or bad. Some of us have too many bad habits. And one of those habits, you know what one of those habits is? Let me take a sip of my coffee first before I tell you. One of those bad habits that many of us have is quitting. Oh my. Yes, I said the Q word, not quilt, quitting. Too many of us, myself included, I've been there, are full of this quitting mindset, the quitting mentality, the quitter's, heart. Quitting is a habit too. When you learn to quit, it becomes a habit. So you got to learn to win. You have to learn to have a winner's mindset, an abundance mindset. You got to learn how to put excuses to the side, because excuses cannot be deposited in your bank account. Hello. Is anybody listening here? Is anybody
I have
here?
to interrupt for a second.
Yes.
I love that. Can you say that again? I need to write it down.
I don't know where I heard that, but excuses cannot be deposited in your bank account. So The Magic of Thinking Big, Dr. David Schwartz, I believe, book right behind me as well, talks about this vicious disease that kills dreams and kills lives and kills businesses, and it's called excusitis. Excusitis, my friends, will take you out. Yes, phenomenal book, The Magic of Thinking Big.
I read this once a year. I'm reading it right now. Once a year, every January, I read this. Sorry.
That is one of my favorite books of all time. One of my favorite books of all time. And it talks about excusitis. It talks about not dreaming big enough, right? I don't care how big you think you're not dreaming big enough. And you're never going to achieve those big and lofty dreams if you're full of excuses. You're never going to achieve those big and lofty dreams if you're always quitting. You're not going to achieve those phenomenal dreams and goals that you might have if you are not committed, you're not disciplined, you're not laser focused, you're not holding yourself accountable, and you're not being held accountable. Notice what I said. It's not just about holding yourself accountable, it's also about being held accountable. Who is holding you accountable? So, going back to goals. These are all, notice how all these things are interconnected. The quitting, the mindset, the internal first, right? We have to program our mind to think in abundance, to think in winning. When you think that way, you show up differently. And a lot of the things that are going to spark you to change how you think is going to be what you listen to. What are you listening to on a regular basis? Are you watching the news all day? Are you talking to negative people that are pouring into you? Are you listening to music that is corrupting your thought process? What are you listening to? Who are you listening to? That matters. What are you looking at? What are you currently reading? Who is speaking into your life? What are you accepting from other people? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it uplifting? Is it detrimental to your emotional state? What is it? You got to protect your circle. You got to protect your environment. You got to protect your mind. So these are all important things. Now, fast forwarding to going back to goals, you got to set a goal in every area of your life. Very, very important. There are 10 life domains. And I'm going to reference this book that I reference every time. And this is probably the 100th time I have referenced this book. And I will tell you, if this is the 100th time that I've referenced this book and you still haven't bought it and read it, maybe this is the time that you will. Okay, it's called Your Best Year Ever by Michael Hyatt. This book quite literally changed my life. And I get no royalties for it. I'm just telling you because it's true. Right? So it's a phenomenal book. And now this is the older version. This is the one that I dissected and took notes in and did all kinds of, things in here. But I have the newer version. There's a revised and expanded edition. Okay, so I recommend you get that one. This one is a green one, is the older one back in 2019, whenever it was published, 2018, 2019. The new one was published maybe a year ago or less than that, and it's like a gold and brownish kind of color book, right? It's called the Revised and Expanded Edition. So that's the one that you want. But there are 10 life domains, okay? And I'm going to tell you what those 10 life domains are. There is the circle of being, the circle of relating, and the circle of doing, right? So the circle of being, there are 4 sections of your life in the circle of being, meaning who you are, right? How you show up for you. How you show up for you. The first one is spiritual. We have to have spiritual goals. Now, whether you're a believer or not, whether you believe in God or not, I believe that there is a God. That's my belief. I don't want to necessarily say you have to believe that, but we are spiritual beings. So there is a spiritual life that you have to have goals in, right? The second one is intellectual. Your mind, your thought process, how you think. You got to stimulate your mind. Just like you stimulate your muscles and you lift weights and do the curls and the bench press and the squats and the running for your cardiovascular. Just like you put in the reps for your physical health, you have to put in the reps for your intellectual health. What does that mean? You got to read books. You got to listen to podcasts. You got to get coaching from somebody who's been there, done that, who's gone through the mistakes, who walked through a minefield and followed somebody. Now you're following them, right? You're going to the seminars and the boot camps. You're plugging into the masterminds. You're attending conventions and seminars to learn, to stimulate the mind. You're paying for courses and programs. You're joining paid communities like the Connected Leaders Academy to learn and grow and meet more people, to expand your thought process, right? You got to stimulate your mind intellectually. You have to have goals in that department. The next one is emotional. Very important. We are emotional beings too. We have feelings. But can I tell you something? Feelings come and go. Feelings come, feelings go. When you make decisions, process your thought process first, logically, before you just emotionally make a decision. Because if you make an emotional decision, usually it's rash, it's abrupt, it's quick. And as fast as you'll make a decision to say yes or no, that's as fast as you'll make the decision on the opposite end to say never mind or okay, fine. Right? So again, emotional being. We are emotional beings. We have to protect our emotions. And there are ways to do that. Set goals in your emotional state. So you're not unhappy. So you're not depressed. So your attitude is not like this, like a roller coaster all the time. You got to protect your emotions. The fourth one, and these are all the circle of being, how you show up for yourself, is physical. What are your goals on the physical level? How are you staying in shape? How are you protecting your health and wellness? Your livelihood. What's the point of having a successful business if you're going to have a heart attack in a month? Right? What's the point of being an amazing parent or husband or wife if you get diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and then all of a sudden it leads to a stroke or who knows what? I'm just throwing things out there. I mean, probably a bad example, but you get my point. We have to protect our health and our wellness. That is one of the 4 areas that we need to set goals in our circle of being, how we show up for ourselves. Then there are 3 in the circle of relating, how we relate to other people, right? So one of those goals is marital. What kind of marital goals do you have? Do you think marriage just falls together and stays that way forever? If you think that, let me be the first person to burst that bubble and tell you, no, it takes work. It takes work. If you're married and you know it takes work, give me a hell yeah in the comments. Now I sound like Stone Cold Steve Austin, but listen, yes, it takes work. Getting married takes work because you gotta woo the other person, you gotta court them, you gotta fall in love, you gotta do all those things. It takes work to get married. But then to stay married, oh dear, that's where the real work comes in. Right? You are right, Jose, Julia. It takes a lot of work to stay married. Right? I've been happily married for 9 years now. Right? I'm a newbie for many people. My parents have been married for 50 years. My wife's parents have been married for 47 or 48 years, something like that. Right? I have witnessed what it takes to be happily married and to stay married. Have I the witness that I saw growing up, by watching my parents, were they always in, like holding hands, walking through a tulip garden with the smell of roses in the air at all times? No. There were times where they didn't like each other. There were times where I didn't see them necessarily happy. There were some times where maybe they didn't talk to each other for 24 hours and they stonewalled, right? There were some times like that. But there are way more happier times than I can even count or think about. And they're still loving life, happily married, together. But it takes work, folks. It takes goals. You have to have goals in place to nurture the marriage. Now, let me move on to, this is a whole topic in and of itself, so I'm going to move on. Let's talk about parenting. That's the 6th thing I wanted to talk about in the circle of relating, parenting. If you have kids, hello, that takes work. It is not easy. I have 6 kids. I have a 17-year-old boy down to a 3-month-old boy. And can I tell you something? They all have unique behaviors that you got to deal with. I even have a terrible 2s right now. 2.5. I have a 3-month-old that is super needy and clingy and cries and doesn't let me sleep. I mean, I have bags under my eyes right now because I didn't sleep last night. They're very real. It's authentic bags. You want to see my authentic bags? They're real. So it's just the way it is, right? I have a 17-year-old who feels he's 50 in his wisdom and knows what he's doing, and that's okay too. I have all kinds of people, kids that are at different levels that require different things, right? And that takes work. It takes me to be a better father in order to love them and be there for them and support them and guide them and protect them in certain ways. But that takes work and that requires goals. Social is the next piece, right? How you relate to the people in your world, whether it's clients, whether it's prospects, whether it's friends, whether it's extended family, whether it's your parents, whether it's your grandparents or your nephews or nieces or uncles and aunts and cousins, the people in the grocery store, your neighbors. You have to have goals in your social life. We can't be hermits. We can't just go hide in a broom closet and live the rest of our lives like that. We are social beings. We need people, whether we want to admit it or not. So we have to get around people. We have to have goals in our social life. Maybe it's, you know what, I gotta start. I've had conversations with people that have been single for, 30 years, for example. Maybe I'm exaggerating, 20 years. And I'm like, and the person tells me, Jose, I can't wait to meet that person. I know that person is out there. And I'm like, okay, when was the last time you went out to look for this person? Oh, I can't tell you. It's been forever. I mean, are you expecting this person that you're looking for to show up with a FedEx package and say that's the one? Right? Are you expecting the mailman to come and say this requires a signature? And you're going to be like, oh, that's the one right there. I've been looking for you all my life. No, you got to go out there and explore and meet people. You got to have a goal. And if you have a goal to meet that special person, you got to position yourself to win. It's like being a football player with the pads on, ready to play the game, but you're on the bench or you're in the locker room. How do you expect to win the game if you're not even on the field? My. Food for thought. So you got to have a social life. And I'm just giving you FedEx delivery. Yeah, FedEx is, maybe FedEx men are better than UPS men, Marianne. Based on your comments that you put in the chat. So anyhow, it's just important to have social goals too, because we're social beings and we have to get around people. We have to learn how to be our best selves with our extended family, with our immediate family. We have to be our best selves when it comes to our neighbors and our friends and so on and so forth, right? Maybe your goal is as simple as, you know what, every time I pass somebody that I don't know, whether it's at the grocery store or at the mall or at a sporting event or wherever, a doctor's office, whenever I pass somebody, I'm going to genuinely give them a smile and say, how are you today? Or God bless you, with a smile and look at them in their eyes. Whatever, maybe that's as simple goal as that is very, very fruitful for your soul, for you, for your well-being. Because when you show somebody a smile, when you look at somebody in the windows to their soul in their eyes, and when you give them a genuine smile and a compliment, that goes a long way, whether you know it or not, whether they reciprocate or not. Don't do things to see what they do back. Do it because it's the right thing to do. So maybe a goal in the social, component of your life is something as simple as making it a point to look at someone every time somebody's within walking distance of you, like within a 5-foot radius. Anybody who comes within your 5-foot radius in your world for 90 days, you're going to look at them in the eye. You're going to smile. You're going to say, how are you today? And if they reciprocate, you're going to give them a compliment. I love your shoes. Look at that. Has anybody ever told you you look great in red? Oh my gosh, your accent is marvelous. You know what? Wow, you're in phenomenal shape. What gym do you go to? Whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, something as little as that could be a goal. Anyway, moving on. The last circle is a circle of doing. These are things that you're going to be doing physically in the world to do what you need to do. One of them is vocational. You should have goals in your vocational life. That's your job, your career. If you're an entrepreneur, your business. If you're both, your job and your business. If you have multiple jobs, in all your jobs, all right? I can keep going. If you have multiple jobs and multiple businesses, well, you get the point, right? But you got to have goals in each one of those buckets because they all add up and they all matter. You got to have vocational goals. I want to make $100,000 this year. If that is a goal of yours, I'm not saying me, I'm just saying that if that is a goal of somebody who wants to make $100,000, that year, awesome. But it's not going to show up. You need a plan. And yes, Marianne, a month, I agree. You need a plan, right? Success is a planned event. So failing to plan is planning to fail. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So avocational is the next one. You need avocational goals. What is avocational? Just a fancy word for your recreation, your spare non-productive time, your hobbies, the things that you want to do that are going to develop you as a human being, that are going to bring you joy and are just going to be fun, right? For example, I enjoy cigars. So one of my goals is to become a cigar connoisseur. I want to buy cigars. I have a huge humidor in my home office here. I want to learn the different flavors and the different textures and where they're grown and the process. And I just want to dive into the hobby of cigars. Another hobby of mine, as of late, but it's a financial hobby, is silver, gold, and metals, precious metals. I have some really cool things here, right? Look at that. Silver, 5 grams, right? This is called bullion, right? So different things that I'm putting together here that I'm starting to collect. I have collectibles like Scarface, right? This one here, Joker, The Godfather, right? These are silver.
I like it.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. We have here gold, right? A gram of gold. We have this American flag of silver, heavy silver. So this is something new that I said, you know what? I'm going to commit to learning all the ins and outs of gold, silver, and precious metals as an investment vehicle, as another income stream, as something that I'm just going to pursue at a high level in my avocational bucket. That kind of merges into the vocational bucket, right? But there has to be goals there. Now, the last one I will say is financial. We need financial goals. I want to get out of debt. I want to make X amount of money. I want to travel, take X amount of trips this year. I want to invest in this. I want to buy that car. I want to pay off that, pay off the mortgage, whatever it is. So we got to have goals in that department too. So I just gave you 10 life domains. 4 in the circle of being, how you show up for yourself. 3 in the circle of relating, how you relate externally in the world with other people, whether it's with your spouse, your kids, or people in your world. And the third one is your circle of doing, how you show up in the things that you do in the world with your business, your recreation, and your financials. So the question is, do you pay attention to all areas of your life? Can I tell you something most people don't? I'll give you an example. You have an orthopedic surgeon. This doctor, in good shape, goes to the gym every morning, intellectually very sound, reads a lot of books, does a lot of research, financially doing really well, good money, nice Ferrari. And I'll just throw one more thing. Avocationally, recreationally does really well. A part of a couple of what is that new tennis match game that everybody's pickleball? Part of pickleball tournaments, and also does social hour cigar herps with friends on a regular basis. So avocational is doing well. Awesome, that's fantastic. Somebody would look at that person and say, wow, look how successful that person is. Look how all together this person's life is. But the marriage is falling apart. Never there for the kids. No spiritual life whatsoever. Emotionally, like this. Right? Socially, semi there. I mean, I can keep going. You see my point. And so certain people are really strong in certain areas And then certain areas, they sweep it under the rug, almost like it doesn't exist, like it's not important. And the reality is that all of these areas of your life I just mentioned are equally important in their own way, and they're all interconnected. The way you show up in your marriage affects the way you parent. The way you parent affects the way you show up in your finances. The way you show up in your finances affects the way you show up in your business. The way you show up in your business directly impacts your health. They all matter. So we cannot afford, as leaders, to sweep things under the rug. So I will wrap up in the last 5 minutes I have here with you guys today. There's 10 areas of your life you got to focus on. And you have to set goals. It's a non-negotiable. Goal setting is a thing. It's a non-negotiable if you want to be successful in all areas of your life. And the way I interpret success is being well-rounded across the board. It doesn't mean you're a 10 across the board. It means you're at least a 6 or a 7 in all areas, preferably a 7 or an 8. And in some areas, you might be a 9 or a 10. But as long as you're a 7 across the board, you're doing the thing. You're fulfilling your purpose and your calling and your mission in life. If you're firing on all cylinders. So, do you want to be the person who sweeps things under the rug? Who is partially successful in certain areas, but failing and miserable in others? Do you want to be the person who sets goals and doesn't hit them? Do you want to be the person who's inconsistent? Somebody who you can't really tell if what they're saying they truly mean? Somebody who you can't count on or rely on because they say one thing and do something completely different? Do you want to be the person who's robbing Peter to pay Paul? Somebody who is spinning their wheels indefinitely, almost treading water indefinitely, and eventually you drown? Do you want to be the person who has certain areas of your life falling apart? Do you want to be the person who knows what to do but never does it? Do you want to be the person who is always planning, researching, preparing, but never pulls the trigger? You got to ask yourself where you want to fall. And wherever you want to fall, wherever you decide you want to be, you decide it and you back it up by commitment. You draw a line in the sand and you start today. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about yesterday. Today is all you have. And if you are serious about changing your life exponentially and going from where you are today to where you want to be, and where you want to be is very different for everybody, I'm telling you right now, you can do it in a very short period of time. Some of you out there know my story. I didn't even introduce myself. But you know, many of you know, and some of you don't. Without going into details, I built a very massive business in 15 months organically. I have grown exponentially. I changed my life in 3 years, completely turn around across the board. Why? Not because I chose to, because I committed myself to it. I have a strong why. I know my purpose. I know my vision. I know my mission. I have goals. I set goals in all 10 areas of my life. I don't allow certain areas of my life to go complacent. And if I'm on the road to success, and you know, on the road, there's like those little hidden speed bumps that kind of give you a warning that you're going off the street, right? As soon as you start going off, it goes doom, 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 doom. If you start hearing those sounds, you're getting off course in that particular department of your life. So what do? Do you just ignore it and keep letting that go in that direction? Because you know what's going to happen next. You're going to be in the blades of grass. And after the grass, guess what happens at that speed? You're going to hit a tree or a wall or a guardrail or a building. And at that point, it's too late, folks. That's when people die. That's when people have heart attacks. That's when people get divorced, and there's no point in coming back. There's a point of no return. It's too late. The damage is done. That's when people lose the relationship with their child. That's when people have severed a relationship that was like brotherhood or sisterhood, and you guys loved each other and were best friends, and now you don't like each other. That's when all these things happen. That's when you are like faithless. You've lost faith in God. All of these things don't happen overnight, folks. It's a series of poor decisions, a lack of attention, and a lack of goal setting that eventually, just like the stock market, compounds over time. And then all of a sudden you wake up and say, oh my gosh, look what happened. So the future horrible things that are going to happen to us in our lives can be prevented today. Based on the commitment you make, based on the attention to all 10 areas I just laid out for you, based on the goals that you set, and based on your commitment to see it through no matter what. So set goals in all 10 areas of your life and split the goals up between habit goals and achievement goals. Your goals should not be all achievement goals or all habit goals. A habit goal is, I want to wake up at 5 a.m. every day, Monday through Friday, going forward. That's a habit goal. An achievement goal is, I want to lose 10 pounds by February 28th, 2025, right? That's an achievement goal. So you gotta get a nice blend of the two. And if you can, I recommend one achievement goal, one habit goal in all 10 areas of your life. And you will be abundantly blessed. And in 90 days, not in a year, not in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, in 90 days, you will see a major turnaround in your life. In 90 days or less. But guess what? And I'll end with this. You know what the sad part is? Most people who know what I just said or just heard what I just said, they won't do it. They just won't do it. And I learned a long time ago, I don't want to want something more for you than you want it for yourself. And if you want it bad, I will go to bat for you. If you don't want it, I can't help you. Because success in life and failure in life is an inside job. So I will leave you guys with that. Thank you so much, Marianne, for this wonderful pleasure to speak on your stage as always. God bless you all, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you for always enriching my summits with your awesome presence and your amazing speeches. Jose has 6 kids and 1 million businesses and says, I'm amazing, but I don't even know how he does it. I don't have any kids. I have a dog. That's it. Like, that's it. So, and he just went through a whole bunch of turmoil and came out awesome, not sleeping all night. And still,
really quick, I forgot. Thank you, Marianne, for those kind words. I forgot to mention that if anybody wants to connect with me, right? If you're a business owner, you're an entrepreneur, and you'd like to connect with me and explore how I can serve you, or just be a part of a networking organization, a community, an academy where you can grow your business exponentially, meaning getting on more podcasts, more stages if you're a speaker, leads, referrals, collaborations, endorsements, more clients, more money, you name it, right? If you are in that space of entrepreneurship and want to expand and grow, check out my website, connectedleadersacademy.com. Again, www.connectedleadersacademy.com. And also, if you just want to, on a personal level, get insight in terms of what I just talked about, goal setting, the importance of 10 life domains, all those things, I wrote a book on that subject. It's called Winning the Day, an entrepreneur's guide to morning and evening routine mastery. It's the bookends of your day, how you start your day, how you end your day. That's my secret sauce, right? This book can change somebody's life if they never look at me ever again. It's just that simple, right? This is not just a lead magnet book for you to say, oh, I like that, let me do more business with Jose. No, Literally, I designed this book where it's 80% value and content, 20%, hey, if you want to do more, reach out to me, right? A lot of books out there are 80%, you need to work with me, 20% value. I did the opposite. So this book can quite literally shift somebody's entire paradigm and give you some tools and strategies and techniques that can change your life. If you want this book, signed, personalized copy, www.winningthedaybook.com. So just add the word book at the end of my book title, winningthedaybook.com. I will sign it. I will personalize it. I will send it out to you next week. And lastly, again, I am always open just connecting with people. If I can add value to you and serve you in any way, just go to my website. You can book a call with me. Even if you joining my community is not something that makes sense, and that's okay. I will still serve you and pour into you because that's just who I am. Thank you.
Sure. And if you can't remember anything of what he just said, just connect with me right here on Facebook, and I will connect you to Jose and his secret sauce. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful day. Come join us. Give us some love. Kathy's going to be speaking with us. Michelle and I are going to talk about bank code at about 2:30, I think, and Kathy's coming at around 3. Now, if something shifts out in there, then it shifts. But that's when it's supposed to happen. Have a great day. Thank you so much for not sleeping and still coming here. I appreciate it and love you. Have a great one. Okay. It is time for one of my favorite segments in every single summit I do here. I have an APL Go Hour. It's actually called the APL Go Hour now. And I actually tell my girls, are you coming to APL Go Hour? And they're like, oh, what time is it at again? It's usually on at 12, but Jose had to be somewhere else. So I had to give him the 12, and here we are. So actually, woohoo! Rosemary, you look pretty amazing. She just moved yesterday, so she is awesome. Julia, you're muted. Everyone can unmute and talk. We're going to talk about my favorite product. Woohoo! My favorite product, APL Go. It doesn't have to be this product, although this is one of my favorite. I have this. I have lots of products. I don't have that many hands. Julia, come save me from myself.
You're so funny. Well, it's good to see everyone. I'm Julia, and it's nice to see everybody. And we have Nurse Brenda and Rosemary here as well. And we also have Marianne. Marianne is going to spray herself with our incredible collagen builder, our 2-in-1 collagen builder. And I'm so excited that we're here on this topic of goals. I was listening to Jose speak just a few minutes ago, and wow, what incredible information he shared with us. And earlier, I believe it was Brian who I was listening to. I mean, just wow, what a cavalcade of stars. Wonder where I pulled that word out from. Cavalcade. I'm wearing my APL Go shirt today. And I know we're talking about goals and being goal junkies. And I will say that it's interesting because I think what I was taking from what Jose was talking about was really interesting was there's a lot of arenas of your life and having goals in each segment of those parts of your life. My mom always used to say, you think about your life like an orange, and it's the different sections. People talk about onions and they peel the onion. My mom talked about oranges and the sections of your life, your spirituality and your relationships and financial and all that stuff. And in terms of our product and our company, I know it's very exciting to talk about all the different pieces and parts. We have incredible products that do a lot for us depending on what our needs are in our body and our health needs. I talk a lot about the business aspect of what we do, more so than I talk about the product. But I do need to share with you that when I first was introduced to this company and this product, my goal was to be able to hold food down. I had a very small goal. Just don't get sick every time you eat or drink something. This has been an incredible product that's changed my life. And I hope that Rosemary and Brenda will contribute a little bit to this conversation as well about what their goals are. But in terms of having a business that is health-based, that can also help you make some income. When I first got here, my interest was to have an additional product. What I always like to call another bullet in the holster, the gun belt. You know, your business is like a gun. You have a gun belt, all the different products and services. And this was going to just be one more bullet. This was just going to be one more thing that I could offer to my clients. At the time, I was offering them direct mail and printing and graphic design and social media, search engine optimization, website building. I was offering a lot of different services and products. And because they were in the wellness space, this seemed like a natural progression. And I say that because most business owners, when they get started, they have this incredible desire and goal to build a business around what it is that they love doing. Um, and I'll give you some examples. I worked a lot with dentists or chiropractors, people who were service-based businesses, they were the business, as it were. It'd be hard to sell a business. And dentists encounter this quite often. It's hard to sell a business if you are the dentist and you've built the business around yourself, because people come to you as the dentist because they like how you do things, your philosophy, your way of doing business. And as a marketing consultant, I encountered that quite often. People would come to me because they liked the way I was helping them, instructing them, sharing material, things like that. So it would have been hard for me to sell my marketing practice to someone else because their philosophy would be different. Does that make sense? So having a business where the goal is to build it to a certain level, sell it and move on, which a lot of people who are in IT have that, right, was a challenge. And one of the other issues was that if somebody got what they came for from you, that's a really strange thing to say, but if somebody came to me as a marketing consultant, as people who are Reiki masters, or people who are acupuncturists, or people who are personal trainers, people who are coming to you to receive information, material, something, they get what they need from you, they move on. And then there's no other way to access income from that person unless you have a product that they fall in love with and can't live without. So when I was introduced to this product, I was looking at it from the angle of personal health and my own personal goals, but I was also thinking about the goals of people that I love and care about who are business owners who would help their clients so much and so well that their clients would graduate and move on. And they needed something to continually receive a consistent form of income, even when they weren't doing active business together. So I urge you to open your mind to that possibility that when you're looking to help someone who is in business for themselves, or who owns a business, a small business or a large business, where the main person is the business. I want you to even think about law firms that you know of. Law firms where the main lawyer is the business. That's why people go there. I want you to think about that there's a way for them to continually get income even after that person moves on, because if they fall in love with the product, that is what I also refer to as an affordable consumable. There's an affordable consumable. They can continually order that product, and that business owner can continue to make money, which helps with their goals, which are their productivity and income goals. It's very important for people to understand how much money they have coming in every month, and something like this will allow them to do that, will allow them to make more money. So with that, I will turn it back over to Marianne, and maybe Brenda or Rosemary would like to share their insights on that, or on something else too. I'd love to hear.
I'm going to pass it over to Rosemary, and perhaps she can give us a testimonial about some of the products. And the reason I'm going to Rosemary is because I know she needs to take off. She needs to go downtown, and she has a client appointment, and I don't want to keep her too long. So Rosemary, tell us about that awesome high heel experience, which is one of my favorite testimonials.
Thank you very much, Marianne. And it's a joy to see both Julia and Brenda on the line. It's been a while. I've kind of been distant doing a lot of different things. And one of which, as Marianne mentioned, is I had to move, and it was a big move. I was introduced to APL Go probably about, I'm going to say a year and a half ago now. And like a lot of people, you've been introduced to a million different products and best thing ever and all of those things. And I too thought the same thing, let's just try it and see what happens. Well, my experience with APL Go was absolutely unbelievable, actually. There's a lot of different products that steer into the direction of certain things, like different health issues. And I came into this with several different health issues, one of which was my bones. I had very weak bones, and I had a lot of pain around that and arthritis. Another area was my breathing and sinuses and allergies, and those were two big areas for me. So I concentrated my efforts in looking into the products that concentrated on those. And I thought, okay, we'll try it, see how it goes. We'll give it a month or two and see if there's any difference. The first of which was I was taking one for the breathing, sinuses, and the two products I took were highly recommended for that. And I started taking it. Again, skeptical, but I took it. About two mornings later, after I was taking it, I actually woke up feeling very different. I was breathing. And I know that may sound odd to people, but I had sleep apnea in the past. I had a lot of things going on. And to actually wake up and be clear on my breathing was astronomical. I attribute it to the products. The products were fabulous. As Marianne mentioned, I have a shoe story. My shoe story has to do with the fact that, as I mentioned, I have a lot of bone issues and inability, mobility, arthritis, all of those things were causing me a lot of pain. But I also never wore heels. That was one of the big things for me because I would go over on my ankles a little bit. Over the years, that's all I ever did, no heels, flat shoes. On a particular occasion, about a year ago now, actually, I was invited to an event. It was going to be a dressy event, and I went out looking for some new clothes, and one of which was I wanted to get some new shoes. And of course, I was looking at flats, nice new flat shoes, but I came across a pair of heels that were absolutely gorgeous. And I thought, I have to have them. I have to have these shoes. So I purchased them with the idea that I would work into it. I'd kind of take them and see how it goes. Maybe I could last an hour, half an hour, whatever. Anyway, I started taking one of the product lines that was for bones, for pain, that whole area. So I started taking those. And then I got ready for this event, put on those shoes, just like Cinderella, right? I put on the shoes and they fit. Went to the event and it started like 9:30 in the morning. And it's, like all events, you're up and you're down and you're standing, you're sitting, you're talking, you're walking, you just go, 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 go the whole day. It was about mid-afternoon, like about 3:30-ish actually. And a mentor and a coach of mine come up to me and said, "You look fabulous in heels. I've never seen you in heels before." Oh my God. I had totally forgotten I was wearing heels. So I spent the whole day in heels, did not feel the impact, feel the pain, the hurt. It was not there. Oh my gosh, what an amazing product this is. And I will use it forever now. And it helped a lot. So being able to now wear heels is a big deal for me. And that's kind of my story around the heels. Again, the products are phenomenal. I don't live without them anymore. I take them for different areas, whatever the case may be. If it's allergy season, then you've got a product for that. For pain, I've got a product for that. And I can't say enough good things about this product. It's worth taking. And you know, it can become a business too as well by sharing that with other people and having other people realize what I was going through and spreading that news, spreading that word that these work. And that's my story. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you so much. I love that story. I love it because it's so true and so good. Amazing.
It's
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I know you have to go, but you're more than welcome, obviously, to stay. So
I'll
we'll
be here for a few more minutes.
pass the microphone, awesome, to Brenda, who is coming to us also from Maryland. Julia and Brenda are from Maryland. Rosemary is down the street from me practically. She's a half an hour away from me, and Amanda's not really down the street. She's up north where there's like probably nothing but snow right now. So we'll get to you later. Brenda.
Hi, good evening, or good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I'm assuming you're filming.
International, yes, of course.
Yes. So I want to talk about two products. Can you see LFT and the norm? So my daughter has just sent me a testimony about her A1C, that she was diagnosed pre-diabetic in November, and it was actually hospital related. So the numbers are good. And she just has another hospital admission, and now she's normal and 2 points below where normal was. She was 2 over, and now she's 2 under. And that was just from taking the norm twice a day, in the morning and in the evening before she went to bed. So that I was excited by that, because her father was diabetic, and so was her grandfather. So that was encouraging, that with just doing the right thing, she could get those numbers under control with the help of the norm. Now, the LFT, I think this is a product that people will understand eventually, because I've been taking it. Thank you, Marianne. I've been taking it since it came out, and it's the subtlety of the relief that you get, and you really don't notice until something happens in your life that lets you know that there has been a change, but it wasn't a change that you were looking for. So I was having some the stop and the slide had been controlling my chronic pain, and then all of a sudden it was like I did change my eating habits, I have to admit, but they weren't working as well as they had been. And so this is now month 3 into taking the LFT, and my pain has really subsided. My muscle cramps, not muscle cramps, they weren't cramps, but my joints didn't feel like they were working as well. But my generalized pain has been unbelievably reduced, and I'm back to only taking 2 slide and 2 STP twice a day. So I think it's a sleeper. People I'm going to suggest people do a diary about anything that they're having issues with. And you have to, it's not overnight. It's not an overnight product. You've got to give this at least 3 months. And I think it's a keeper, since it's just like anything else in your body. The cells are completely turning over all the time. This is not a product that you will stop taking. It's a keeper. So, don't stop taking it. when, you know, you feel so much better. This is a lifetime product.
Don't stop believing. Sorry, you started it. This is an excellent product. I've been taking it also since we received it. Not only does it taste amazing, I too am having far less issues with my back, with my muscles, with everything. It's just it's a tougher product from some of the other ones because the other ones are specifically measurable like right away. There's a lot of, you know, this is more of a lifetime, which is why it's called lifetime. And you will see the progress. I think you'll see the progress within about 3 weeks, to be fair. I mean, some people who are more sensitive, they will see it sooner. I love it. It's in general, like in general, I have more energy. In general, my vision is better. In general, my metabolism is better. In general, I can eat things I couldn't have eaten before properly. So just to say, you know, stem cell regenerator and telomere extender. Both my parents had dementia. I wish this was around. If anyone's got a brain handy, those are the two which I do not for some reason. Those are, I know Julia's going to get one. These are the two that would have saved my parents. Maybe slowed it down at the very least and maybe gotten rid of it. How do I know? I didn't even get a chance to try. But I'm telling you, if you don't like anything, and I just want to, while we're here, I want to mention this. And everyone can talk a little bit about this because this is our product. This is our, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm really just kind of playing around with this right now. This is our pendant. It's full of awesome energy. It has I'm gonna let Julia tell you more about this because she's been wearing it longer than I have. There's quartz crystal in here and volcanic ash from Japan, right? And then I'm going to let Julia tell you more because I that's all I remember. Clearly,
I will happily tell you about it. Does Amanda want to share? It's so good to see beautiful Amanda.
Share. Right now we're talking about...
Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say, is Brenda done too? Brenda, that was so good. I love that story about NRM and LFT, especially about NRM normal. And what you just said, Marianne, gets me too, because I wish my dad had been around because I think it would have helped his diabetes. Not just LFT, but NRM as well. So yeah, anyway. I was going to pull up, while someone else talks, I was going to pull up the information about the Terra pendant. Is that cool? Oh, Marianne, you're muted. Muted.
Yeah, and then maybe we can share. Maybe we can share after. So let's let Amanda speak and then we'll get Robert, because Robert is also taking the supplements, as we can see.
Awesome.
They're glued onto his forehead.
I love that. I want a picture of that I can carry with me wherever I go.
Just for you, Julie.
So, the pendant here, I've been wearing this for a few weeks. I've already noticed for myself, I'm a lot calmer. I'm not as anxious. My balance is definitely better. Like, I live in the country with lots of snow, lots of ice. And I have to take the kids to the bus stop, and normally my balance is pretty bad because most people know I had a car accident. So I haven't had any falls this winter. So that's really good and exciting. So the pendant, I noticed too with the drops, like, especially with the SLD, which is one that I take quite often, it works faster. Like, SLD is for pain and inflammation. And I've just noticed with the pendant and the SLD together, it's very powerful. So I love the SLD. Like, if you have any muscle pain, any kind of inflammation, I will forever praise that product because I love that one specifically. But with the pendant together, I'm getting a lot of great relief from it. And I think that I have had a very positive experience with the products, all of them. And I know if you're someone who has health goals, our products definitely are really good for being able to meet your health goals. So that's my story about my pendant, and I love it a lot.
And what about one of your favorite products? Can you say a few things about that and relax?
I love Happy. Happy is one for mood. If you have anxiety, or you are going through things in life, when we go through things in life, we get reactive. So I love my Happy because it levels me out. It makes me feel a lot calmer, more relaxed. And then, which brings us to the next product, Relax, which is another great one. And that one I take before bed. And I actually did track my sleep for quite a while there. And I was getting a better quality sleep if I was taking the Relax before bed. Because you can track it on watches and all kinds of technology today. I did notice that my sleep score was significantly higher with the Relax before bed, and it didn't take me as long to fall asleep. I wasn't sometimes you go to bed and you're thinking about everything. I didn't have that with the Relax. So I take that one quite often. So if you're someone that has a hard time falling asleep, that's a great product for anybody that struggles with getting to sleep.
Yes. It's better than a glass of wine that gives you a hangover. I mean, it's not better, but the glass of wine is more fun. But anyway, you know what I mean. Robert, let's hear from you.
How you doing, ladies? Great to see
We're
you.
loving having a man in here.
Yeah, feels good. I'm saying I got to be careful what I say here. Hey, holy mackerel. So I don't know which ones I normally take because I just asked Marianne, listen, I'm going through this, going through that. This is what I need to do. I'm so focused on so
These
much.
are the ones he's taking currently because he's sick.
Yeah, and swollen legs.
And swollen legs is the other one. Go ahead.
So I just take the ones I have no time to be looking up things and everything. So I just ask the doctor here. It's easier. Someone that knows the stuff, ask her, get it over with. And actually my son is doing the same thing too. He's 6 years old and he's taking them. He comes in the office, he'll say, Daddy, I need some vitamins. I need some vitamins. And he says, I got pain right here. I need vitamin. I said, now you're being funny, But no, I find it's better than anything I take from the doctor. I'm not one for doctors or pills or anything because I'm an ex-drug addict, alcoholic. So I mean, straight up forward, I don't like taking something that can put me in a mood disorder. Let's just say. And when Amanda says she's getting better, she is getting better with her moods. She's not as frustrated as much when someone comes at her with the business. She's a lot more calmer. I've tested her a few times just to make sure because I'm her coach, right? I got to do it. I mean, come on, if you're a high-end coach, you're going to test people. You know what I mean? That's just the way I see it. Hey, I had to test. I've been tested many times. I studied 52 of the top achievers, like Eric Thomas. He tested me. Les Brown tested me. So, I mean, there was a lot of them that I had. Armin Morin, he tested me too. He's a top strategist in the world. So he just kind of gave me the stuff, said, go do it. I said, well, how the hell am I going to go do it? It's just like this. You got to have a bit of knowledge in order to know what you're doing. And if you're sick, you just go to the right person. Just don't take anything. I mean, I don't want to take something if my chest is sore and it's all congested. I don't want to take something for swollen legs. That would not make any sense. And I don't have time to be looking up all these things because they always want you to sign up for a website and everything else to go in and do this and that. And I don't like that. I want to see. I don't want to sign up. I'm already there. So I have no problem asking Marianne, plus it gives us time to discuss what's going on with her. I've been coaching her for, I guess it's almost been 5 years now, hasn't it been? Yeah, 5 years now.
I think more.
It could be more. It could be more. I mean, you lose track as you keep going, right? You lose track. So I mean, all the other stuff, I'm going to give you a little fun stuff here, guys. I got to stay alive for the best of the best, for not just for my kids, but for my students too. But not only that, I just won one of the top awards in Canada. One of the top awards in Canada. One of the best businesses. Canadian chosen awards chose me as the winner for a business coach.
Mhm.
I tell you, man, that blows my mind. And I also got featured from one of the people from The Secret. He nominated me for Forbes, and that's out there on my main page there. So people just have to vote and go with that, and it'll be my third time in Forbes.
Awesome. Why don't you post that link into the chat on my Facebook page where people can see it, Robert?
I can see it. So
Yes,
post
please do
link.
that. That would be so great.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I love that you're loving the product and that you're feeling results and you feel so good. But when you talked about your little boy, it's funny because no little kid runs in and says, "Oh, broccoli. Can I have my arm hurts? I want to have broccoli."
He does. He does. I got some in the house and some in the office here, and he's like, Dad, we need vitamins now. I just stubbed my toe or something, like he'll just make up some excuse, So he's a little cutie. He's a mini me. I'll guarantee you he's a mini me. As long as he doesn't go down the same rails I did, hey, he's all right. I told him already, you're not going to be a gangster. I said, Dad's already done all that stuff. I've been with the mafia, been with the bikers, been at 17 years in jail. I got the documentary to prove it. I don't need it no more. You don't need it. My oldest son, which is his brother, won't allow him to do that anyways because he's a cop now. His dream is just to pull over Dad. He says, Dad, I'll pull you over one day. If you guys get a chance, watch my documentary. I'll put it in the link here. I'll put the free one up so you can watch it, and you'll see. I mean, 17 years in that prison. I'm not proud of it, but it taught me who I am today.
Everybody put your links into my Facebook page in the thing because that's where they'll see it. Okay, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but if you're done, Robert, we're going to move on to Tammy.
Yeah, my voice is starting to get sore again, so I can't talk much longer. Plus, I'm doing the database right now, so I don't want to be too far behind on that.
This is also what Robert takes. This is for the heart. It helps the circulation. It helps take down the inflammation and everything. So
I got an enlarged heart right now, which I was in the hospital, 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, ladies, beautiful to see you. Keep in touch. I'll put all the postings in there, links and that. Everybody knows how to get a hold of me.
And get a hold of me and I'll connect you to him for sure.
All right. Cheers.
Our next amazing associate is Tammy Williams. Tammy, tell us your experiences, please, and thank you.
My experiences, I'm too excited. I just, long fingernails, click on, off. First of all, I want to say thank you for putting this summit on, this event, because what resonated with me was that it said goals. And, too many times myself and other people that I know that I work with have always concentrated on business goals, have concentrated on, getting to that next level in their job or getting more clients or increasing their revenue or whatever the case may be. And even myself, I'm guilty of that. It wasn't until really and truly Marianne brought it to my attention. Okay, you have no problems, you have no aches, you have no this, but you should be taking these because the stuff you're taking is not even getting digested in your system. And so I started to take some of these supplements, and the problem that I'm having is not buying enough of them because there's my husband now telling me, he loves STP. He's a truck driver. And so he's constantly, complaining about this side of his neck where he has to stay still and alert. And then I have my son who even just said to me like last week, and I didn't even order it yet. He said that he's missing the brain, which is all about focus. And his favorite one is relax, because he finds he's very excited, 14 years old, he's in high school, he's active, he's doing a lot of stuff. And so he finds that when he has that, he sleeps much better. And I noticed it. The anxiety that he used to have just going to bed used to be crazy. So that's why, I can't show up in all these spaces in the evening time, because that's my time with him, focus on his school. And so for myself personally, what started to happen to me is, well, you can probably see my hair has grown a lot from the Grow and SLD. Now I have a good head of hair. My mom has the hair, but what I know is from taking the supplements, A lot of hair growth has started to happen to me. And well, I have long nails, but then I put artificial ones on. But that's probably the biggest thing for me. And then also, I love APL Go because I'm able to win some prizes. Some of the skincare, no one knows how old I am. Guess what? I'm not looking for a date. You don't need to know. Okay, exactly. So I've won some nice prizes with the beauty skincare, and I had even just a friend ask me. She goes and spends hundreds of dollars, and thankfully, it was a Julia had done an event, and she got to get on there and hear all about it. So the way that you guys are inserting stuff into us, it does come out. The beautiful thing about it is that I don't feel like I'm looking for people that have an ailment. It's really something else how people just, as my ears are open now, they weren't before. I'm very awake. When they say to me they have back pain or, this is really bothering them. And just naturally, I get to talk about APL Go. So here's the samples. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, probably not. Oh, yeah, you can see. I'll cover my face. This is a nice samples package. Nice program that you have given us, Julia and the other leaders, to give out the samples. And I love it because I don't have to do anything with it. Just buy them and hand out to people, put a little note on the back. And there's 3 supplements. The beautiful thing is that they get to taste how yummy they are. It's like I have a jar of jujubes here because we have kids. I'm not eating the jujubes as much. I'm probably having more of the supplements than I should, but I know that it's not hurting me. So I keep taking them. So it's just nice for my immediate family to see the benefits. And I don't have to lie about it because the people that are taking it, they're finding that there's some results with it. And the leadership has been great, always inserting into us, keeping us aware of the new and the greatest thing that's coming up, as well as the different sessions that we can plug into at our own time. And sometimes, when you're busy, like all of us are, you think, oh no, not another thing, not another 20 minutes here or an hour here, but this is really, really good. It's really compact. And I love it that we have so much great leaders that we can look to. So thank you so very much for that. I'm sharing and sharing and sharing. And now I can really say sharing is caring.
It is caring for sure, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Amazing. Thank you so much, Tammy. Isn't it wonderful? We have such a diverse bunch of people using different things with different ailments. I don't want to say diverse diseases or sicknesses, but it's amazing, all these wonderful things. So we still have Michelle here who also uses APL Go. She's also an associate. And Michelle.
Hello, you look absolutely gorgeous.
You're sweet. Everyone's gorgeous.
Oh, well, you know what? I have to say, and I do the same thing Robert does. So I just tell Marianne like what my problem is, and then she fixes me. But one of my favorite ones is the one for your digestion. Ice. Is it ice? Is that what it's called? Never go away without that magic little candy, because I will tell you what, in seconds, like whatever issue you have is gone. Your stomach, any stomach issues, that stuff is the bomb. Love it. And then the other one is the hormonal balance thingy. No more night sweats. Super exciting. Which one is that?
All excited here. Hang on.
I am excited. I'm always excited.
Oh, I'm getting all excited. I'm knocking everything over here. Hang on, these two. Oh no, that's not it. Jeez. Oh, there it
I
is.
just know it's like a tangerine color, right? Isn't one of them the power one?
Yeah, one of them is apricot, which is
Yes,
for
that's
estrogen
it.
balancing, and the other one is lemon for testosterone balancing.
Amazing stuff. And then the other one is the slide. Is it the slide? Is that the
I
one
don't
for
think
inflammation?
anybody does not take this. Is there anyone here who does not take this? Okay, so right now, if you can't think of any, this one and this one is literally for everyone. Immune booster. It's January. The weather's doing all kinds of weird things. It's snowing where it's not supposed to be. We're swimming where we're not supposed to be. Well, not me, but somewhere in the ethers. And this one, anti-inflammatory. Please, is there anyone who does not have inflammation? unless you're like 6 or 10, maybe not even. These two are a must, right?
A bomb. Love it. Love it. Love it. I actually was on a Zoom. I think I was with you, Marianne, and I was away. And I have like the front of my backpack has all the little packets in there.
See? Don't go anywhere. Don't leave home without it. Awesome. Well, let me see what time it is. Oh, almost 1:30. So, did you want to say anything else, Michelle? Michelle and I will be talking to you later, a little bit later about bank code. Michelle is my bank code girl, and we'll be talking a little more about that. We've got Rhonda coming. Julia, did you find that poster for that?
Yeah, did you want me to share it? Can I share?
Yes. Sharing,
Okay, you hit the
sharing
share button
means
here.
that I need to make you able. Oh, look at you. Hang on. Can we do that? Can you share now?
Yeah.
Mm,
Tammy,
just gonna-
check the chat.
Pull these up. And let me pull this over and make this a little bit larger so you guys can see. So the pendant that Marianne is talking about and that Amanda was talking about that was 10xing the power for her of the SLD product, which is our inflammation, our anti-inflammatory product. Our Terra pendant has been proven by science to reduce stress and anxiety, slow the aging process. Everybody likes that. Improve cellular metabolism, support the body's biofield, neutralize harmful EMFs, and improve physical and emotional balance. All of this, all I can say is it takes me right back to when I first met Nurse Brenda. Nurse Brenda was the first person who ever told me anything ever about grounding, about anti-aging, about EMFs. I don't even know what that was. And still to this day, I have to ask Nurse Brenda what she's talking about. Like, what exactly is that? But it's that radiation that comes off of everything. And so the Terra pendant contains beautiful crystals. And let me see if I can find the next picture. Might have a picture inside. So look at this picture. The front shows you the picture of our medallions, which have the logo, the leaf logo, but someone actually pried open hers and saw the inside. And see how it's white? That's actually wax. It's a waxy inside part that is holding the crystals and the dust from Japanese volcanoes, volcanic ash. And so what it's doing is the Terra pendant, which is resonating at the Schumann resonance frequency, which I think is 7.3 megahertz. Is that right? And it's grounding your body. Is that right, Marianne? I know you know more than I do. I don't even pretend to know. I'm repeating things Marianne has said.
7.3 is the norm. The Schumann resonance, because of what's going on tomorrow, I believe that's why it is off the charts at like 29, 45, and 59, which are insane numbers. But anyways, we'll talk about that.
That
later.
explains why we're all a little out of whack. What Marianne, I think, is talking about is that the planets are going to be aligned. We're
Yes.
all going to be able to see that, which is so exciting. But the actual pendant themselves, look at what it's doing. The Terra's role includes recruiting epigenetic factors, establishing heterochromatin at telomeres. Okay, I'll tell you what that is in a second. Prevents telomere shortening, invading telomeric dsDNA and forming R loops. These are things that I don't even truly understand, but if you're into this, please ask Marianne for a copy of this document so that you can go and look up more of this information. I just want to say that if you think about DNA that looks like a ladder, and where the connection points of the rungs of the ladder go to the side pieces, like if you were climbing a ladder and it's the rungs connect, those telomeres, that's what that is, the telomere, those shorten over time and over a long period of time. And the copies of the cells that your body is making when it's duplicating cells over and over and over again, copies of copies of copies start to wear out. And what this product will do, what the pendant will do, will help to lengthen your telomeres. You combine that with our incredible energetic medicine that is found in our product, and now you have something that is just working to make your body younger all the time. So that's why Tammy doesn't just have her hair or nails growing and looking younger, and why Marianne doesn't look so hot when every time we see her and she's getting hotter, and why Brenda looks like she's 22 even though she's 40. Right, Brenda? Right. We're teasing Brenda. And why Rosemary, I cannot believe Rosemary, like your skin is glowing. And I can't say, Michelle, I'm sorry, it's the first time I'm seeing you, but I'm sure you're getting younger looking too. If you go back and compare pictures of me and Brenda, because we've been taking pictures of ourselves over the years, you can actually see us getting younger. It's really strange. And I say strange because we have documented proof. Pictures. We got our picture taken every July. But this medallion has a lot to do with it. It's 10xing the power of these incredible lozenges, the DNA drops, we call them. And who was showing this? Who it was Tammy was showing this wonderful packet. And then Michelle was sharing her favorite products. And Amanda did, and Rosemary and Brenda and Marianne. Inside of one of these packets, this is our sample packet. When you open it inside, it doesn't just explain this incredible science, which is amazing. The science is mind-blowing. But inside, you're going to get 3 of our products. So what you get is an RLX, a relaxed product, which Amanda talked about so highly. You're going to get a slide, which everyone spoke about so highly, right here in the middle. But then Michelle was talking about the ice for indigestion and immunity because, gut health. Our sample packs come with one of each of these for you to taste. I will share with you that you could never convince me that somebody trying one product would make a difference. But let me tell you a quick story. We had been with the company for about 3 weeks, and I got a phone call from a doctor friend of mine who lives here locally in Maryland. She's a podiatrist. She had never once told me she had any ailments or pain. She called me up and said, Julia, I'm on my way to your house. You have to text me your address. I don't really know where you live, but I need some of that slide. I said, Dr. Laverne, what are you talking about? She said, well, I'm a podiatrist. I get on my knees and I stand up and get down to help people with their feet all day. So my hips and knees are killing me. I had one slide from that sample pack you sent me, and it's helped my pain for 3 weeks. I'm finally feeling the pain again. She said, can I come to your house and get some? All I had was another sample pack. She said, that's fine till I order. She's been a Diamond Club member ever since. This is someone I had known for at least 10 years, I think longer. And she'd never, ever told me that. So sharing is, as Tammy said, sharing is caring because we all love our friends. Rosemary got to be hot and sexy wearing high heels, which, I haven't been able to do that yet. I'm working up to that. You don't know what's going to happen when you try the products. There's no predictability here. Brenda, who's my BFF for many, many years, until this happened, she and I were taking the same products. She took Grow and Slide, which Marianne just held up, and I took Grow and GTS and Slide. My hair grew 14 inches in the first 2 months. It's grown several feet. My nickname is Rapunzel, right? But Brenda, what happened to you when you took the same products for 3 months? You stinker.
These 2 only. Go, Brenda.
Right, 34 pounds. And I didn't notice it. Didn't change anything. It was just incidental. Gone, history. Never to return.
Yeah.
No,
Brenda's a nurse. She's not allowed to lie.
All I can tell you is that didn't happen to me, but my hair grew. And if Brenda's hair had grown, it would have gotten bigger, not grown longer. But I can say this. We don't really know what's going to happen, but your body is going to take in these nutrients that are remarkable. We have no binders, no fillers, no extra added stuff in our product. It's 100% absorbable within 15 seconds of going into your mouth. Marianne's favorite story is talking about that. She knew the value of that. And to have someone like Marianne understand and love these products is above and beyond anything that I could ever say because her knowledge base goes so much farther. And same with Nurse Brenda. These are people who are studied knowledgeable professionals. My background is marketing. It is not the product, but you use a product that affects you like it did Dr. Laverne or Brenda or me or Tammy, Amanda, Michelle, Rosemary, Marianne, Robert. You use a product and it affects you the way it's affected us, and now you can't untell us how it's going to work. You can't talk us out of it. And then we become what our old friend Rick Fleming used to say. Now we're product zealots. We're zealots for the.
You want more
So I'll
hair?
leave it at that.
These
Thank
two.
you.
You want more hair? These two, right? Julia, this is the one she has, but this one too helps. And this
I
one
took
make it
I took
silky.
Grow and Grow and GTS made my hair grow. And not just
GTS
me.
is next.
Yeah, I know a lot of men who it makes their hair grow. Grow and GTS. I think Tammy is using Grow and GTS, right, Tammy? Yeah. And then beauty, we added in because that's what boosts the collagen to make it stronger. Because my hair, I have what's called European hair. It's very weak. It doesn't have a lot of strength. It wasn't meant to be long. I don't have luscious locks. I have to work on stuff, but it builds the collagen. So that's what's building also with your nails, but it also focuses on these tiny fine lines around your eyes, skin, hair, nails. But remember what collagen is for, guys. It's for your knees. It's for all your joints, right? Come in here, Nurse Brenda. What's collagen for, Nurse Brenda?
It's a builder. It's almost like when you replace the caps of the of your chromosomes. The collagen is a base. And I want to encourage people not to get lost in the weeds, the information weeds. I make a special effort not to do any kind of deep informational piece about any of these products, because it's the testimony that will be more important. And they work so differently sometimes on everybody. So when you get, you try to say what will and what it won't, it's almost impossible because we're all different. So just don't overload yourself with information. Just receive it as it resonates with you.
Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, so much. This concludes our APL Go hour. I think we've told you a lot. I have posted and I will continue to post my link in the chat, and I have it right above this on Facebook. So if you want to order some and go in there directly, you can just order it. And if you want to speak to me about it, by all means, connect with me. But we are on to our next speaker. We're a little tiny bit behind. And so my next speaker comes to us. She is typically in Bali, but this time she is located in LA, I think. Did you go somewhere else, Rhonda?
I am in Beverly Hills right now.
Beverly Hills, and she is my favorite and the best PR ever. Rhonda Swan. Woohoo!
Hi.
I will stay quiet now.
How are you guys? Great to see everyone. I was kind of tapping in and listening in to all this amazing content that you are bringing to the world, and you know, how to reach our amazing goals. You know what, Marianne, what I'm trying to do here, actually, it looks like your screen is, there we go. I was saying, it looks like your screen was frozen, but I'm back now. Can you guys see and hear me all right? Excellent. Awesome. Yeah, I was just listening. I'm like, wow, I'm sitting back here. I'm in my office. It's right. I actually live in Bali, Indonesia. However, this year I'm in Beverly Hills for the year. My daughter is 18 and she's looking to expand her education, and I own a branding and PR firm, and I come back usually 36 hours every 3 months, come back to LA or to New York City, because I own a branding and PR firm. And so we are masters at helping others build their brand to not only reach new heights, attract magnetically new clients, because their story, their brand, and what they do, their message is magnetic. And so tonight's topic, I'm you know, obviously gonna, or today actually, I usually say tonight because I'm in Bali usually when I'm speaking. I want to share that. I want to talk a bit about how can we not only reach our goals, but how do we reach our goals and expand our brand and our reach so that we are magnetically attractive, and that we are bringing those together that not only see our authenticity, but they truly feel what we do and why we do it. And I think that's such a big conversation, especially right now in 2025. Crazy to think that we are already reaching the end of our very first month of the year. And with that being said, I know there's a lot of conversation right now. It's been about building our how do we reach our goals? I'm not a really big goal setter in a way, like as in I don't do resolutions. Does anyone here still do resolutions? I feel like those kind of set us up a bit to fail. Now, not that they're bad, because anything that you're doing and writing down or that you're setting a goal for, it really does matter. However, what I do on a personal side, I mean, I'll give you a bit of a background about me. I actually was the first woman in digital marketing that's kind of cracked the code. Back in 2003, I started our branding and PR firm, but it was very different back then. I'm aging myself. I think I'm in good company with all the women here. But I was a corporate executive, and I actually watched a woman put a 6-week-old baby in daycare. And here I am, I was 30 years old, wanting to, really create a bigger impact in the world. And I had my big corporate position, my corporate job. And I watched this lady come into a meeting, and she was 15 minutes late. Now, if you've been in a corporate position before, you know that usually if you're late to meetings, it's probably not a good thing. Well, this was one of those days where my boss, her name was Jane, she actually threw this woman literally on the cross for being late. And I made this decision that day that I will never put a child in daycare, that if I want to raise a family, that I want to find a way that I can raise a daughter or a child. I didn't have a child at the time, raise our child, and to be able to still make money, right? I was making 6 figures, a master's degree in business. And however, one thing that I started to see that was happening was the internet was exploding, right? So this is back in 2003. I don't know if any of you guys were working on the internet back then or knew much about it, but there was no social media at all. So I'm like, how do I do something and build a business without really knowing what it would take? And I watched a documentary film with Steve Jobs. I'm sure we all know who Steve Jobs was, right? And he said, if you're not learning or leveraging not only the digital market, but if you're not understanding how this internet world is going to affect you, then you're going to be left behind. Now, here I am, and how many of you, and I can't really see the comments here, but how many of you were already like building businesses or understanding what was happening back in 2002 and 2003, and we're starting to look at you might be even there right now going, what can I do that's different? What can I do that can bring, me home, whether you're working now? I know the ladies were talking about a product and affiliate business. I actually started in affiliate business right back in 2003 as well. And it actually gave me the skills to learn how to build a business. But what happened the day in 2003, when I watched this woman put a baby in daycare, I learned from Steve Jobs, how do we become so effective and attractive to an audience that we're looking to reach? Now we have social media, but back then we didn't. And so I became one of the first women to learn from a man named Perry Marshall, who actually wrote the algorithms for Google. And I learned how to run Google ads. I will, understand what SEO actually meant, and understand how to create a brand online and get in front of people that were searching for a problem that they were trying to solve. And I think that's what all of you ladies were talking about tonight or today. You're talking about problems that we have with our health, and you're becoming the solution for them. And this is how I started to build our firm. I started learning with Perry Marshall, the first woman to make $1 million with the sales funnel before it was a word, and started to understand what it was that people wanted and what is it that they're looking for. And in order to do that, we have to set specific goals for ourselves of how do we get there? How do we reach these people? How do you, even based on the conversation we just had, how do you communicate and find the right people that are searching for, let's say it's health, right? Or let's say it's ways, especially us women, I'm 51, so I'll be the first to admit it. You're like, I'm going through all the things, right? What if I had these problems? How do you get in front of them? And so that's what I want to really talk about today is how do we become super magnetically attractive? How do we set goals for our brand this year, 2025, so that we can not only change people's lives, we can leave an impact, but more importantly, we are identified as the one that can solve that problem. Now, there's a lot of noise on the internet, right? Pretty much now we've got, 7.8 billion people in the world. And I think the new statistic was at least 6.1 billion are actually on the internet searching for problems, looking for people, trying to get inspiration, looking for ways that they can change their life, they can improve their health, right? I mean, the top three industries right now on the internet, I'm wondering if let's see if there's any comments here. If anyone does anyone know what the top three industries are? Maybe I'll just use you here, Marianne and Tiffany and Michelle and Tammy. Does anyone know what are the top three industries right now that people are searching for?
Tech.
Do you have any idea?
Technology.
Technology could be one. It's not the top
AI.
yet. Not yet. What else? It's based on what you were just talking about just a couple minutes ago.
I
Oh,
said
health and
AI.
wellness. No,
Or
health and
anybody, what
wellness.
about you, Michelle? What do you think?
Additional streams of income or coaching and training.
Great. Number one is health and wellness. So you were already ticking the boxes a moment ago, right? Great industry to be in. Health and wellness. Why? We just went through a chaos of this whole COVID. I don't even talk and give it a name anymore but everyone's like, okay, I'll never go through that again. How do I stay healthy, right? How do we elongate our life? How do we become more just comfortable in our skin and in our bodies, because what's been fed to us isn't really helping us. So number one is health and wellness. Number two, relationships, right? Relationships. How do I communicate better? How do I keep my spouse? How do I find better people in my life? Like, we want this. And number three, ding, 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 Michelle, we got a winner, is how to make money online, how to grow a business, how to, be home with our kids. Like, that's where I was, right? And this was back in 2003 that I was looking, but guess what? It's still the number one industry, the number one searched, well, not the top three, right? The top three that search, because people are looking for ways to not only supplement their income, but ways that they can grow, they can be home with their kids, right? And so I figured that out back in 2003. It's still now more importantly than ever is, how do we then become magnetic? How do we become a known brand or an expert in an industry that everyone's searching for? Now, I just listened to like 6 or 8 of you ladies talking about this product that you represent, right? You are offering a solution to the problems that people are having. Women are having, hey, hot flashes, don't love them, but I got them, right? Like, this is the type of stuff that people are searching for. And so if we can then go, okay, I've got a great product. But what happens often is that we are saying the same words that everyone else is saying. So how do we then identify whether the product is good for me, or whether this is the good business opportunity, or this is the right person? And we have to do it very, very strategically and mindful, which is why I was so excited when Marianne said, hey, Rhonda, come and share your expertise. Like, I have literally probably launched 2,500 new brands and new products into the marketplace just in the last 10 years alone. 2,500. I've worked with clients, built their brands, helped them to define their message, right? And it's because in order for us, our product to stand over and above anyone else, people have to know why. They have to understand not just the benefits, right? The features and the benefits of the product. Because guess what? There's probably a lot of products that can say the same. So what happens? We, this mighty we of just us, all of you watching, we become the brand. What and who we are, how we represent ourselves are the brand. We become and inject ourselves in front of the product or the company, let's say if you're representing a company, and we become that one person, that voice that says, she gets me. Now, we're not going to be able to reach or touch everyone, right? But if your personality and who you are reaches the right people, guess what? It doesn't matter what you offer. It doesn't matter what you sell. because they love you. They want more of you. And then if you're solving their problems, answering their questions, you're doing the things that they want or they need, you're gonna like, hey, I got this product. Well, come work with me. I can help you. I can help create the solution for you and solve the problems that you've got. This right now is where we're going to take the next level in our 2025 journey to start setting big goals right now for what we are, who we are, what we represent, and what do we want for this year. And so what I want to do is I'm going to go through about 10 different, top 10 brand tips of how do we start hitting the goals that we've got. So first off, you probably heard a lot of people talking about your goals and how to write them down. Typically what I like to do, I write everything in present tense. Did anyone talk about today SMART goals? Specific, measurable, attainable, right? So those are great ways to do it. I actually keep it real simple. I usually take and write a big T on a piece of paper. Okay, there's a big old T. It's almost like an X, but it's really a T. On the left-hand side, I write who do I want to work with and who can I solve the problems for. Okay, so who can I solve a problem for? So we take that big T, who can I solve the problem for? And on the right-hand side is how can I solve this problem, right? Who and how. And so when we write this down, it allows us to go, okay, so it starts allowing us to narrow down who it is that we can actually help and support because we really want to work with them. Like I had for many years, I also ran a course called the Sexy Brand Building Formula. And it was like a big branding course I did. I would help everyone build their assets like websites and all of that. And I realized when you did my big T, sexy brand building formula needed to be pink and purple. So guess what? Some men like pink and purple, but I decided I wanted to really work with women, right? So we're like, who is it? Is it a man? Is it a woman? Are they older? Are they younger? Right? And then on the right-hand side, how can I actually solve that problem for them? Right? Is it a product? Is it me doing a course? Is it me doing lives like this? Like, how can I solve it, right? How do I get in front of those people so I can let them know that I can help them and support them? So how can we actually do it? And then you want to define what your product actually can do. Because, we tend to get a bit broad, but when we become very, very narrow focused on what it is, how we can actually support, people then now become, okay, that's my problem, right? Like we were talking, I think earlier, one of the ladies said night sweats. I think it was actually you, Michelle. You're like, hey, the night sweats. Yeah, start talking about that specifically. But more importantly, why is it important to you? And that actually brings me to my number one, topic is like, people don't care what you do. They don't care what you do until they know why you're doing it. Okay, so let's write that one down, everyone. People don't care what we do until they know, sorry, I got this funny little light coming in. So I'm like, until they know why. And if we've all, probably watched The Start With Why, right? Simon Sinek. Why, and I shared with you in the beginning before I started, is why I started working online is because I didn't want to put my baby girl in daycare. That's why. What I did, no one cared. They just wanted to know why I was doing it. And when I could literally tell them, I'm now building a business and I'm teaching others how to build a business and a brand online because I don't want to put my baby girl in daycare. I don't want to have to leave every morning. The why became so much more magnetically attractive to so many of these women that I was reaching out to and connecting with that they said, well, how? Right? So they don't care what until they know why. And then they ask how. They don't care what until they know why. And then they ask how. Often what I see, especially, women that are, running businesses online, their big goal is to make big money. 10 grand, 20 grand, 100 grand a month. However, when they start writing those type of goals, they forget that that is a big old goal. And then all they're doing is going, hey, buy this, buy this, buy this. But they forget to say, gosh, why I'm doing this today. I'm doing this because I want to retire my husband. And guess what? I got to do that in the first year because I wrote down, number one, I didn't want to raise a child in daycare, but I didn't have a kid yet. So my second was, dang it, I need to have my husband at home. I want him at home. I want to retire him first. And in order to retire him first, that gave us a lot more opportunities to make babies, right? And sure enough, what happened is I retired my husband. We started building this beautiful business. And then I was able to then have a child and daughter, and she's never been in daycare. And our family's literally been traveling. I told you earlier, I was living in Bali, but I've been traveling the world for the last 17 years. We've lived in 55 plus countries. And my daughter is seeing the world, and we've lived in 7 continents. It's just so funny that I'm actually back to the USA after 17 years. My daughter was born, and we left when she was a year. But that was my why. And you see, no one cared or knew what I was doing. I was just saying, look, this is what I'm doing. This is why, how I'm doing it, right? And then the what came, and tell us what it is, tell us how we can do it too. So that's my number one biggest goal setting tip, is to first go back. And I know many have talked about this before, is your big why, but we lose really what the big why is. It's why we do it, so that we can support and help other people understand their why. And when they know what their why is, they then go, well, I think your what can connect with my why. I'm in. I want to work with you. I want to hire you. I want to buy what you're offering. Right? Is that making sense so far? You ladies with me? All right, good. So, all right. So that's number one, right? Because if we are focusing on the why, literally the magneticism comes. But that does lead me, though, to number 2, which is the most important. We have to become master storytellers. Master storytellers. This live platform is amazing. In fact, I wrote a book called How to Create 30K in 30 Days. And anyone that's on this, I will give this book to Marianne, and I will let her send this off to all of you. And because the master storytelling was why I wrote this book, and how I actually built our business from the ground up. When Facebook Lives came online, I started doing a Facebook Live every single day, every day. And I was consistent with it every day. And I told my story. I told the why story. Then I told why I'm doing what I'm doing. Got people engaged. I became a master storyteller, which engaged people into saying, wow, I really enjoy you. I love your story. I'm you. I'm like you. How can you help me? Right? So, and I'm going to go a bit rapid on these because we have a limited amount of time. So master storytelling, learn how to be a master storyteller, be consistent every day. In order to hit your goals, we have to become consistent, right? And what I mean by consistency, it means just like Marianne, everyone knows she's going to do these every month. I do. She's told me every month, hey, you want to be on? You want to be on? You want to support my people? I'm like, heck yeah, sister. This is the most consistent woman I've ever met. And she's relentless with it because she knows her why. So being consistent so that your audience knows you are consistently going to bring them value. That then allows them to find that storyline, find that, and figure out to finally ask you how and why you're doing it. How can I do it? And what is it? Right? So next is, niche down. A lot of people niche out and get broad. Start setting your goals this year on your business. If your money is your big goal at the back end, or building your brand, right? When you build your brand, you're going to make money. So niche down, don't niche out. When we niche out, we become too broad. And then what happens? We're serving everyone, but then we're not landing anyone. So when I did that T earlier, who is it and how, it's really niching down, saying, okay, is it just women? Or more importantly, is it women that have diabetes? Or is it women that are in menopause? If you can start niching down, you'll actually grow bigger, because you'll then now be able to serve them at a grander scale. And I think that's probably one of the biggest that I see in failures, and also why goals don't get hit. Because we start then doing everything and anything. We don't serve one and more people. And then the final one is be relatable. Right? Be relatable, not perfect. Like, here we all are. We're hanging out in our house. I'm in my office right now, right? Like, be relatable. I'm just sitting here. I've got my sweats on. I'm like, let's go. In fact, Marianne said, come on at 10:30 a.m. EST. I woke up at 7:15, and guess what time that is in PST? 7:15 a.m., which is I'm like, but just be real, be relatable, right? Don't be perfect. She's like, it's all good, sis, come at 10:30 your time. So here I am, right? So I thank you, Marianne, for giving me the space. But being relatable and non-perfect, that's the world, right? So often we get too perfect, like we record too perfect, or we edit it too perfect. I love when I'm doing recordings, or I'm working with others, I'm doing lives like this, and I goof up or I trip over my tongue, because I'm a real human being, right? But I've got real big goals and things that I can help support people with, and they know that, right? And your tenacity knows that. So Marianne, I know we got maybe 1 or 2 more minutes left. Do you want me to open up for like a Q&A at all, or have a quick chat about this? Okay, great. So I want to leave this with all of you. I think also one of the biggest as well is if you have big goals to build your brand, you know, what we do, we help people with building their brand online with PR and media, getting yourself positioned in like top tier publications. That's a really big goal to reach in this year. And that's something that I love doing, because I'm a storyteller. So if I can tell someone else's story and put it on something credible, you know, like a big publication, you now can leverage that. Someone else reads your story through a third party, and now you become a lot more magnetically attractive because your story is being told. It's not you. It's not you in Times Square going, I'm awesome. It's someone else in Times Square with a megaphone going, Marianne is awesome. And that's what we like to do. So I hope that served you all today. Thanks, Marianne, for letting me join you all. And yeah, I'll leave you with one thing. If you're going to build a brand, create a sexy brand. And if you're going to be anything, be unstoppable.
That's amazing, actually. Thank you so much, Rhonda. That's beautiful. Robert J. Moore said to say hi to you.
My man.
Yeah, sorry, we're on a bit of a time crunch.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I'm glad. I'm just here to serve.
I just want to let you know that Michelle and I both are with Sherry Tree. So Michelle, Rhonda had the pleasure of speaking on stage with Sherry recently in, was it Dominican or Japan or Singapore?
Yeah, we've known each other for over 10, 15 years. We spoke on stage at the No Excuses Summit in Vegas like 15 years ago. We've known each other for years. So then we invited both Esther and Sherry to speak in Cuba, and then we were all in Japan together. Yeah, actually they were supposed to go to Japan, but they had to change their schedule, but we were all in Cuba together.
She's actually in Bali right now.
I know. I'm like, sister, really?
I'm flying out
to see my husband.
Yeah, and I'm flying out to California on Monday to go visit.
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Let's go. I'm sure I'll be meeting you then one time or another, because we do a lot of things together, but I'm now here.
I can't wait till we meet you sometime in person. Maybe I'll have to have a live event and grab you and Brian and Hanalei and everybody over here.
Absolutely.
Rhonda, what I'd like you to do, please, is to put your link, your connection, whatever it was, book you were talking about, on my Facebook page where we're live streaming. So just throw it in there a few times and people will eventually find it. So thank you so much.
My pleasure, everyone. Have a great day, ladies.
Get you on here. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And now we have Tiffany Cano. Tiffany is absolutely amazing. Our spiritual hearts connected as soon as we met, and I'm going to be on her summit. And then I said, well, you have to be on mine. And so I'm going to let her tell you all about herself. And Tiffany, take it away.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here, Marianne. Disclaimer, my voice is a little off because my respiratory system is recovering from all the fires from LA. And so bear with me if I cough or mute myself. Gosh, it's been such a whirlwind few weeks. I was filming in a movie, dealing with, all of my friends a bunch of my friends who've lost their homes, like 27 people, and one of them died. And we think about these goals, and so oftentimes our goals are like material based, and then something tragic happens and we think, oh my gosh, was that really that important? I wonder. And so when we talk about goals today, I want you to not only think about the goals that will improve your life materially and physically, but also improve your your sense of well-being, your heart-centeredness, your connection with source, the things that light you up, that have you feel passionate and purpose-filled in life. And, you know, I love goals. I love especially meeting and exceeding them. And they're very, very possible when you get your subconscious mind aligned and congruent for success. That plus having enough good karma, those things tend to really be helpful. So, what areas in your life do you want to improve today? Is it love, health, money, spirituality? Wherever you're at, I'm happy to help you with that. And for those of you who are new to working with me, I've been seeing clairvoyantly and healing since I was a small kid. I started getting paid for it when I was 8 years young, $1 for 10 minutes. And I've been teaching transformation workshops for almost 3 decades. So I have over 30 something online courses, several days of workshops. I've taught all across the globe. I've taught workshops in Italy, spiritual retreats in Italy, in India. I've even taught workshops with horses as being the coach and healer. Here's a couple of before and after pictures from just a weekend with me. Oftentimes, as the old, heavy emotional energies are released, it creates that youthful, vivacious, joy-filled expression in people's mind and their body. So physically, it looks differently. I'm also the host of Soul of an Empath podcast, the Knowing You show, the Love Seen Heard TV show. I've written a few books, collaboration books, Women of Spirit, The Art of Connection. I'm the founder of Quantum Empowerment Technique and the Embodiment Program. I'm going to be in 3 transformation documentary movies this year. So I've already filmed in Frequency of Miracles, which is going to come out this spring, early summer. Pillars of Power, which comes out this fall. And then Rise of the Lioness, the Power of Feminine Leadership. And all of these are going to be on places like Gaia, Amazon, Hulu, Netflix, possibly out in the theaters. And so it's really, really exciting times for me. Now, when it comes to being congruent with our goals, like just to even be in this movie, any of these movies, if someone would have asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have had the internal composition to be in a movie. Like I would have just said, no, not for me. And when we get ourselves in a place where it's safe to be visible, it's safe to be loved, it's safe to be held, it's safe to be prosperous and abundant, then doors open up like it did for these particular movies. Now, for every 100 to 200 conscious thoughts that you have, there's 11 million subconscious thoughts. And that's what I see. I work in the 11 million. So even though I've been seeing clairvoyantly my entire life and I can see things like auras and chakras and past lives and people's timeline, I can see negative family imprints, negative family legacies, just to name a few. So in that subconscious part, that's where a lot of times the ruckus happens, right? So on the surface, right, you might be thinking, oh yeah, I'm worthy and deserving of money, or I want to be in a loving partnership. And then I tune in and I see clairvoyantly, oh, underneath the surface here in the subconscious mind, they're actually feeling unworthy, undeserving. And when I trace it back, sometimes it starts early in childhood, like they were 4 years old and mommy or daddy yelled at them for something and then punished them and gave the toy to their sibling. And it created this belief of I'm not worthy. I'm not deserving. And that energy has been vibrating for so long. And it's affected how much or how little that person allowed to come in. So those subconscious wounds that get in the way the most, not, feeling unsafe, unloved, unheard, unseen, unworthy and deserving, don't belong. Like those are some really big beliefs and energy patterns that can get in the way. And when you get aligned and congruent for that, miracles happen, magic happens. Allowing yourself to get not only like in the 90s, but 100% congruent. So let's say you have a goal of receiving $20,000 or more this month, but you're only like 92% aligned and congruent. That might mean your psyche only lets you receive maybe 10 or 12,000 a month, but not, the full goal of 20, right? So allowing yourself to get open and receptive. So I thought I would do some fun kinesthetic goals with you. So I'm going to go through a few slides to give you some ideas. And I want you to write down your favorite. And then I'm going to take you through a process. Okay. So, if you want a money goal, abundance goal, maybe something like I love money and money loves me, or it's easy to 10x my business. If you want a success goal, I am super successful, or I easily receive $15,000 or more per month, or I'm thriving in my business. If you need more clarity, which I know when there's like fear, sometimes it can cause this like foggy foggy brain, and then you don't have clarity. And so maybe there's a goal about I'm clear on the vision for my business, or I know exactly how to best help my clients. If you need a goal that's around confidence, like maybe you're clear, but you need that extra boost of self-esteem. Maybe the goal is around I have high self-esteem and confidence, or my confidence grows daily. And here's the last idea for you. This is for a trust goal, right? Because sometimes you've got the clarity, you've got the knowingness of what you should do, but you don't quite trust yourself or the universe or your business partner in a way that will help you to manifest it. So if you need a trust goal, it's I trust myself to do whatever it takes to be successful, or I make empowering decisions for my business. Right? So those are a few ideas for you. Okay. So from that, I want you to think about which goal you want to work with and write it down. Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds to go ahead and write it down. It needs to be a positive, present tense, simple statement. Okay. Everyone have it? Okay. Go ahead and cross your arms at your chest. Okay, pause before that. This process that we're going to do is super simple, super easy. It's called a summit balance. We're going to get your right and your left brain on board with your goal, getting your subconscious mind aligned and congruent. Okay. So let me just do a little quick muscle test for the group on the goal that you wrote. Okay. So it tests weak, which is normal. That means you're not yet aligned. Okay. And if you were aligned, I'd say pick a different goal, right? So it tests weak, which is normal. Go ahead and cross your arms at your chest, please. Feet flat on the floor, eyes closed, mentally, silently for the next minute or so. Repeat that goal statement. So keep your eyes closed and mentally repeat that simple statement over and over. Good. Uncross and recross so your other arm is on top. Continue mentally, silently with your eyes closed to repeat that goal in your mind over and over. Very good. Okay, now with your hands in front of your chest, so they're about 6 inches from your chest. Okay. And it's as if there's an energy ball between them, and you're just going to tap your fingertips together like this. And while you're tapping, close your eyes again and mentally, silently keep repeating that goal statement. Very good. No more tap, just touch. So hold your fingertips together with your eyes closed, mentally, silently continue repeating your goal, please. Very good. Okay, when you're ready, you can relax, drop your hands. If you have water nearby, take a sip of water. This process heats up your brain as it creates new neural pathways. And so we want to rehydrate you. Okay. All right. So let me do a group test, muscle test for it. Okay, now it's testing strong. High 10, good job. You did it. Give yourself a little pat on the back. Yes, yes, yes. So as you're testing strong with this goal, we need to do one more step, and that's what is one or more action steps that you can take to anchor it in, right? So, and you want to do these action steps within the next few days or less. It's not something to wait and procrastinate on. So, for example, if you had a money goal, maybe your action step is about making a sales call or sending out a promotional email. If your goal was around boosting your self-esteem, maybe it's looking in the mirror and sending love and acceptance towards you in the mirror. If your goal was around clarity, maybe it's doing a little journaling exercise. If your goal was around opening up to love, well, maybe, it's doing a little art project that, has hearts everywhere. I don't know. You get to decide what is your flavor. Okay. And we actually did studies. We did brain mapping studies that showed the changes in people's brain, and additional studies that the percentage was with which people did the action directly correlated to how successful they were with their goal. Imagine that, right? We got to do the inner work plus the outer work. That's just normal, right? And so, when you're doing this inner work, if you need and want some extra help and attention and wanting me to help see what's in your blind spots, you can go to callwithtiffany.com and I'll give you a free 15-minute session where I'll tune in and I'll see, okay, well, what is in your blind spots? What are the old wounds or energy patterns or beliefs that are blocking you from your goals? And, some of it might be completely new, and some of it might be just layers that you haven't yet been able to release yet. And this will give you access to it, right? So you can, grab your free gift at callwithtiffany.com. And even before our session, I give you access to 3 healings, one around money, one around relationships, and one around health. So you'll get, healing before we ever even talk. And I've literally been trained in many, many, many modalities, like, I don't know, over 25 modalities. So I just intuitively tune in and see what might be, needed in the moment. So come and explore with me with that healing, and I'll, help you. Now since we have a couple more minutes, I want to show you a few more slides about what I also tend to see energetically. Okay. So when there's those negative thoughts, negative, patterns, beliefs, old wounds that I mentioned, the aura can look kind of like this, where there's energies of, I can't do it. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve it. I'm not worthy. there might be some anger or shame or some energy leaks that are, coming out, or maybe you just can't trust yourself or the universe. And yet, after the aura is cleaner, you let go of all that old stuff, well, then it looks more like an aura of a successful person, right? So it has energies like, I love money. I deserve prosperity. I'm worthy. There's faith and trust. There's a sense of I'm enough. The universe provides. There's a sense of joy and radiance and, you know, this inner strength that comes through. And that's what I would love to help facilitate for you. So if that would be helpful for you, we can take a look at your aura. We can take a look at your chakras. So here's a quick example of some energies that I might see. This is representative of your basic chakra, which is your money maker. So it might have energies of, I'm not good enough, or I'm afraid of money. Money will change me. People don't pay me. So I'm giving away my services for free. And see, in the web of the chakras are these holes, these tears, these cracks. So, well, we might need to go and do some more healing there as well. So that's what you can come and do when we explore our little 15 minutes together at callwithtiffany.com. And I'd love to help you. So thank you again for this opportunity, and any questions that you may have, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I was just looking on here to see if there was any questions because I'm trying to keep an eye out on the Facebook. If you could please put your contact info into my Facebook page in the live stream, that would be great.
If I can find it, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you can post it in here, and you can post it later at the end.
Okay. All right, we'll connect.
To get lost. And anyways, if anyone wants to get in contact with Tiffany, please come to me and I will be more than happy to connect you with her. So thank you so much, Tiffany. And thank you all, because your schedule is insane, as is everyone's. I mean, I don't even know why I bother saying that. We're all crazy, high performing people. Thank you so much for your time and effort and everything. Thank you. Thank you. That was a wonderful exercise. We just did that together the other day also, so that was fun.
Yeah, I love it because it's fast and effective.
Yes, it is fast and effective. Okay, so now we have a little bit of time that we're going to dedicate to bank code, which is what Michelle and I do, and some other people, but right now it's Michelle and I. And Kathy's here with us. You get to listen. Kathy, you're last but not least. And so my newest venture is with Kathy. We're going to talk about gold. If you like gold, wait for Kathy. We're not done. Right now, if you like the bank, which I do, and the bank codes and the code breakers, that is with Michelle. So with that, we'll put you on speaker, Michelle. Oh, and you could, Michelle, can you say something so you can come
I
up?
am here.
There you go. It'll shift over. Perfect.
All right.
I just completed my level 5 coaching with bank recently. Michelle knows more about bank code, but I'm going to tell you. Oh, where's my cards? How come I don't have them ready? But I'm also going to, thank you, Michelle. I'm going to let Michelle show them to you. And in the meantime, I'm going to put my crack your code link. I'll put it above where I'm live streaming. I'm also going to place it into the chat. Okay, so Michelle, if you could start telling us a little about it, because Michelle and I have a similar code.
We sure do. Every single human in the world has a code, and it's made up of these 4 little magical value cards. So what I'm going to tell you, because I loved Rhonda and how she talked about the why. So why do I do what I do? The reason why is because I was struggling trying to build a business. I had a child I couldn't communicate to at all. As a single mom, relationships were a challenge. I spent a lot of time arguing, fighting. I didn't even have a relationship with my mom and dad. So I fell into these magical cards by accident. And I came into it because I wanted to increase my sales, because that's what I saw Sherry speak on, Sherry Tree, the one who created it. And it's the only methodology in the world that can predict buying behavior in less than 90 seconds. And I wanted to make more money. I didn't have a lot of it because I lost my job of 28 years and I was trying to build something with nothing. So I fell into this and didn't know what to expect. And what I found out was, wow, was I blowing it? I was blowing it as a mom. I was blowing it as an entrepreneur, and I was blowing it as a salesperson. I was actually blowing it as a human being, because let's face it, we could all do better. These little cards have values on them, and every single human has a bank code. We call it bank because it's reverse engineered personality science, and bank is an acronym for the 4 personality types. Unlike the other assessments you may take, this one is not based on psychology, which is why it works. It's based on biology, B-U-I-ology. Why do people buy, and why do they buy into you? This actually unlocks their human communication style. And you can dance and shift in them. But let's talk about each one of them, right? Blueprint is blue for a reason. They're colder to approach. Think of them as inside the box. They want things like systems, processes, predictability, stability. They follow the rules. They need a step-by-step plan. They're very organized. They show up 15 to 20 minutes early for a meeting. Think of those people you know. Then we have the actions. They blew up the box of the movers and shakers of the millionaire makers. Woo, woo, woo. Who are my action people out there? Give me a high five, a head nod. What's up, my friends? They want fun and freedom and flexibility and spontaneity and action. They go 100 miles an hour. They drive fast. They talk fast. They act fast. They make decisions fast. Can you see how they're a little different than that blueprint? Yeah. So can you see how does it make sense to go in speaking blueprint if that person is action? Have them upside down. Then we have the nurturing. They recycled the box. Yellow, like sunshine, rainbows. They value teamwork, authenticity, personal growth, relationships, the love. They want to feel the love. And then the knowledge. The knowledge is like, without me, you wouldn't even have a box. I engineered it. Science, data, research, logic, it's got to make sense. So when you look at all 4 of these codes, there's actually 24 different positions that these cards can show up in, which is why people say sales is a numbers game, because mathematically it is. However, if you can unlock the secret in the code, it's not a numbers game. It's about people. It's about building relationships, authentic relationships, and respecting how people show up and what language they need to hear. It's based on their values. Me and Marianne have the same bank code. Go figure, right? When your bank code's aligned, you automatically click. You're like, oh my God.
Both join bank. Let's tell them how many minutes it took us to join bank. Oh,
like,
here's my credit card.
Right? We're like, that's it here. And we didn't just go in at level 1 or just, we're like full blown, give me the package. I want it all. We think big, we buy big, we act big, and we act fast.
We outdo our credit cards because we know that we're going to be okay. Not because we're stupid and we like getting into debt. We don't sit there, hey, Michelle, let's get into debt today. Oh, it's a part of being an entrepreneur, isn't it? Come on.
Absolutely. And there's good debt and there's bad debt.
If you're an entrepreneur and if you're not in some little bit of debt, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Why aren't you moving forward? Like, it's just, and it's good debt, right? There's good debt and bad debt. Like a mortgage is good, right? Like, I mean, your house is going to appreciate, right? Gold will appreciate.
Yeah.
Your
Personal development.
But they're going to make you happy.
Yeah. And personal development, you got to grow. If you're not growing, you're dying.
Right. personal development, if you can't even say it, is the best. I have spent probably the most amount of energy and money and travel and everything. In fact, I would say that roughly most of my travel has revolved around some sort of personal development, seminar or reason or client meeting or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you can get results in half the time and you can build relationships with everyone around you, it's a no-brainer. We provide the tools, the training, and a step-by-step proven system to get people results fast. And not by changing who they are, because that's a question we get a lot, right? I don't want to change who I am. You're not. Think of these all speaking different languages. So if you went into a room filled with people who speak English, if you speak English, the odds of you connecting and communicating are really good. But if you go into a room and they speak French, but you can only speak English, don't you find it kind of silly to go into that room and try to communicate with someone who doesn't speak your language? Well, that's exactly what you're doing when you're not speaking to someone's values and their code. So it's like you're the peanuts teacher. Wah, 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 wah. That's all they hear. Right? So Bank was built to increase your sales up to 300% by giving you the ability to speak the language of the people.
These are plastic. I didn't join just because these look like credit cards and that's my favorite thing. That's not the reason I joined. I joined because these 4 pretty little cards make me psychic. They give me superpowers. They give me peace of mind, which is really hard to buy. Peace of mind does not come in a blue box at Tiffany. It does not come in any kind of box or a bag or in a flower. You have to work for it. But this gave me a deal that I'm going to tell you I did so fast. My head was spinning. I had a client that was a complete blueprint. So I'm going to tell you, when I first started this back in May, I had done an assessment. So this was my code. So ANKB, which is what Michelle is. So this is what I came up with. And then we did an advanced version, and then this kind of came up. So these two are pretty much the same. They're like 1 number apart. And then these two are the same. In fact, I don't even think they're 1 number apart. I think they're exactly the same. They could be 17 now and 18. I'm not sure about this one. I think it's 17 and 17. And so I came along and I'm like, yep, I can see this. Yep, I can even see a little bit of this. And then I got to this and I'm like, yeah, I don't see anything here. I don't think I have this. Flip it. And they're like, no, you have it. And I'm like, rules? I don't do rules. Credentials? Okay. I'm a doctor of metaphysics. I'm a reverend of metaphysics. Okay. I'm a reverend and a doctor. Who cares what of? I don't even have that on here. So I don't even care about credentials. Predictability, yeah, okay. System, structure, stability. Okay, stability is a good thing. Responsibility, I am very responsible. I take full responsibility for my stuff, what I do, so on and so forth. But the rest of this, duties, rules, titles, tradition. I'm an Aquarius. I don't tradition anything. I barely know what it is. And quite frankly, I'm allergic to Excel spreadsheets, which any of my previous employers will understand and know and agree with. So this was barely, I'm gonna say I think it was a 7. I'm not really sure, 7 or 8. Who cares? It's so low. Same thing with this one. This might have been like an 11. And then these were right up there, 20, 21, 20. 22. This one's 22. This one's 21, I think, out of 25. So you're always aiming for 25. It could be a little more now. So I figure I'm this when I'm coaching, because I do a lot of coaching, and I want to have a nonprofit. Like, this is where this comes from. Yeah, this is my crazy self. I want to do a summit every month. I'm going to do a summit every month because I'm not silly. I have enough stuff to do. So let's get more. Yes, I like designer stuff. No, I'm not going to spend that much on it anymore. Whoa, what happened to me? Somebody Excel spreadsheeted me. No, I don't like Excel spreadsheets still, but I do like security. There is a side of me who likes security, and I do envy and not envy, sorry, I respect responsibility. So I have learned to respect the need for an Excel spreadsheet, even though I don't understand it, but sure. But I don't have to do one. Okay, so as long as you don't expect me to do one, but I will respect you and your desires and your wishes. So I ended up having a conversation, an hour and a half conversation with a potential client on the phone that was this, and maybe a little of this. And within an hour and a half, we've never even met, he decided to give me his listing. Okay, I take the listing, I sell the property in less than 2 days. And we close it in 2 weeks, like barely, the lawyer was like barely had enough time to do his business. And I'm like, I love this. This makes me psychic. This gives me superpowers. This makes me a better salesperson. And this makes me a better friend and a better everything. This makes me a better person, period. If you think you could benefit from these, please connect with me. If you think you can't benefit from these, then you really, really need them.
Good point.
Just saying. If your ego's that big and you think you know everything. I've been coaching for over 40 years. I'm going to be 63 years old in a couple of weeks. I've been doing a lot of everything for a long, long time, and I am constantly taking courses nonstop. So if your ego is that big, you really need some of this, then you really need to call me. And so much fun, because now when my nurture needs more of my attention than I typically give, at least I understand where it's coming from. I may not have a lot of time to give them that much attention, but I will at least understand and maybe, apologize for not having more time for them. Just to help them out, not because, this, that, or the other. Yeah, technology. I would really like to know some technology. I would be really willing to grow this one a little more. Not this one too, but this one. This one's all about technology, right, Michelle?
Well, it's all about learning, technology, science, data, research, logic. It's got to make sense. The knowledge and the blueprint are more their head codes, right? And the action and the nurturing, they make decisions based on how they feel, their heart, their emotions, their emotional codes.
Mm-hmm.
But
I overthink things too. I know how to overthink things too.
Yeah, well, and that is your stress code. So,
here's my stress code. So okay, I don't ask questions. How much time did it take? Okay, we were talking in Maryland. We were maybe 10 minutes, not even. I was signed up. Here's my credit card. This is for a $25,000. This is in US dollars. I'm Canadian. So for me, that's like 30 something already. And I'm like, oh, you have a payment plan? Yeah, let me take that because that'll be a little easier to process, and that's great. And I don't know what I was going to say. See, it's all gone.
Well, Marianne, I just want to say, so Marianne became a certified trainer. So she is able to train. She has coaching programs. She has technology where you can actually decode someone's LinkedIn profile. You can get a sales report all about them. You can even get like communication tips on if you wanted to recruit them, or if you wanted to negotiate with them, or if they were in stress, what would be the way best to communicate with them. She has tools like a decoder where you can decode your social media. I know a lot of people are using Chat GPT right now. And guess what? Might not be speaking to your ideal audience. And you wouldn't know that unless you used our decoder and found out who exactly it was hitting. And how can you make that more impactful? We even have our little Kai chatbot, who is bank infused Chat GPT, which is mind-blowing. So we take everything, we put it on steroids, we wrap it up in a nice little package, and provide you everything you need to get results in half the time, grow your business faster, and well, finally understand your family, friends, and people who drive you a little nuts.
Just a little. And you know what? There's a course, one of them in there is called speed coding. Speed coding is basically becoming intuitive in the most grounded possible way. And you know, I am pretty intuitive, and I do a lot of intuitive things, and you know, I help other people become more intuitive. But this was extra on top of that. It was such a pleasure learning this. It was like, wow. So I can decode people real quick and see, okay, I better use the word processes and systems and Excel spreadsheets, and you know, and then I better use now. So the green, yeah, you know, I like some science. The universal truths, I like that kind of stuff. Expertise, competence, accuracy, the big picture. This is probably my favorite thing on here. Logic, not so much. Self-mastery, yes. Technology, working on it. I have what I have now. Learning, this ongoing learning and intelligence, I have a huge respect for that. But I do know that now these two need to move a little slower. So when I'm selling, because these have helped me become a better salesperson, right? These people need a little extra time, frequently a little extra, or a lot of extra information, somewhat extra information. Okay, 5 minutes and we're done. A little extra, you know, higher purpose, like the community has to benefit from this. The overall big picture has to, you know, this, like, if we can link your business to a non-for-profit, which I like, this is exactly what so I do have a lot of that. Sign up for things fast, 5 minutes, 10, if it has to be 10 whole minutes. And waste my time here. You know, this one I now have more patience for. That's all. In everything I do, in being a friend, you know, I have a friend. Oh my gosh, she drives me insane, but I love her. We've been friends for a long time. Question after question after question after question, and never enough. And then after the question, she'll say, okay, let me go home and research this. And I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? But that's the way it is. So you know what? These are my magic cards. And by magic, I don't mean credit. However, the next segment will tell you how wonderful and magic gold is with credit cards. But anyways, did you want to say anything else, Michelle?
Well, I would say reach out to Marianne because she has some incredible, there's a masterclass coming up that's free that you are able to attend, that you will get massive value from, because if you're talking to any human beings in the world, you're going to love what you learn, because it's all about connecting with people, building relationships, and providing them the information they need so that they can say yes. Whether it's selling your spouse on where you want to go on vacation, your child how to eat broccoli over a cookie, or how to grow your team and get sales in half the time. Reach out to Marianne because she's fantastic.
Yes, I am. And so is Michelle. So our next free masterclass that is Sherry putting it on, or is it
Sherry Tree is doing it herself?
Sherry Tree, if you don't know who she is, you need to meet her. She is something else, man. She is an AAA, and I don't mean the bad word. I mean, she's one of us. She's one of our people here. The next one is the 28th, which is next week on, I believe that's a Tuesday. It's free. You don't really have an excuse. It's free. If you want the recording, I think you can purchase it for $29, but really it's free.
4 hours of one of the best sales trainers in the industry who actually created the bank methodology. You don't want to miss it.
You can have better relationship with your kids. Tell me you don't want a better relationship with your teenager. You're lying. If you're saying no, you're absolutely lying. You know what? Better relationship with your parents if you're a kid, better relationship with your boss, with your employees, with your people, with your friends. This has been able to help people and save them from suicide because people now understand them, right?
Yeah.
Empaths out there and people who are so sensitive that they just think they don't belong in this world. And these cards, these simple cards and this simple method helps. and you want to decode who you're talking to. You want to make sure you're prepped to go into a meeting properly. You need the LinkedIn extension so that you can see what they are, what they will need. A blueprint wants you to be on time. On time to a blueprint is a half an hour before the actual appointment. The A is probably going to be late anyways. They're going to mess up the meeting. They're probably going to, it's just the nurturer will come in their flower child outfit to a business meeting going, what are we going to do with the community? What are we going to give out for free at the event? And the K, well, they're just going to be asking questions until the end of the day. And then they're going to figure it out all for themselves. And that's fine too. Sometimes you have to give them space, and space is also a commodity, right? Like people just, I'm not giving you space. You could save your marriage. You could save your relationship. You could help other people. If you're a coach, I don't know what you're doing without these. If you're a salesperson of any kind in today's modern age, if you are not using these, I don't know how you're doing it.
Yeah, people are showing off 75% of the people they talk to, and they're literally hand delivering it to their competition. So stop giving away your sales and giving it to your competition, because there's an easier way.
Do you want a cold call? Do you want a cold call all day for no reason and just have hangups? What are you going for the no's? You're building up a no category? A no? Are you using an Excel spreadsheet for all your no's? Is that what you're doing? Come on. Get with it. No, call me and I will hook you up.
Too well.
So, the next one is December 28th. There will be more if you cannot make that one.
January 28th. Yep.
January 28th.
1 to 5 Eastern time.
1 to 5 Eastern Standard Time, and figure out the rest of the times because I'm an A. Okay.
Reach out to Marianne. She'll get you registered.
I will definitely get you registered. I have also put the link to crack your code. That is free. You can go on there. You will see these cards pop up for you. Please fill that out for me. It's going to be so much fun. You'll learn a little more about yourself. Put your email, be free. It just goes into my CRM. I'm not going to spam the pants off of you. It's not really my thing. Okay, so with that, thank you, Michelle, so much for helping me with that. I am now excited about my latest, equally as excited about my latest. Look at the picture of Michelle. Isn't she stunning? Michelle, sorry. She has, I must tell her this 10 times a day. Kathy is going to talk to us about, Jose talked about it earlier. He showed the coins. Kathy, you missed it. I don't know if you watched it, but Jose showed a bunch of his coins, and I was jealous because I only have one. I will show it to you in a minute. Kathy will show you the real ones because she's got all of them. I literally just signed up 2 days ago. So, or was it? I don't even know. Was it 2 days? I don't even know. So I have invited Kathy here at the last minute because I love this. I used to work at a bank, so I understand the value of gold and silver. I love her presentation, so I've asked her to come here and just do the presentation for you. With that, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to pass you over to Kathy. Is it Guzzo or Guzzo? How do you pronounce it?
Guzzo is correct, but
Guzzo.
Guzzo is the southern version, but that works.
There you go. And she's the fairy gold mother. I love that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you be speaker. Do you need me? Yes, you need me to.
If you would let me share the screen, that'd be awesome.
That would be
Thank you
good.
so much, Marianne, for inviting me here. And Michelle, that was phenomenal. I so agree with you girls on the bank code, 100%. And we're rated the exact same thing. So that is some brilliant information that you just shared with everybody. It's an honor to be here. I am so excited about what I'm going to share with you. I'm so excited to partner with Marianne and Jose on this project, because I don't know of one person that wouldn't benefit from what we're getting ready to share with you. So let me share my screen real quick and we'll get right to it, because I know your time is valuable and you've been here for a bit, and but you're learning so much. I just want to give you a little bit about my background, just to get us started. I'm a jeweler by trade. So my background is from the fine jewelry business. This is my jewelry store that I had for decades, named after my son, Michael Anthony. This is our billboard. So we used to do a lot of advertising. I'm talking about, this is back in the 70s and 80s. I had a 6-figure advertising budget. But when this billboard was up, I sold at least one diamond tennis bracelet a day. So advertising works, because if you don't, you're invisible. And that's my little buddy right there. But I'm going to be sharing with you some wealth strategies about some of what I learned with precious metals decades ago, but now it's come in a way that is accessible to everybody, that's absolutely brilliant, and it's made it super simple. So this is just to let you know, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a tax professional. I'm an associate here with 7K Metals. This is the membership platform that we're sharing with you, but we want you to do your own due diligence, because gold and silver is considered to be money. But here's what we know. We know that you're working harder for your money just to get by. As in 2023, almost half of Americans couldn't handle a $400 emergency. Well, and here's the reason we know why. The purchasing power of the US dollar and the Canadian dollar, all of that's connected, is diminishing greatly. This dollar, when the Federal Reserve was created, had the purchasing power of $1 in 1913. When you fast forward to just 2021 on here, we're down to 97% of its purchasing power has gone kaput. This is 3 cents value of this dollar is left as of this graph. So we know what's happened. But if you look at the graph in 1971, and I got a couple more quick videos I'm going to share with you, President Nixon took us off the gold standard. That meant no longer did gold, something of value, back this currency, and this became fiat currency. And because this was the world reserve currency, all the world reserve currencies became fiat at that time. But here's what I want to share with you. This is the failure rate of fiat currencies, 100%. This is what's happened in other countries around the world. In Germany, you see the paper mark. You see the peso in Argentina. You see the dollar in Zimbabwe. And this is the currency in the street of Venezuela just a few years ago. My friend was there. He took this footage. It absolutely flipped me out. Overnight, their money became trash. It became litter in the streets. That was such a shocking view for me. But what we want to share with you tonight, and why Marianne and Jose and I are so excited to partner with this company, is we offer the option of sound money. That's just a fancy name for gold and silver. But gold and silver are a secret the wealthy have known for ages. In fact, financial institutions and governments are the largest holders of gold and silver in the world. Here's a short video that will tell you a little bit about the technology that we're super excited about. So watch this with me.
If you're watching this video, chances are you're curious about gold and silver. You might have a few questions, like why should I buy precious metals? What metals should I be buying? Who can I trust to buy them from? How do I know I'm getting a good deal? And how can I afford more? You should know that you're not alone. Most people have these questions, and over the next few minutes, we'll introduce you to an easy solution. Most people we talk to say they have a feeling that it's a good idea to own precious metals, but really don't understand why, or how to get started. Or they don't feel like they have the budget for it, so they don't do anything about it. This lack of understanding costs them a lot of money. And quite honestly, we don't want you to make the same mistakes. We've watched far too many people struggle as the economy fluctuates, employment issues arise, or unexpected changes come up in life. Owning gold and silver can help shield you against all these challenges long term. When we started 7K, we established a mission to help the average person get ahead by adding precious metals to their portfolio, no matter their knowledge or circumstances. We've already changed the precious metals industry by making it extremely easy to get started without any maximums or any minimums, period. But that's not enough. We're now completely revolutionizing the industry and making it so anyone and everyone can seamlessly start buying precious metals. It doesn't matter if you want to start with $100 or even $1. The new technology provided by our partner company Sound Money Wallet will allow you to convert your cash to various asset classes of fractional gold or silver quickly with no games or gimmicks. With Sound Money, you own the metals you buy, but they store them safe and sound. They offer limited capacity storage for up to $50,000 in asset value. And you'll sleep easy at night knowing that if you ever want your metals, they'll be in the mail at the drop of a hat. How? Sound Money uses a non-segregated vault at their partner company, VaultMax. to store your precious metal assets, protected by some of the most technologically advanced security out there. You can be sure your metals are safe there. If you want your metal, simply request it. Pay the shipping and insurance and it will be on the way. But what if you need cash? The old way of liquidating precious metals, including lugging a heavy box to a local dealer, hearing excuses for why they couldn't possibly match the current market value of your metals and probably ending up in a no-win situation, or contacting an online buyer with a typical $1,000 minimum only to find that the price they initially quoted you for your metal dropped significantly once they received your heavily taxed package 4 to 6 weeks later. With Sound Money, you can kiss all that headache goodbye. This is the only tool on the market with the power to give you frictionless liquidation with one of the best buyback prices in the industry. So whether you're a savvy investor who already knows the power of gold and silver and the advantage of a private vault, or you're trading your first dollar for precious metals, Sound Money will make your ownership journey convenient and easy. Be confident that control is back in your hands from start to finish. Let Sound Money Wallet work for you.
I hope you caught that, because that technology is only part of this membership. But here are 2 scenarios that will bring it home for you. When you look just back to 1965, this dollar and this ounce of silver had the exact same purchasing power. So let's say you want a brand new Ford Mustang. You'd walk into any dealership and you could present $2,500 in 1965 or 2,500 ounces of silver, and you could walk away with that brand new shiny Mustang off the showroom floor. But let's fast forward to 2024. What would happen then? You walk in with $2,500, they'd laugh you out. It's not even a decent down payment, but 2,500 ounces of silver will buy you 2 Ford Mustangs. So which one was the better store of value? Let's look at housing and gold. This is a 1 ounce gold coin. So 626 of these in the year 2000 would have bought the average home, which was $169,000. Wow. Fast forward to 2024. The exact same amount of gold, 626 ounces, will now buy you $1.5 million worth of houses. So which one was the better store of value? So we know that you've thought about it, but a lot of people, they just don't know what to buy, who to trust, how to get started. They feel like they got to be some kind of expert to win. And we know this is what's going on. There's a lot of mixed advice out there. There's a lot of people you just can't trust. There's high minimums. There's a tough learning curve, and there's people selling inventory they don't have. But we're 7K. We're a diverse community of people on a mission to share this message of how anyone can collect gold and silver simply and easily from the comfort of their own home and 100% eliminate fraud. And I'm so excited to be partnered with Jose and Marianne in this project, because we're on a mission with the founders of this company to get this message around the world, and we're doing it. And these are the 4 gentlemen that made it all happen. These are the founders of 7K Metals. When you see this screen, you're looking at over 100 years of experience in building multi-million and multi-billion-dollar businesses. If you ever heard of the little company Melaleuca, Roger Ball is actually one of the founders and starters of that company. He actually pulled up a chair when I first got started. I'm in for 3 months, and I meet him on one of my trips that I earned. And he says that he created the first 7 products from Melaleuca and the first 7 containers. He's a chemical engineer by degree, one of them anyway. And he actually founded that company with his brother-in-law, Frank. They took that company from 0 to a multi-billion-dollar global giant that's still running to this day. That's super exciting, because this is not their first rodeo. These guys know what they're doing, but they partnered up together. These guys collectively are super brilliant, and they wanted to disrupt some industries. They want to disrupt the gold and silver industry. They want to disrupt the collectible coin industry, and they want to disrupt the networking industry. They want to take this message of hope with gold and silver, which is universally recognized as money and has been so for over 5,000 years around the world. And we get to do that with this really cool membership. And you talked about that tough learning curve. Everything you need to know is contained within the membership that I'm getting ready to share with you. We have a buyer certification. We have a collector certification. So the knowledge that you need to make those important decisions for you and your family are contained within the 3 memberships that I'm getting ready to share with you. But we have two really important strategies. We have a defense and an offense. Our defense is bullion. We want to help you get a diversified portfolio of precious metals. You saw some of those from Jose today. The metals are incredible, but bullion is just pure metal, pure gold, pure silver, sold for its weight. It's not ornamental in nature and it's not been graded, but it comes in bars, it comes in rounds, either individuals, tubes of 20 or 25, or even monster boxes of 500 at a time. And for the first time ever with this membership, makes it a level playing field for anyone and everyone to collect gold and silver. You can do fractional gold and silver. That's part of the technology that we're super excited to share with you within this membership platform, because now you can buy this gold ounce or this silver ounce as little as $1 at a time, fractionally. You can buy from this 100-ounce silver bar or this 1-ounce gold bar as little as $1 at a time. And there's actually a way that you can earn a 100-ounce silver bar absolutely free. So if you're interested in that, when you reach back out to me or Marianne or Jose, we're going to get your questions answered. If you're interested in this, we want to tell you more about how you can do that. But you can buy from any of those 4 asset classes within this membership platform 24/7, even when the market's closing. We're never out of stock. You're in total control of your finances with this membership. Let's go right to the offense strategy. That's our collectibles. Oh my gosh, this is like works of art on gold and silver pure bullion. They're incredible designs. They have some kind of historical significance or tell a great story, and they're low mintage. Low mintage, meaning only a few in supply ever. And because these are coins of a sovereign nation, you see the queen on the back on that one coin. When the number is hit, the mintage is struck. In that case, it's 29 on the right. The die has to be destroyed. So it never dilutes the integrity and the authenticity and the exclusivity of your coins. That is absolutely brilliant. But this is the formula for a collectible to be a collectible. Just to mention a few right here on this screen. Look at the Spider-Man comic book. 12 cents, paper and ink. That has resold for $3.6 million because of those criteria that make it a collectible. Look at the Mickey Mantle baseball card. Cardboard and ink has resold for $12.6 million. Imagine what some of these fabulous collectibles on bullion with this same criteria could do in the future for future generations. So watch with me this $1.2 million mistake that we've all made, but we'll never make it again with this membership. Watch this.
You probably made a $1.2 million mistake and didn't even know it. Let me explain. Let's start by taking a look at this chart that shows the purchasing power of the US dollar from 1913 to 2013. In 1913, a dollar was worth $1 in purchasing power. In 2013, a dollar was worth 5 cents in purchasing power, and even less now. We've seen the dollar and all currencies lose value over time. Some of this is due to inflation, but most is because of a change in 1971. In 1971, the US president ended the Bretton Woods Agreement, which cut all ties to currencies that were backed by gold. All at once, all world currencies became a fiat currency, meaning they are simply backed by whatever the government says they're worth. Take this scenario as an example. Let's say you wanted to purchase a brand new Mustang in 1965. It would have cost you $2,500 or 2,500 US silver coins. The same 2,500 US dollars won't get you a car today, but those 2,500 coins would get you 2 cars. As you can see here, while the US dollar has lost its value over time, gold and silver have maintained their purchasing power. If you'd consistently purchased gold and silver bullion over the years, you would have negated inflation and maintained an average buying power. But what would have happened if you'd have bought collectible gold and silver? It begins with the MS70 Silver Eagle. MS stands for mint state. It's a grading system. An MS70 coin means the coin is in perfect condition. If you'd purchased one MS70 Silver Eagle every month since 1986, you'd be sitting on a $1.2 million portfolio, and it would have only cost you between $50,000 and $80,000. That's why we call it the $1.2 million mistake, because most people didn't buy them. What's crazy is that's what the coin the US Mint makes millions of every year. What would have happened if you focused on even more exclusive, unique, and rare modern coins? Here are a few examples of the track record for a few more unique and exclusive coins that we've offered through the years. A 2004 Tiffany art coin sold originally for around $100 with shipping and is selling in the market today for between $5,000 and $10,000. If you didn't get one, that's at least a $4,910 mistake. The Julius Caesar 7K exclusive from 2021 sold for around $360 with shipping and is selling for between $950 and $1,100 today. If you missed it, that's another $550 mistake. And here's the Montana Butterfly from the 7K Autosaver program that sold for $150 with shipping. Today, it would cost you around $1,200 to get one. That's another $1,000 or so mistake. Now sure, those are great performers, but that's a portfolio of around $10,000 with only a few coins and a fraction of the cost. With time, the power and potential of collectibles are real, and we're on a mission to help you avoid the potentially $1.2 million mistake of not adding them to your legacy.
Powerful message. But we have exclusive access here with this membership. What you're seeing on this screen are coins that are designed exclusively for us with some amazing designers in-house. And we have another platform to share with you. This 100% eliminates fraud. It allows you to acquire collectibles, stack your collectibles, sell your collectibles, inventory your collectibles. And like I said, 100% eliminates fraud. Watch this short message with me. Brilliant. For my realtors out there, it's like getting real estate comps on your coins. It will tell you the average value of your coin. So it is phenomenal. And I'll show you how simple this structure is for you. But look, you don't have to be an expert here because 7K has done all the heavy lifting. I love that. As a jeweler, the process was very complicated to get the best deals for my customers. It took me 3 stores to have that economies of scale. But look, by just grabbing your membership, you've got that economies of scale. You can acquire metals at dealer direct prices and these fabulous collectibles. So you don't have to do any of the work. Your website is up immediately and you have access to all these gorgeous coins at your fingertips. And remember, we never sell inventory we don't have. We have rare coin drops. Oh my goodness, this is so much fun because they bring us very exclusive rare coins with a countdown timer and we get to bid on them. They sell out within seconds. It's super exciting. But you know, we told you you'd never have that $1.2 million mistake ever again. They have developed a concept that is absolutely brilliant to me. We've done our bill paying on autopilot. We've never done asset stacking on autopilot. That is here with this membership. So you can get a verified quality collectible coin sent to your door every month, and it comes with some amazing perks. So when I'm talking collectible coins, also, let me just stop right a second. As a jeweler, I am certified to grade diamonds. I have my GIA degree. When diamonds come into this world, flawless is the best and it's the rarest. It's the most unique because they're the fewest of them. When you're getting this collectible, let me just say that you're getting a grade of an MS, stands for Mint State, and a 70, which is perfect on the Sheldon scale. So in the diamond world, it would be flawless. You are getting a flawless collectible coin. It's graded, it's sealed, it's exclusive, and there's low mintage. All that criteria we talked about to make a collectible is with this monthly autosaver program. And you get to choose from 2 gold or 2 silver options. You see that gold note in the back? That's legal tender. It's sealed, it's graded. It's actually a copy of a bigger than life stained glass window by the world-renowned stained glass artist Thomas Holdman. His work is breathtaking. When I'm in the presence of his work, I have chill bumps. And that's a gold note. The Queen's on the back. That is legal tender. Or you can have the gold Animal State series. It's beautiful. And then we have 2 silver options for you. You heard about that $1.2 million mistake? there it is for you in the Silver Eagle, but it's done in a Silver Invention series right now, low mintage in the collectible series. And then you see the Beauties of the World. That's my favorite. It's like a bucket list of traveling around the world. So you just choose one of those. You're going to end up with a collection of gorgeous, exquisite coins. And it comes with the perk of every time you have your autosaver sent to you, you're going to get loyalty points. Loyalty points mean you get to shop for free bullion and free collectibles in that category. I have thousands of free bullion and free collectible coins that I've earned in this capacity. That's super fun. What's better than free? Not only that, every time you have your monthly autosaver shipped, you have access to our 7K Advantage. That's our wholesale buying club. There's over 850,000 merchants in there. These are merchants you're already shopping from every day, but you can save extra discounts when you have your autosaver in place. I'll just tell you about the first transaction that we ever made in there. My husband has family in Belize, so we go there often. My husband found us our first transaction after we got involved with this membership. He found us round trip tickets to Belize. The two of us, a little over $600. We normally pay that much per person. We were super excited. We took advantage of that. And I'll tell you, the savings we had on that one transaction more than paid for this premium top of the line lifetime membership that I'm getting ready to share with you. We saved the average customer over $1,200 a year. I love this because you get to save on the things that you have to buy so you can spend on the things that you want to buy. But y'all, this is so much more than gold and silver. I want to make a good use of our time here, and I know we're running short. Just to mention a few, we have a healthcare plan. For those of you in the United States, we can do a healthcare plan with no open enrollment every 1st and every 15th of every month. You can come on board, and there's a zero deductible. And we have a whole life insurance as well. And then one more piece, we have an IRA program where there's a custodian in here. 7K has negotiated with 100 different companies to give us the deal that we have in this membership. Exclusively for members here of 7K. The least amount of fees I have ever heard of in the marketplace. My husband and I have done it twice. Within 10 days, within a week, we had our IRA taken from the stock market. We were able to buy our precious metals at dealer direct prices, choose our depository, and we're secured in a base of real gold and real silver instead of paper in the stock market. Absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite benefits in here. But just quickly to keep going with you, we talked about that almost half of Americans couldn't handle a $400 emergency. Canadians too. We have a component within this membership where you can share this and actually earn extra income, and it's a huge benefit. And that's something I love. I've partnered with Marianne and Jose. We do this as a community, and we love to help other people succeed with this process. Now, 85% of the folks that hear this information, I just want you to know they grab a membership for all of this benefit, and they don't even participate in the share plan. And that's A-OK too. We want you to do whatever works for you. But if you're interested in making some extra income, we're going to quickly talk about those benefits. You earn income 4 different ways. Instant gold pay. I'm talking pure bullion. You earn on our sound money matching metal bonus. You earn loyalty points that we talked about just a minute ago, where you get free bullion and free collectibles. And you also earn with our share plan. The instant gold is so simple because once you grab your membership, you're going to get your first $5 in instant gold pay when you do. But from that point on, whenever you share your link with anybody and they grab a membership, you're going to get between $20, $40, or $80 worth of pure bullion instantly added to your Sound Money wallet. Our share plan is super simple. We have 2 teams, a left team and a right team. When you just share this membership with 2 people, and points accumulate left and right, and they're $250 on each side, you can earn a $250 check that week. If 500 accumulate on each side, you can earn a $500 check. We do pay weekly. And when you earn 2,000 points on left and right, you can earn a $2,000 check that week as well. So you can level up by sharing this with more customers and having some growth factor. You can go from 500 to 1,000 a week, 2,000 to 3,500 a week, 7,000, 10,000, or 12,500 a week. So you might be asking, how do you earn points? Retail sales. Every membership has points. Our monthly autosaver, our coin drops. The other purchases I mentioned, like our healthcare, like our insurance, we even have a jewelry department, and our other specials have point value as well. And we also believe in a lifestyle powered by gold and silver. We love to travel. There's trips you can earn. Just for being a member, you get to go with us at a great price I've never heard of before, but you can actually earn part or all of it for free. I'll be on a trip next week with these amazing people, and they're so much fun to travel with. But just to recap quickly before we conclude, these are the tools that you're going to get with this membership that let you buy and sell and store and maintain your gold and silver assets like a professional. The fractional capability of that sound money wallet. This is where you can convert as little as $1 at a time into precious metals in 4 different asset classes instantly from the comfort of your own home, even when the market's closed, never out of stock 24/7. Can't beat it. Not only that, you can instantly, at the click of your mouse, bring it back into your checking account. It's pure liquid, so you can spend it on bills if you need to. But it's stored in a value of precious metals, so it will go up when the market goes up. That's pretty neat. And let's go next to the Vault Max. You have storage in a military-grade vault. In my store, I had a Class 1 vault. I thought that was pretty cool. This is a Class 3. This is the Mac Daddy of them all. This security is amazing. It's a military-grade vault, and your metal is 100% insured by the company that insures the largest coin grading company in the world. So you have the capability to acquire precious metals, store it in that military-grade vault, and not have it on your person. You can travel to any one of the 32 countries that we're in, click your mouse, have your metals shipped to you there, or liquidate it at any point in time so you can access it. But it's stored there and you don't have to have it at your home or on your person. That's a great feature here. You get your own shopping website. It's up in minutes. You can start shopping in minutes and start protecting your wealth with gold and silver. That stack and sell option that I mentioned to you, I love this because you can track, buy, sell your coins, maintain them. You can collect entire sets. You can liquidate quickly, and you can also do that inventory tracking capability that I was telling you about. I do appraisals for people. It costs a lot of money when someone has to sit down and document every little detail about an item to give the current market value. If you wanted to have a rider, let's say on your homeowner's policy. Well, let me tell you, within this platform, you have everything you need. It can spit out a CSV file to give you a complete inventory of your collectible coins in Stack and Sell, give you the current market value at any time, and it's done for you within this. You don't have to pay someone else for that feature ever again. Complete inventory capability right here with that 3 technology platforms that you see. And then we also have those coin drops. They bring us coins from around the world. I'm talking exquisite pieces, and they tend to go up the fastest in value. The one that I saw go up the quickest, in 21 days, it tripled in price. So that can happen here with these unique, exquisite, low mintage collectibles. We know it's supply and demand. And then we talked about training. There's the buyer certification, the collector certification, so you'll have the knowledge that you need to make good decisions for you and your family. And if you want to build a business, there's some amazing business building tools in here as well. So those are the tools that you're going to get with any of the memberships I'm getting ready to share with you. Everything pivots on that autosaver. So you just choose your autosaver. You had the 2 gold or 2 silver options, whichever one you choose, that'll come out next month. And then your membership will come out immediately so you can start accessing the benefits that I just shared with you just within seconds. So here are the 3 membership options. You can choose the basic. It's $149 USD. That comes with your first $5 in instant gold pay. It comes with some silver. You can put $1,000 in your Sound Money wallet and 10 coins in your Stack and Sell, and you're off to the races. If you have a little bit more wiggling room, the VIP access might make a lot of sense to you. It's an annual fee, and that's $269 USD. It comes with your first $5 in instant gold pay. It comes with a collectible coin. It also comes with $50,000 in storage in that Sound Money wallet and unlimited access in your Stack and Sell. And if you like the piece de resistance, the end all to be all, our legacy VIP membership will be for you. It's $5.99. It gives you access to everything that's available here, and you never renew again. It's lifetime access. So once you pay that, you're in. So $5.99 one-time USD, you get your first $5 in instant gold. You get a gorgeous, the highest value collectible coin. Then you get to put $50,000 in your Sound Money wallet. You get to put unlimited in your Stack and Sell, and you get access to this bonus that no one else has except for our Legacy VIP members. That's our matching metal bonus. Well, what that means for you, instead of getting cash back, you get pure bullion back. Anytime you share your link with anyone, they grab a membership, it's your personal sign up, your personal customer, and they use their Sound Money wallet and they purchase in any of those 4 asset classes, well, you are immediately going to get a percentage in that same asset class, whatever it is, loaded in your Sound Money wallet. You don't have to do another thing other than grab that Legacy VIP membership and activate that affiliate metal bonus. And we can do that with you in a matter of 30 seconds. So that is a real cool benefit. We've heard that being as little as $2 and as much as $20,000 at a time. So let me just share with you the power of 4 before I give it back to Marianne. The power of 4 is so simple. So if you like what you hear and you want to grab a membership, we're going to invite you to do that. And if you grab that Legacy VIP one and done membership, the power of 4 will show you. If you just share this with 4 people, you can get 100% of your money back and then some. Let me show you how. Just quickly. So when you share with just 4 people, we have the dual team system. So you put 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Those Legacy VIP memberships have 150 point value. So 300 points left, 300 points right. Well, that will trigger our starter cycle of $250 cash that we pay out weekly. If you like what you hear and you want to do it right now, we can get you paid this week. So that's 250 in cash. Plus, remember, you get $80 in instant gold pay for each one of those. So there's $320 in pure bullion. You'll have that immediately. You don't have to wait a week for that. Plus you get your first $5 when you enroll. So that's $325 in pure gold bullion. And then you earn 50 loyalty points for each person that you share this with. So you have 200. And when you trigger your first autosaver, you'll have 100 loyalty points. That's enough that you can get a free ounce of silver with loyalty points. So if we just say a value of 30 and then $320 or $325 worth of pure bullion, and then your $250 cash that you earn in a week, plus, let's don't forget, you got an MS-70 collectible coin. And right now, for a limited time while supply lasts, you're going to get one of our Kennedy coins. And I know that Marianne got one the other day. She's super excited. It's already got double or triple the equity in it right now from what it was originally valued at. So that would be what you'd get just with the power of 4. But I encourage you to get back to Marianne, Jose, or myself. We're going to give you some ways that you can reach out to us. We want to get your questions answered and we want to help you get started. We do this as a team, so we'd be helping you access these member benefits and get any of your questions answered. So let us know whether you're a one, you want to grab a membership, you don't really want to participate in the share plan, that's a-okay. We invite you to do that and we'll help you grab that membership so that you can start securing your wealth with gold and silver. Or if you're a 2 or 3, like Jose and Marianne and myself, we love sharing it. If you want to do some part-time or full-time effort, there's a nice income stream that we can help you build here. The system is already in place for your success, and we invite you to do that. And here's our income disclaimer that keeps us compliant. We do everything by the book because this company is going to be around for generations to come so that we can leave a legacy of precious metals to our children's children, just as the Bible says we should. But this is just to let you know that 85% of the folks that hear this, they don't participate in the share plan. And as I mentioned to you, we're in 32 countries. So we are really a well-kept secret. I'm super excited to be partnered with Marianne and her contacts there in the Canadian area. I mean, all of these areas are wide open for growth. And I just want you to see our associate level. That's our entry level. That's where you just share this with one person left and one person right. On the average, they made more in a year than it cost to have that premium lifetime access with all the bells and whistles here with 7K. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. So thank you for inviting me to hop on here, Marianne, and share this great information with the folks. And I appreciate the time. And listen, you can go to visitkathy.com and schedule an appointment. We'll get your questions answered. Or you can go to soundmoneylegacy.com. That is Mary's direct link. There's a couple of short videos on there you can watch. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to her or reach out to me. We'll get your questions answered and help you grab your membership. Her sign-up link is right there on the right. If you're ready to get started, if you need any help, we'll walk you through it. So thank you very much for the time. It's a pleasure. And I'm so excited to be partnered with you, Marianne, on this project. You and Jose both. Back
I
to
want
you.
to show off my coin because this is my first one. I literally signed up like 2 days ago and I already got it. Don't even ask me how fast it came. And we're talking Canada. So look how cool this is. I'm
Nice.
so excited because you know what? If you're a really good disciplined saver, kudos to you. I'm not. And so, you know what? This is a great way for me to save. I will have some of these at home. Kathy's going to help set me up for the vault thing, which I don't know how to talk about just yet. But if you are in any way, shape, or form interested, first of all, I have my link all over the chat. Second, I put the link right above my where it's live streaming, so you can connect with me. You could just connect with me here on Facebook. Come to me first. I'm then going to probably end up passing you over to Kathy if you need additional information, if you want to sign up. I'm still going to pass you over to Kathy because I still don't know what I'm doing. But I will tell you that this is a really great idea. I used to work at a bank. And while money is one of my favorite things, that's fantastic. This, you heard. Okay. If you didn't hear you could buy a car, you could buy a Mustang. First of all, I was 19 years old when I got my first car. It was a Mustang. Okay.
Nice.
So lucky me. Yes, I know. A little bit spoiled. I paid for half. Dad paid for half.
Nice.
That was one of the nicest things he's ever done for me, but I do love that Mustang. But I did work hard for it too. So you know what? $2,500 story. I forget which year, Kathy.
Yeah, in 1965, 2,500.
1965, $2,500 US for a car. Now that's not even enough for a down payment. If you think it's not even a lease. I don't even know what it is. But anyways, so now you can buy 2 of those cars for the gold. Had you bought gold with
silver.
Anyways,
right.
Whatever. I don't know how
you got it.
But this is my coin. I'm super excited. So I
love it.
I collect coins now.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is going to help me save. Kathy showed me that really awesome coin that I'm going to put a little bit of my own money towards, and then I'll save the rest that I make. And I want to collect those coins.
Nice.
Because they're the best ones. Anyways, any questions, any interest, please connect with me. I will further then pass you over to Kathy. She knows everything, so don't worry, you're not going to have to deal with me too much because I'm just going to say, hey, welcome to the company, you're awesome, here's Kathy. And that's
teamwork makes the dream work. Right.
So thank you so much, Kathy, for very last minute coming in here to do this presentation for us. And this now brings us to the very end of this one. We will probably add this to our roster, and we'll probably see you again on February 14th, as long as Kathy is in town or somewhere and can do this. So the February 14th is the day after my birthday, but if anybody knows me, I celebrate my birthday for a very long time because I think birthdays should be celebrated. And it's also Love Day, right? So that's why I'm doing Love Heals. But we're still going to find a way to incorporate gold. And actually not find a way. I mean, what a great Valentine's Day gift. Hello. And a really great birthday gift for me. Anyways, there you go. Kathy's the jeweler. She knows. But you know what, Kathy? One of my many jobs in my lifetime, I did work at a jeweler, and they taught me a little tiny bit about diamonds for about, oh my gosh. I worked at the exhibition for 3 weeks, and I worked a couple of weeks at the store. So not very long, maybe a month and a half, but it was fun.
Oh, love it. Love it. See, we have a connection there.
Yes, all 5 minutes of my work. Anyways, thank you all so much. And we will see you again February 14th. Please come join us. If you want to be a speaker, I believe I have 2 more spots left for that particular summit. And then, the best summit ever, not that they're not all absolutely amazing, because they are. We're doing a book and a summit together, and it's just for women. It's called Business Goddesses. So the ladies that are writing a chapter for the book, it's going to be an anthology book. So you're going to write a chapter, ladies, and then you're going to have a 15-minute segment on a summit to talk about whatever you want about your business, about yourself, what you do, Yeah, so there, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Business Goddesses. This is my tribute to all women. And I will probably find a way to do one for men later on. It's going to be called Self-Empowerment Reset, Business Goddesses. Let me know if you are interested. Kathy is probably going to be doing a chapter in that book, and we are going to be presenting this again because it's a wonderful thing. So thank you all again. Namaste, and I love you. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And I appreciate all of you for watching. Thank you. And for all of you who are watching the replay and forever and ever, this will be around for the rest of everness. So thank you so much.